10 nimble fingers, one brilliant show. On a 3-foot stage, the goddess aglow. Our shadow play premieres at the Grand Theater tonight.
was never a ruse. This is a requiem. Requiem for peace in a chaotic dreamscape. Even if it amplifies their fear, requiem for an exercise to extend extracting every last drop of that crystal dew, cast their memories into the abyss again and again as they stand on the border of truth and vanity, warning them.
Don't look back.
Metropolis's very own superstar, Eternal Aurora, has finally
Warning.
been released.
Hearsay detected.
Anarchy detected within the city limits.
My control, breathe and sing endless levels. For you I bring a happiness overdose. Join a dance. Now that everything is
Good evening. This is Pirate Radio. Headlines after headlines, musicals after musicals. Can you even recall the last time you saw the sun? The media fills you with cheap thrills and mindless entertainment. Eventually, we'll all amuse ourselves to death. I was once like you, waking up on the red carpet of Metropolis. But now, look at what we've become. A cog in this entertainment machine. Wake up. The city is eating you alive. We're nothing but pets and livestock trapped in captivity in this city forever. Let's continue the carnival tonight. Maybe tomorrow, we'll see the sun again.
Tonight, we celebrate the prosperity and beauty of Metropolis.
The arrival of the first letter was the prelude to a change in tone. An accentuated sign of fate's shifting course appeared on the night the second letter arrived. Those fragile wings flew in with the dying light. We forgot one simple truth. The purer the light, the deeper its shadow. My nightingale. chase after illusions of hope, looking back with longing eyes. This is just his unfailing bait.
All that remains upon this throne is nothing more than a fragile, incompetent heart. After the embers fade and die out, our homeland, ripped asunder by the flames of war. At the height of my desperation, I finally saw the light of a star above. She was the one who brought the light of dawn back into my life. But when the sun sank below the horizon, I saw the flames of war burning without end. Flesh torn and blood spilled before me. The illusion of my utopia had lost the favor of the sun. I have to get out of here. I have to...
Why do you wish to escape, my dear king? In this everlasting Colosseum, you will forever be my gladiator. Anna, night. Girls' school. To discover the truth about what happened to Anna, I disguised myself as a maid at the school. After the incident, someone was still the center of attention. Someone was still beloved. Someone seemed to be hiding something. And the odd thing, someone was trying to look for answers in those ancient legends. The truth may not be what it seems. Everyone is under suspicion. Things were not as simple as I imagined.踏过荒谷和大漠， 肩负着族人的使命，去往异乡。阴谋与命运交织着。当星辰落下之时，毒蛇露出了尖牙。忠诚与背叛的戏码拉开序幕。火光将反叛的计划化为乌有。刺向毒蛇的弯刀，在烈火间把双手灼烫。然而，救命的稻草不过是又一场狩猎的预谋。而若不甘心成为猎物，只能自己勇敢伸手，触碰飞鸟与神鹰。
Last night, I dreamt of returning to that place once again, trapped in a trance, the scent of the soil leaves, and the chimes of midnight were beckoning me. No matter how many times you found salvation within your own creation, you could not escape the nightmares of your memories.
Stop it! End all this now!
I remember now. It's all coming back to me. When the nightingale sings, the mansion gates will open for me under the starry sky. Tonight, the truth will be revealed.
The islanders often say the wayward sons will eventually return home, just as migratory birds always come home to roost. Yet, fewer and fewer have returned. Fear has gripped the island, and strange rumors began to take hold. Overshadows the shore. Some also say a resentful soul lies beneath the waves, luring voyagers to their doom. While many claim, even in a storm, the swallows will guide you in the right direction. However, is this calamity wreaked by disgraced deities? Or perhaps it all stems from greedy hearts? Stay a while. I have an interesting tale for you. Sergei, once the backbone of this circus, he brought numerous joy and laughter on stage. But he was a slave to the bottle off stage. His mistress began to fall for a more considerate man. And after a heated argument, she sought refuge in that man's tent. Sergei couldn't stand for this. He destroyed that man's wretched face with acid and ruined his life forever. The truth was finally spilled in a fit of drunkenness. In turn, on that drunken night, Sergei also lost his face. I don't like this face. Oh, it sickens me. But this face has become a new symbol, belonging to Sergei and to me.
I finally arrived at the manor mentioned in the commission letter. The fairly complete main building became my first foothold here. At first, everything seemed to be going better than I had expected. That incomplete diary mentioned a bizarre game. The barely noticeable ashes and marks along the edges of the diary once again led me to new clues. A strange fireplace, unused firewood, a rotatable candlestick. As the wall began to turn, I knew that I had found what I was looking for. An even greater collection of diaries. I continued my deductions using these diaries. Finding information on the hunters is the key. Yet, it creates more questions than it solves. About the manor. About the game. And about me. I was once a novelist. I lost my memory in an accident 10 years ago, and have suffered from intermittent amnesia ever since. My condition has worsened with the passage of time. The span of my amnesia is getting worse. Finally, through the eyes of my neighbors, I realize the exact nature of my condition. It's not about amnesia, but that person has awakened.
Ladies and gentlemen, detective of all ages, it is day number 2 of the Call of the Abyss 5 NAEU Qualifiers. Part Spice and the one and only powerful Nello Mello giving you the commentary action for today. Nell, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. I just had my breakfast on bed. And, and of course, thank you so much for the powerful introduction. So happy to be sharing the stage here with you again. And this is my first time in the NAEU community platform. So, hello, guys, and what's up, IDV fam in NAEU?
Yeah, I would say the NAEU community, very passionate community. We got a glimpse of what they had to offer yesterday. I'm super excited because we saw a glimpse of both Hunter-sided matches and Survivor-sided matches. And today, I'm pretty sure it won't disappoint because as you saw, our first match is going to be LJS versus CH4 and BZY versus PTA. So really excited to see how these teams are going to fare out because they're still battling it out to get to day number 3 and qualify for the grand stage, which is Call of the Abyss 5. Now, Nell, I have to ask before we head into the specifics of this tournament, is there anything you're looking forward to in day number 2?
I'm actually really impressed with the matches in day number 1. I'm seeing Geisha, so that's definitely a delight to see, especially in BO1 itself, right from the start. And of course, a lot of Dream Witch users, a very pleasant surprise as well. So, what I would like to see in day number 2, probably more interesting picks like this, which will surprise the audiences. And of course, something like maybe an X-Boy, because I heard there's an X-Boy
Ooh.
main.
Yeah, one of the best axe boys in the NAU server can come in the match that we're about to witness. We'll get into more details of that. And actually, as you say that, I'm also really interested to see the some prospectors because I know there's a team that's very heavy in that prospector. One of the best prospectors we'll be seeing come up to bat. We'll get into that detail just in a bit. But let's highlight some of the stuff that we saw yesterday. You did say there's a lot of geisha. What I noticed from yesterday is a lot of teamwork. But before anything else, ladies and gentlemen, let's check out what is up for grabs and the tournament that we have that is the qualifiers. So here we have it.
Oh,
The
wow.
prize pool, Nell. We
Oh,
got
that's a
a
lot.
huge. It's a lot exactly, and this is even the first, second, and third. Actually, all of them are pretty good in terms of what's that rewards. So there's all to gain, nothing to lose when it comes to the Call of the Abyss 5 qualifiers. So hope you guys have been supporting your favorite teams, because this is what is up for grabs.
Yeah, that's really a lot of money put in by NetEase for the teams and communities around the world. $260,000, Poch. That's 260 iPhones.
I could have
And-
so many. I could have so many accounts. I could buy so much skins with that, but it's all gonna
Yeah.
be just accounts. But exactly, it's a lot, and it just goes to show that this game is evolving. There's a lot of support coming in, especially to the players. And now we have the brackets. We did witness VAK versus B4U to start things off yesterday. B4U does advance. LCY versus Sus, and Sus does move on. And now, if I could direct your attention, ladies and gentlemen, to the lower left side of the screen, our first match will be LJS versus CH4 and BZY versus PTH, or round up day number 2.
Wow, I'm really excited to see these teams perform, especially after day one. Yeah, talking about teamwork, definitely one of the things that we should pay attention to, because those are the things that make and break the team. And of
Right.
course, today's match, as you mentioned, LJS versus CH4 and BZY versus PTA. I believe I saw BZY before in the previous tournament.
Yes, they ran with a different name. I think it was Goated's team.
Goated's team. Oh.
Yeah, shout outs in the IVT. So shout outs to Eli also for giving us the insider scoop. I know he's
Oh,
listening in
thank
the
you.
back. He is the courtside reporter, I believe. Like, he'll be coming in and out and chiming in. So let's talk about some of that teamwork, because we did see a lot of support in the form of a batter priestess yesterday. Something to highlight. Sus's Momo. Excellent stuff. And we also saw the excellent survivors on the side of B4U and Sus. But the more survivor sided matches, I would say, would have to be the second match that we witnessed, which was Sus versus Legacy. Is there anything that any other play or any other trend you see with survivors that we might see today, Nell?
I'm looking forward to seeing more risky, high risk, high rewards
Mm.
play. Yeah, so
Mhm.
definitely one thing that I would be looking forward to. But before we head into that, we're going to be looking at the team's introduction, I believe.
Yes, the teams that we are going to see now. First, LJS. Here we have it. Tonkotsu, Sakana, Quack, and Chicken. This is Duck and Chicken, the third and fourth ranked survivors that Eli did mention.
Wow.
Starfire, 489, and LJS. LJS is LJS. So I'm excited to see that. And you see that there are some prospectors here. Another thing that we have to take into account is that they love their prospectors. So that's
They do.
another survivor that we don't see so much, but I'm excited to see how they're able to bring the prospector in this new meta that we have, because prospector can definitely support and harass, and it takes like big brains for you to pull something amazing off with a prospector.
Yeah, I'll be happy even if they pull it out, even for at least one match, because it's just a really fun character to play. You can decode, you can do fast decoding, you can harass, you can go for the late Cypher Prime rescue. So many things you can do with it. But you know what? Let's look at Tonkatsu. It sounds like a foodie's team name.
I'm getting hungry.
Yeah, me too. And Tonkatsu on Bloody Queen. We're seeing a lot on this, right, Posh? Like, we're seeing a lot of Bloody Queens back into the scene.
Yes.
It used to be called the Thai Queen for some reason, because she just ends up with a draw. But nowadays, Hunter mains are using Mary to get 4Ks.
Yeah, it's incredible how from the Thai Queen, she's back to her same dominant, not really same, but like a reliable
Glory,
dominance.
yeah.
That's the rating supreme. And another survivor we haven't seen much of is the Prisoner. We've always seen the Mechanic as the dedicated decoder, but let's see if the Prisoner will make his way into the mix today. He is a reliable decoder, but I would have to say Mechanic is still a little bit higher. And this is a survivor that we're looking forward to see, which is the Prospector. Hopefully 489 will be showcasing him. Also, not to mention, and this is what Eli said, Starfire actually solo queued the top 5 survivor, only playing
Wow.
Prospector. So just getting ahead of myself. But looking at the win rate of 489, still pretty impressive, 70% win rate.
It is.
Containment time above 60%. Decoding as well, so he can do a lot. And rescue. So I would have to say 489 is a pretty well-rounded survivor. And I want to see if he will be using the Prospector or if it will be Starfire to be the one to flex the Prospector.
Yeah, and another fun fact, 489, speaking about solo queues, in Chinese is actually 489.
Oh,
Does it
isn't
ring-
yeah, yeah.
it is. But anyway,
Yeah.
let's go. Let's go to the next one, which is chicken.
Mhm.
I'm thinking of chicken now, but you know what? Postman Victor Grant's making his way back into the grand scene.
Yes.
The rise of the postman, and you can see as well, he's contributing a lot to the escape rate, 48% right there, and his win rate in the COA 5 data is showing 63%, which is actually above average. Containment time, definitely within the range of 3 cipher kite. Even the decoding progress, with left untouched, Victor is such a good
Oh, yeah.
survivor to have
Right.
around.
Just sending job orders everywhere. Okay, you
Yeah.
go rescue, you go decode. And I think it was GG's Coco that did break it down for us, because the postman being in competitive, you don't really see him, but you definitely feel him if you're that hunter. Like,
Yeah.
how were they able to decode so fast?
So yeah, for sure.
So moving on to Quacken or Duck, that's what Eli would say. Another Duck and Chicken, 3rd and 4th ranked survivor. Quacken though, with the Priestess, above 50% win rate. Again, these stats were gained in the Ethereal Theater. Just got a screenshot of that, and they were able to just put some player introductions for us. Containment time above the 60% mark. Decoding progress well above 120. So another well-rounded survivor. So I'm really looking forward to knowing if they're able to live up to these numbers, because they are quite impressive now.
Yeah, I mean, numbers is one thing, it takes hard work, but at the end of the day, it still comes down to teamwork and how well they coordinate with each other. And here's the star prospector of the team, as in his name, Starfire.
Yes.
There's your prospector. I believe you mentioned that he was the first prospector.
Yeah, the top 5 prospector playing solo queue.
Top 5
This
prospector.
is a
wow.
solo queue prospector, my guy. Oh my
Yeah,
god.
he's carrying a lot, and you can see it. Like, he's kiting more than 60 seconds at 73.95, and his win rate is also above average, 66%, and which contributes a lot to the escape rate as well at 43%. Again, just a wonderful survivor to have around, especially if your teammate is nearby, especially if your teammate is nearby and requires you to help. That's also another supporter that can help extend the kite, to help extend the kite of your teammates, with the magnets and all. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it. More picks, please.
Yeah, having a brave and reliable prospector on your team is always a plus. So
It is.
It also begs the question: are you going to respect ban a prospector if you know that this player was able to solo queue a prospector? That's a huge feather in his cap. So moving on to the man that was named after the team, LJS himself, a man of mystery, or a person of mystery, I would have to say. So Seer also getting getting the respect of first round ban. So I wonder if the hunter of the other team will be respect banning this Seer, because I would have to say we're still going in terms of the meta when it comes to ban. You want to ban the international lineup. You want to get rid of the forwards this year. Depending on the map too, get the Priestess out. Mechanic is allowed to come in these days because some hunters are feeling pretty brave and they want to be able to bring in that mechanic. But who knows? It really depends on the hunter's preference and what they want to be able to do.
Yeah, it really depends on what the hunter is trying to do as well. If he wants to get more presence, well, mechanic is the way to go. You hit the robot, you get 1 presence.
And
But
can I just say also, yesterday, like, the hunters were so lucky finding the mechanic first.
twice.
I want to, twice in
A
one.
lot,
In one
yeah.
go. So
Oh my
moving
God.
on to the next team, Nell. Do you want to take us through it?
Okay, I'll go through the player list. We are seeing CH4, counter hit 4. Yeah, and we have the players here, Ling, and Hei on, and you can see that the main characters are Sculptor, and I'm really looking forward to this as well because we're not seeing a lot of Sculptors in this tournament just yet. We want to see it as well, and YR, and Sesame. they both of them really place emphasis on psychologists though. As you can see, Ye and Sesame, they both main psychologists. But one thing I'm noticing missing from this lineup is probably a forward or a batter, a harasser.
Yeah, a harasser. Acrobat can harass, but not. He's very passive harasser. Forward would actively harass. Again, this is just a screenshot of their characters when it came to the ethereal theater. So it's just when it comes into practice, they might have more to flex when it comes to survivors and hunters. But for now, let's introduce Ling. This is actually one of the best axe boys. So I wonder if he'll be bringing out that axe boy. But he does also have a sculptor and a bloody queen. We do see that his win rate is 75%. Very impressive when it comes to strikes and elimination. For person elimination rate above the 50% mark is always something to highlight when it comes to these hunters. And I'd have to say CH4 an underdog team, and I don't know if this is their first time, but this is definitely a big stage for them to make a name for themselves. So they could add to their portfolio or their highlight reel if they're able to get really good victories out of this game that we're about to witness.
Definitely. A lot of the teams here actually mentioned that they're here to gain experience and to have fun as well. So this platform is definitely a very suitable one for all teams alike to enjoy the scene. Yeah. And speaking of which, there's another sculptor main. Hei is also a sculptor. Yeah, Hei. And that's also a sculptor main with a 55% win rate, eliminating 1.92 survivors most of the time. That means a draw, at least, at the very least, most of the time. At the very least. Yeah, at the very least. And of course, yeah.
And I just want to mention, because we were talking about this offline, just getting a draw as a hunter in this meta is actually pretty good already. Because with the number of survivors you have to worry about. And like you said, Sculptor had the statues change, but not much changed about her. It's just that a lot of the survivors have found solutions. Specifically the patient and psychologist, with how well they're able to fit into this meta to counter the survivors. And speaking of survivors, we got a grandma acrobat.
Grandma.
I'm excited. Yeah, we saw how there was an acrobat that was picked yesterday, so it wasn't as highlighted as much. But hey, if grandma could bring out the acrobat in Moonlit River Park and give us some highlights, I'm all for it.
Yeah, for sure. Acrobat's just so good as a kiter as well. Ever since the adjustment onto the acrobat, where after releasing the bomb, you can adjust the direction in which you land. When you tumble forward. So cool. Yeah, that's really cool, and it actually helps create distance as well. So he's definitely a good kiter, but not so much when it comes to opening the gate. That's still a trait.
That's true. You can't have it all, right? There's got to be a balance. So grandma is someone to look out for. And with the psychologist, we've had a lot of thoughts on this character, the survivor. Very good, probably mid to late game. When it comes to early game, I think, it's actually a good and bad thing if a hunter chases her, because if it takes some time to get the psychologist down, but you get presence, and when she's on chair, you don't have to worry about support. She doesn't have that much. Her toolkit is gone, basically.
That's true. And from this stat itself, you can see that it's 156 decoding progress, 156%, which means that most of the time that will be effective is when he's on the decoding side. Right. And just providing that Wi-Fi heal, that global heal,
exactly.
Which contributes to 55% escape rate. So I would say that's a trait to watch for. If it's going to bring out psychologist, the hunter main is going to have a decision to make, whether to pursue him first or to pursue someone else first. But we'll see how it goes out in this round, and hope to see the psychologist paired with the patient as well.
Yeah, with the snapshot, we didn't really see the patient, but we did see another psychologist with Sesame. And you really feel her presence. She comes online when it's that mid to late game, especially if she's able to contribute that Wi-Fi heal. And looking at the stats too, decoding is above 120. Containment time is still pretty good with 65 seconds. And you have to take into account she is pretty tanky. She can tank those 3 hits, so maybe that contributes to the time. But still, that's time wasted and time bought away from the hunter actually defending ciphers. So that's still pretty
Yeah.
good. An escape rate above 50% with that 51 is still something to look out for if you're the hunter, and especially if you're facing against Sesame. So you can't have two psychologists in the team. One of them's going to have to give, and I want to see if one of them will pick up that patient.
Definitely. And here we have it. Another prospector main by Nato. And with his 67% win rate and an impressive containment time, 75 seconds on the kite. That he's going to be buying a lot if the hunter decides to pursue Nato first. He is the one that the team's going to depend on to extend the time that the survivors are going to have to decode, and it shows as well. Look, even when he's not containing the hunter, he's also doing a very respectable 115 percent decoding progress, which actually makes sense because he might be going for the harassment and providing support to teammates. So I would say a pretty very very useful utility character here.
So something to take note of for context. So we do have two prospectors in the other team, but one that we did highlight was Starfire, who was the top 5 survivor. Now we have Nato here with very impressive stats. So I think that the hunter on both teams have to worry about a magnet being attached to them. And you know what? We also have to talk about the mercenary. The mercenary did receive a change last year. I mean, the elbow pads now being 3, you have to be very careful with when you use the elbow pads, but he's still a constant presence, a present survivor in competitive Identity 5, with YR being the one boasting for the team above 50% when it comes to the win rate. Containment time is still pretty impressive, but you have to take note of decoding and also the rescues, because he's probably the mercenary really has to play into his strengths here, and he is a rescuer.
Yeah, the scary part about Mercenary is the ability to tank 3 hits before going down. And the unique trait, having 3 elbow pads, that's what closes the gap between the shared survivor, shared teammates, and himself. Most of the time we see very experienced Mercenary, when they go for the rescue, they try to bring the hunter as far away as possible from the shared, trying to bait that hit, and just doing the dash, and the hunter's like, oh no, where is he?
Yeah, exactly. We've seen a lot of highlighted moments where they kind of have this rubber band effect where they pulled away the hunter from the chair, and then they dart into the chair just to go for the rescue.
Yeah.
And they're able to bait out a regular hit just out of desperation from the hunter. And now, Nell, we're about to start out the match, and we're going first to Red Church. Red Church being a very popular map. I think Eli mentioned that, B4U likes using this map. I personally like this map as well. Depending on where they're going to be at, there are a lot of strong kiting areas for the survivors. So when we speak about Red Church first round, can you already have a snapshot in your head on what characters that we might witness today?
As in the hunter survivors. On the hunter side, definitely going that, because Red Church is such a balanced map. I would consider Red Church as a balanced map for both hunters and survivors, depending on the spot. I would definitely expect them to just go straight for their ace characters. If you're a Dream Witch main, go ahead. If you're a Bloody Queen or a Sculptor, go ahead. Or Breaking Wheel, just go ahead, because this map, you can go crazy with it. And this is the map where you're supposed to take risk, high rewards. You're supposed to aim for the 4K. So as I mentioned, just go for the best hunter picks. And as for the survivors, I would say depending on the team composition as well, on the expertise, if you want to have a more survivor heavy, harassing heavy survivor lineup, for example, you want to have a prospector in the team, or an entomologist and a mechanic, you want to prolong that, you want to harass, you want to delay that hunter's pursuit, and that makes sense. But I would definitely expect to see a mechanic merc, if left unbanned, then they'll definitely pick it up.
Yeah, it really depends on which hunter that we're going to see, because I agree with you that hunters can go wild in this map. We have seen a plethora of hunters hunt really well in this map. Hey, maybe even Axeboy could come out.
Axeboy, let's go.
Ling's Axeboy, just so he can have that respect ban in the later rounds. So at least he'll still have a chance to use Sculptor or Breaking Wheel when it comes down to it, because I'm pretty sure that they've done the research, and Ling has been the first Axe Boy last season. Shout out to Eli for that note. And also, when it comes to the survivors, you definitely have to consider what strategy I agree with you there. When it comes to how you're going to build your team composition around, if a mechanic is going to come, is going to be left unbanned, you definitely want to pick up that mechanic. But if she does get banned, maybe you want a survivability, maybe you want support. You had like a priestess, you had a seer, you had some characters that can add longevity to kites. Especially, we've seen a lot of highlighted moments where it's not just one survivor being chased. It's like if you're chasing a seer plus priestess, you're chasing them both. With seer, use the owl, goes towards the portal. It's insane. So I can't wait. I'm sure that they're going to give us some highlighted moments. Tonkotsu from LJS will be doing the hunting first. Who will be the first survivor he will be banning? Getting hungry now.
I'm getting hungry too. But Tonkatsu right here, going back to his bans, I would expect him to ban the decoders first, at least, at the very least. Take out the mechanic, because mechanic mechanic is still very, very strong, despite past events on other teams where mechanic gets found first. Yeah, but still, if left unchecked, you're actually dealing with five. You're actually dealing with five survivors on the team if the robot is out. The one thing that separates mechanic from prisoner is the ability to decode even when you're on chair, and that's a threat to hunters because of the cipher rush. And
there we go.
So he's gonna eliminate the headache. Gonna take out the mechanic. Yeah.
It's a 4 versus 1, not a 5 versus 1. That's what Tonkatsu is saying.
Yeah.
And based on what we saw in his player profile, I think he was the one that had the Bloody Queen. So he's gonna have to worry about that seer being picked up. If CH4 will be going that route of, okay, maybe he will be picking up that Bloody Queen, but I mean, you could save that for later because you really want to be able to, if again, when we see who they're going to be picking first, who they're prioritizing, they'll be basing off that. It seems like they're going to be going for the seer merc combination. Okay.
Yeah, it's a very standard pick. First two picks. Seer providing the vision, just allowing the team to pinpoint the hunter's spawn, and of course providing that one owl protection to his teammates, and just picking up mercenary, because mercenary is, again, like we mentioned before, is just such a good rescuer, tier S rescuer, I believe. And
that's a good ban.
It is.
So now eliminating another support survivor coming to the mix. This begs the question though, if Sesame or Nato will be picking up the entomologist. Forward being that's actually really good.
Yes.
And psychologist. Wow, 3 tanky survive. Well, yeah, 3 I would say brawny survivors that can go for long kites plus the seer. Seer's the only one gonna be protected now. Like, let's go.
Yeah.
Oh my god, a Joseph! Okay, this is a good counter.
It is, but oh my god, I really love this pick. Like, no hesitation, Joseph straight away after seeing this lineup, because he realizes that the survivor team is trying to be more protective of the team. Like, you have 2 tankers, 1 remote Wi-Fi heal, and just practically 1 Eli. So the moment Tonkatsu picks Joseph, I think he's really gonna have to rely on his ability to find 3 survivors at the very start of the game, injure them all. And
early game is so important for Joseph to prolong the game, because we've talked about this before. When it's Joseph, it's a war of attrition. He wants to dwindle the survivors' resources, and with no doctor or barmaid to heal them up, it's gonna be a really scary early game. So once the seer sends out the owl, he's gonna have to tell everyone hide like crazy, because and it also depends, because there's a mind game where Joseph doesn't take a picture right away, or he just waits for everyone to but with the seer, I think he has to take it right away, because the seer's gonna notice it's a Joseph match. So, wow.
Not to mention the coding is gonna be much slower than usual.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
And imagine you have a mercenary and forward. Oh no. Yeah, they're gonna be in red church for a long time.
Yeah, but it's a very, very... I love this pick because it's high risk, high reward, right? And Tonkatsu is going for Joseph in BO1. And there you have it.
Not wasting any time.
Let's go.
So they're doing the right strategy here. What the mercenary and seer inside the photo world, just giving giving sight to everyone. And as you mentioned, Tonkatsu needs to chase early. Oh wow, like that. Oh, just first off.
Nice. Yeah. That was very risky of Grandma to be sticking around at the same place, because Tonkatsu obviously has an idea what he's trying to do. Going to try and pursue the psychologist again, because I'm not really sure what Tonkatsu is trying to do here. Okay, he decides to pursue psychologist right here because I would expect him to just leave the psychologist and go
Right.
and find other mirror images and just injure them further. Because right now, psychologist is the only one that's gonna be
Wait,
injured.
but as you say that, the psychologist is right there. He's gonna go. He's thinking about it. He still thinks he's gonna go for the psychologist. So this is playing into their hand because the psychologist again is okay to chase. And what's so hard with Joseph is that he doesn't have. Oh my God, tried to use the blink, but it ended up empty. And Grandma just buying enough time for the survivors to keep decoding. But look at the progress of decoding now. It's still quite slow. So Tonkatsu still has some time, but he can't let the survivors' momentum snowball here.
Yeah, for sure. Forward's like, oh, thank goodness his blink missed because right now Grandma is going to be kiting and it's practically barely missed by the hair.
That was real close.
But now that the blink is over, Tonkatsu basically has no choice but to just keep the line of sight, waiting for his photo to reset and just activate the skill again because there's no way he'll be able to chase any survivors just with walking.
And you saw how Grandma was able to drop those pallets. This is the struggle with Joseph. He really needs to rely on his trait and also just taking a picture. And that's what he did right there. I think he's caught some survivors off guard. Now he's going to go back to the first round strategy. So I would say the momentum is still up in the air for anyone. And he's going to spot out, I believe this is the seer. So let's see if he'll be able to find the seer in this part of the map. And he does. So he's able to injure the seer.
Oh, the seer should really be going away. Yeah, he's expecting it.
Yeah, okay. Tinnitus is already propped up. Tonkatsu's still looking for that seer, but the seer already at that other part. He's gonna be able to, he's gonna play more conservatively. He's gonna at least down this seer just to stop the fastest decoder in the roster here. But look at that, the forward on Graveyard already about to pop that cipher, just making sure that he's not going to get jump scared. And Tonkatsu, the photo world will be expiring soon enough. And we'll be going to the corner part of this map. We already see that the blood trails have been set. So Tonkatsu knows he'll probably try to jump scare the seer.
Yeah, I think should definitely be running towards the graveyard because forward is there. And forward could have provided that support needed because they know that Joseph does not have excitement. And he's already used up his blink. So I think should definitely have run towards the graveyard But look, the mercenary is all the way there. I think that they wanted to just focus on that decoding so the forward will be, maybe they're communicating. Let me just pop this cipher first, add a little more pressure, put one on the board for the objectives while the mercenary is here, since the mercenary, I would say, is a more reliable rescuer when it comes to using harasser. Okay, getting the hit. Okay, excellent save. And he's gonna double down. Wow, able to utilize, but the mercenary was hit. Seer uses the owl. It's still not expiring yet, but now it's gonna be Tonkatsu. Blink is up now. Oh, nice. That was okay. This time the blink hit is going to help Tonkatsu even try to get that hit onto the seer. And right now, forward is already making his way towards the seer. I think he will be the last grounds here to protect. But again, 2 ciphers remaining, and they are both relatively new. So it's definitely up to Nato to rescue.
Ooh, yeah, and this photo will definitely like slow down that kind of give them will they pop the cipher? Will they wait for the forward to come in? Oh, Tonkatsu's gonna be a little more aggressive here.
Oh no.
He's gonna try to go for the bottom broken part. And Sesame is in the area here, just trying to provide some harassment while we see the seer is already saved outside the photo world.
It is. I'm not really sure about the decision. But right now it seems like Tonkatsu is deciding to just allow the free rescue onto the seer and just stop the last cipher from being popped because Mercenary Cipher is the last cipher right now.
But now look at the psychologist, lower left side of the screen. Ladies and gentlemen, they popped the cipher. It is already the exit gate war, and overextending himself, allowing the survivors to be able to pop that last cipher. Nato now is the one in the immediate area. A photo world about to expire, and we do know that the mercenary has been shared, so he will be falling down. But still, we do see that they're already spreading themselves out. Mercenary is at the red carpet area. We do see that the survivors are going to the back exit, and Tonkatsu just gonna check if anyone is here. But you do see that the forward, actually, he is making his way to the red carpet. So
Wow.
it seems like the survivors are spread out. Forward might want to go for this rescue, or will he just use his football to go all the way to the end?
No, he's already leaving the scene.
Okay,
He's
yeah,
like,
all right,
okay,
cool.
we'll take the tree escape.
Yeah,
He knows that Joseph
that's
does not have. Oh,
yeah.
wait, Joseph does have a
Oh
teleport.
my god. Okay.
There we go.
So all right, so able to bait Joseph, but he can still teleport back. Nato now, yeah, just forcing them to exit so he doesn't have to worry about it, and now Nato can escape. All right. Okay.
Yeah, Nato is just waiting for Tonkatsu to double back onto the seer, but they're just gonna be happy with the tree. They're just gonna be happy with the tree escape. And talk to me, Posh. Like just now, we saw that the seer was definitely on last chair, and allowing the free rescue, and in the end, even though he decided to go for the merc, the cipher was still pop either way. So what do you think happened there? Could he?
Well, I would say that it's like you said, high risk, high reward. He wanted to get a little more survivors. He wanted to add a little more pressure, not knowing that the psychologist was working on another cipher over at the red carpet area. So they had the thought of, all right, you know what, the cipher is going to get defended at bottom broken. All right, we'll let the mercenary fall down. That's okay. So I would say that this is CH4 being able to find ways to really counter this Joseph. Even at the start, they knew how to hide. They played a little risky, I would have to say, with the psychologist being the first one spotted, even though she was next to her mirror image. They knew how to counter. They knew they were communicating constantly. So excellent performance on the survivor side. And when it comes to the hunter side, I can't take anything away from him. That was a high risk, high reward pick. On paper, that looked pretty good because of how they had no healers. They had slow decoders as well. But
Yeah.
I would say that the CH4 was able to find their game plan and implore it to a T for them to be able to get the victory here, 3-1.
Yeah. Um, I would like to share something about
Go for it.
the early stages of the game. You're a photographer. You're a Joseph player. You're playing as Joseph. You're supposed to be focused on hitting mirror images in the start of the game. Even if you found psychologists, which I'm not really sure if that's on purpose, because psychologist was just trying to run around. It's as if trying to say, "Don't chase my image, chase me
Yes.
instead."
Yeah,
So
it was a very bull matador moment there where he was kiting the bull, and it was very risky, right, for him to chase near the image. And we did see that there was the bit of hesitation on Tonkatsu's side where, should I chase the psychologist? There's the image here. So I think that the CH4 really got to the head and played the mind games pretty well for Tonkatsu not to play the Joseph game that well, as in terms of like getting at the first photo, get those hits going. He only got those hits going in the second part. So really good job on CH4's side.
Yeah, I think it would have been even nicer. The outcome would have been different if he decided to hit the psychologist image, carry him around, and get the hit onto the second or even the third survivor, which is basically just around the corner at the back gate. But you know what? We'll talk about it in more in detail, hopefully in a chance, because right now we are having the match data in front of us.
Yes.
5 pallets destroyed, 3 survivors hit on the side of Tonkatsu, and 3 knockdowns, 1 terror shock. So Tonkatsu might not be getting what he really wants to aim for in that game.
Yeah, it was. I think something to highlight there would be, the psychologist playing her role to a T with just distracting and just trying to buy enough time. Just early chase, you can see with the containment time. Everyone, look, triple digits when it comes to decoding progress. So
Wow.
they really knew how to be able to counter. Well, I would say what's that? Be able to face off this Joseph.
Yeah, we did not see any forward action at all because he did not meet the hunter at all. 0 seconds contained. Did you notice? And he basically was not burdened with the task of trying to harass the hunter. And he's actually, rescuers are the new decoders. All of them are decoding triple digits, like you mentioned. With Grandma, even though he was the first person being chased, top decoder there. Wow.
Yeah, exactly. And they I would say very well rounded, because this lineup does not scream decoder remains out there, but they were able to do that. So shout outs to CH4 having a great start. Tonkatsu not quite out yet, so we'll see if they'll be able to adjust. So it didn't they have a rough start, but you know they can bounce back from this.
Yeah, he's probably just warming up. Tonkatsu needs to be warmed up before fully
Okay.
edible. But
Okay,
you know what?
so
Yes.
this just in from our friend Eli. Thank you so much for the context. So LJS's Tonkatsu, they refer to him in the NAEU community as TMX. He's
Ooh.
usually a survivor main, but sometimes he goes non-meta hunters. That's why we saw the likes of photographer Wu Chang. Might bring out a Wu Chang and a Bloody Queen. So he might pull out a potential hunter as well. So I'm really, I can't wait to see that happen. So this is no easy feat that Tonkatsu is doing. We did see Walmart being a dedicated survivor main, and now he's going hunter out. So big shout outs to Tonkatsu playing non-meta survivors in a high
Yeah.
level tournament like this, bring it out like that, and let's see how well he'll perform in the coming rounds. Because this is a best of 3. There's still a chance in the next round. So now it's the survivor side of LJS to come up to bat, while the hunters of CH4 will be doing the survivors of CH4 will be doing the surviving.
Will you expect to see non-meta hunters again this time round on the BO1 itself? Who and if
Uh,
so, who would you want to see?
we did say that we want to see an Axe
Expo.
Boy, right? Yeah,
Yeah, for sure.
Axe Boy in Red Church is pretty good. You know what? With his
Yes.
restful roads, his pines, it's not as big as an ever sleeping town or Chinatown where it's really hard for him to even put those restful roads down. Here, he can zip in and out of like each area really well. So
Mhm.
Axe Boy maybe, but I wouldn't be surprised if we do see the meta hunters, because like you said, best of 1, you want to start off on the right foot, and you want to be able to yeah, play to your strength. So go with a comfort pick, and if meta is your comfort, then go for it.
Yeah, for sure. And it started with 3-1, but there's definitely a chance for them to make a comeback here.
Mm-hmm.
Depending on the survivors they play, I'm hoping to see again a like what you said. On the
Mm-hmm.
hunter side, non-meta characters might surprise the team of survivors because who knows? They've been training so hard to against meta hunters like Sculptor, Dream Witch, Bloody Queen. So again, an off meta character might catch them off guard,
Yes.
and it's definitely high risk, high reward. And if it happens, oh, it's gonna be
Oh
awesome
yeah.
and
Yeah.
so satisfying as well.
I think that's what Tonkatsu I think was trying to go for, but I think CH4 did their homework. They knew that, well, they just played the Joseph match pretty well, even though they kind of
Mm.
overextended a little bit, but it still paid off in spades. So yeah, bringing up the hunter of CH4 being Ling, could see that Axe Boy, we could see a Sculptor, we could see a Bloody Queen. Now LJS's survivors, we still haven't seen that prospector come out, so I wonder if they'll be the ones to bring out the prospector first before Starfire could.
I mean, they could.
Mm-hmm.
Prospector is pretty good. Um, is a pretty good supporter. And
Mm-hmm.
if against an X Boy as well, definitely a very good Kaita against X Boy, especially if you can dodge the flames. It just
Mm-hmm.
creates distance. Even running through ciphers provides you with the temporary speed boost.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll just have to see what they pull up in this second half. LJS
Mm-hmm.
versus CH4. Wow.
Mm-hmm. And it seems like, yeah, Ling is up to back. We do have Duck and Chicken, the combo, 489, as well as Sakana on LJS's side.
What is
Uh,
this team making
yeah,
me hungry?
yeah, exactly. Once we get on break, I'm gonna order something real quick. Okay, so
Oh,
Mercenary being the first one
wow.
up. So he does
Oh.
not want to deal with the 3 hits. The tankiness, also worry about the rescue, because we did see an
Hmm.
excellent rescue happen in the previous match, but this does open up the mechanic to come in. Forward,
Maybe, yeah.
Priestess. Mhm.
That's the thing though. Ling is an ex-boy main, right? So
Yeah.
the only survivor that could thwart his rescue is
Mhm.
thwart his camp is the mercenary because of the ability to take 3 hits. So
Right.
and ex-boy is not afraid of forward. Because at full
Mm.
presence forward, he's not afraid for a forward, definitely.
Whoa.
But yeah, but LGS is gonna bring out straight away forward. And Dancer, wow, instead of the mechanic. I think they have an idea
Okay.
what's coming.
So we talked about off-meta hunters. What about off-meta survivors here? Because this is the first dancer we're seeing in the qualifiers. We have not seen a dancer in yesterday, and now we see
Mechanic.
mechanic ban. Yes, very respectful ban, leaving Chicken and 489 to pick other survivors. You know, Priestess is still up in the mix.
Yeah.
That's technically 3 support characters if you include the dancer and forward. But
Yeah.
let's see if they're gonna have a dedicated rescuer. Enchantress.
Enchantress!
Wow.
Chicken! He's gonna feed the
Okay.
hunter chickens.
Oh yeah, just stunning the hunters and entomologist. So not opting for the priestess here, but the entomologist can still shine here in the red church, especially at the entrance, at the graveyard, and the tight corners. You could see the bees harassing, and now Ling
Axe
just
boy.
not wasting any time, just going with the axe boy. All right, Nell, I see
Yes.
two stunners, two dedicated stunners, but you could say that they do get affected, but all these survivors could be a headache to chase. Who would
It
be the
is.
first one you would pick your poison? Who would be the most optimal first chase for Ling over here?
Dancer for sure. If Ling is very confident with his fire and he can manage to pull off the fire snipe, then Dancer is, even if she puts the slow music box and drops down the pallet, it won't stop Ling because of the fire snipe. And yeah, definitely the Dancer first. Even if he finds the entomologist first, I think it will be a slightly it'll be a slightly harder chase, simply because she can just easily rotate from in the middle church, just go through, and then there's the 10% speed boost from her
honey,
the honey juice.
Yeah, true.
And
It's still a little scary depending on the spawn points, because what if the Dancer spawns in a really good part of the map with all the pallets? What if she spawns at Graveyard, right? And he's gonna have to settle for either the forward Entomologist or Enchantress. Not to mention the build of Ling. What kind of trait will he be bringing with him? Because it would be justified if he wanted to bring excitement because of the forward and Enchantress, but you want to get that early chase going. You want to get that blink happening just so you can secure that early down. And get that presence already. So,
if you're confident, though, if you're confident with your fire snipes, then excitement would make sense. Simply because of the forward and the enchantress. But on the side of LJS, if they want to make this happen, if they want to maximize the efficiency of the forward, they should do it early game instead of the late game. Enchantress should be the late game. Should be the late game rescue, because forward, once X-Boy reaches full presence, the forward's ability to dash in and out of the area, the cursed area, would be severely impact. So I would say the biggest impact he could make is helping to support the teammates early game, supporting whoever's being chased first, be the Dancer or the entomologist. That's his biggest impact in the game. But it really is still a lot of factors. It really depends on how well the first kiter is, and if but again, the factor though, the enchantress factor,
I know.
Boy, too. Oh my god.
Oh wow! Not only do we have a Dancer, but we're treated to an Enchantress as well. First chase is gonna be the entomologist. Does have that presence already, while the Dancer already dropping a speed box already here at Graveyard, mind you. But we do see that Axeboy is, oh my god, what a flame snipe on the forward.
Yeah, and he's gonna change target straight away, because right there he's gonna see the entomologist straight away. And again, I said, like, if you're so confident with your bling, that you're confident with your flame snipes, it makes such a big difference.
It does. Now Quacken, though, this is one of the top survivors in the NAEU region. He is going to have to be very careful, but already a victory in its own. Like having the flame snipe. Watch out. Okay, excellent patience there on the side of the entomologist. Just saying that he's already sniped the forward, meaning he's gonna have to second guess himself when it comes to the rescue. So we do see that Quacken is gonna go over, transition his way to the graveyard, because that it's almost done, that cipher. But he's gonna have to be very careful, gets a flame snipe and a boost, but we see that the bees once again hits him out of it, unable to get a stun, but he's able to utilize that pallet boost. But now we see that he's already got his first skill. He's getting that presence and stopping the decoding of this Dancer just for the moment. Now the Dancer goes back to it. Flame snipe was denied. Blink was able to land a hit.
It's really beautiful. Beautiful performance by X-Boy right there. But the fact is, trying to bring him to the grave area where the Dancer is, actually, I don't know if this is gonna work in their favor or not.
Oh my god, what a flame snipe. Like you said, he's playing this like a shooter. He is just sniping everyone down. No scope snipe, let's go. We see him, oh my god, pirouette away, but pirouette's quite close. Is the Dancer gonna go for the save? Because we do see that the other survivors are healing. So this is quite the predicament that they're in. Almost past the halfway mark. do have the speed buff. He just needs to land one more hit. Oh, goes for the save. Excellent save on the side. What did he hit?
I'm not really sure. Okay, I think I know what happened just now. The entomologist, the female dancer was healed remotely by the entomologist, and that's where he took one hit and rescued before half. And forward is already at full health, so really wonderful work right there.
Communication
really,
and
the communication.
Wow, look at this graveyard.
Wow.
It's just filled with so much music boxes, peaceful pines, and 3 ciphers still remaining. And we see that the forward is already healed up. Like you said, Nell, this is where the forward can shine. Hunter is not yet at full presence, and we see him eat that hit.
And full presence now, and
yes.
I'm not really sure if the forward should be around, lingering around there, because right there he just fed the final presence to Ling, and it's gonna make it so hard for the survivors to escape the cursed area. And right there you can see Ling is actually trying to look for the
entomologist, but
I think he lost the sight.
Yeah. The line of sight was definitely gone. Entomologist making his way back to the graveyard. Wow, what
is this? Yeah. That's definitely the highlight of the game.
Yes.
It's providing so much pressure because you can see that early game entomologist was actually kiting pretty well, allowing 2 ciphers to be popped. But right now he's like a wolf. He's sniffing out survivors.
Yes.
Right.
Entomologist, watch out! But no, the dancer's there. Drop another peaceful pine.
Nice.
Restful road, and we see that he's already just darting back and forth just to guard the forward. They are healing up, so he's still adding the pressure here, just going back and forth, making sure that they have to be respected. But the entomologist already healed up. Unable to get the flame snipe, trying to block it off, but we see that the entomologist will be the one going for the save and just hanging around this area. We were past the halfway mark, and we see that the forward is still sitting in the chair. Entomologist just hanging around the area while 2 ciphers are still remaining.
Yeah, the dancer right there is trying to come over and provide support in case the fails. But okay, he's not gonna. Let's see what's gonna happen. He's gonna get it.
Last effort pop, but utilized pretty well. Yeah, he will be dead on chair past the halfway mark, and now drop the slow box just to harass the hunter and trying to lose line of sight. But the forward now utilizing the beautiful spin just to get away from the rest of the ciphers. So LJS just trying their best to mitigate the situation. But CH4's hunter Ling will be able to get at least 1 survivor out of the game, while 2 ciphers still remain. The Enchantress working on popping that 4th cipher. And let's see how long they'll be able to last here.
Yeah, I mean, female dancer still has 2 music boxes left. Definitely can utilize it to the advantage of the survivors. Enchantress is going to be popping that 4th cipher, so basically they have one cipher to decode. And because right here, we have to remember that 3 survivors escaped in the first half. So Ling right here, as long as he gets 2 survivors down, it's game 1 goes to them. Game 1 goes to CH4. So the pressure is definitely on LJS. Ling is definitely less pressured, and you can see he's really calm, just looking around, looking at where the last cipher is. He's gonna spot out Quackum and Enchantress, obviously going to run and decode another cipher.
Whoa! What? Entomologist gets hit by another flame snipe. So he has been on point. Ling is a man on a mission here, just trying to down as much survivors as possible. Oh, the blink! Wow, nice. What a utilization of that blink. And we see that this is the entomologist. This was the first person to be on the chair, so this is an excellent target. He's waiting. So let's see. I think he's waiting for I thought he was waiting for the last pop to happen, but it didn't quite happen yet. And he's putting, I like the chair placement here, still guarding that cipher over here at basement. It's gonna be quite the rescue. He's putting it down. Okay, he wants more survivors down. He's defending the last cipher here, tries to go for that hit, but he has to be very careful because Sakana is there and can build that presence. Let's see if he'll be just transferring his attention. Another flame snipe was missed, uses the speed buff, but this is the Enchantress we're talking about. She can stop you from chasing her. So let's see if he'll go back into chairing this entomologist or continue defending this area, because this is where all his targets are. The cipher is here as well as the entomologist, but we see he's waiting, drops down to the basement here, so this is gonna be quite the rescue situation. But again, if you're able to keep him that long, the entomologist was able to struggle free.
Yeah, that's the thing. I like the decision. I like the decision where he drops the entomologist. Oh no, he's gonna get that hit down. I like the decision where he drops the entomologist there because he knows that if he gets full health, sorry, if the enchantress is at full health, they will still be able to manage that rescue. But I do not agree with the decision to pick him back up. I think he should have definitely went and camped the cipher out a bit more, and just try and keep sniping the dancer or the enchantress. But even so, even despite everything that's happening, it's still going to be the entomologist down. So Ling
Yes.
is...
Whoa!
Oh, the snipe!
Entomologist, and now we see the teleport happen just to defend the gate.
What?
Okay, Ling is a very aggressive. You gotta admire his aggression. Yeah, he is just rolling with the punches here. And now we see that the what's that? The enchantress. Oh my god, what a hit through the window.
Yeah.
Now we see 3 survivors, potentially 3 survivors. Can he aim for 4? Because this dancer will be opening up that gate. We do know that he just utilized teleport, but Ling, a man on a mission here. He did, high risk, high reward. Now, like you said, very risky for him to pick up that entomologist over there at the shack area, but it paid off really well. He was able to roll with the punches that they had to offer, leading up to a 3-person escape, 3-person down, while it is the dancer that escaped.
GG, well played.
Incredible Axe Boy performance by Ling, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, I mean, you can see that the survivors are really trying to communicate, and like for example, Enchantress trying to provide support. Sorry, I was cut off right there. Where I was talking about the Enchantress trying to provide support to the entomologist, while the dancer at half health was trying to finish that last cipher. But they were not doing anything wrong. They were not doing anything wrong at that point. The problem is, the only thing is, Ling wasn't distracted. Ling wasn't affected. Yeah, he was definitely calm because he knows that all he needs to have is 2 survivors down, and that's it. He wins the round. So you can see that's why he went for the high risk, high reward. He actually sniped, teleport to the front, got the enchantress down, and that secured him even more points. He's now it's now 6-2. It's now 6-2 in game number 1 in favor of stage 4.
It was incredible with how he was able to stay calm, stay busy. I would say that's how I would put it. Very, very aggressive with how he played that. Proactive. I don't know how many flame snipes he did, but honestly, the ones that highlighted were when he got hit, when he hit the survivors. But there were some where he was missing, but that he still remained undeterred, and he was not discouraged in using those flame snipes, even though they did miss. Because you could tell when a hunter's confidence goes down. Ling, his confidence was through the roof, and he knew what he had to do, even though there was that scrambly situation at the graveyard where he lost sight of the entomologist, but he still remained true. He's like, all right, let me go for a side mission first. Let me do this first. But immediately I go back to the entomologist, and to still have I would say the clarity, the 2020 vision of him not sharing right away, defending the cipher, and not forcing the survivors to prime that cipher and rotate to a good position. It was just a matter of seconds with the split decision making he was doing, and he was able to roll the punches. It was quite the scramble, but if he was able to get 3 points for his team, that's still a job well done.
Yeah, but let's give credit to the team survivor of LJS as well, especially the female dancer. The part where it was at the grave.
Wow.
The fact that he did not panic, because if I was half health and the ex-boy was nearby with the pine trees, I would have panicked, and at least I wouldn't even stick around. I would try and run away, go to another location, and leave the rescue to someone else. But he was so patient and even got the heal out. The heal actually took like quite a while, and he still managed to get that save off, which was highlight. And the second thing was him being very experienced. You can see that he is very experienced in playing dancer. The pirouette into the pallet, into vaulting it over, avoiding a full presence X-boy. That's something to give credit for. But of course,
duck and chicken, something to highlight when it comes something to highlight when it comes to the survivors, because entomologist also gave Ling a run for his money, especially at the early chase. Able to avoid some of the flame snipes, but ultimately kind of fell to it, and they were able to break that line of sight. So it was really good. It was a great job on the survivor side. They really tried rolling with the punches, but it was Ling that was really proactive, and I would say kept the survivors guessing on how they would answer him. He was the one pushing the pace of the match, and it was the
Mm.
survivors trying to catch up to his game plan with where he was going to rotate to, who he was going to chase, what objective he was going to focus on, whether it was protecting the chair, protecting the cipher. You really couldn't tell with Ling, and that's one of the traits of a
Yeah.
very scary hunter. That
Yeah. The
unpredictability.
unpredictability.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. It's
Yeah.
insane.
It is. It is. But yeah, unpredictability is definitely one thing. Having a great game sense, having a good
Mhm.
game sense, knowing the spawns of the survivor, knowing the routes taken by the survivors, just knowing when to camp, knowing when to pursue. That's a trait of a peak tier hunter. But
Mhm.
having that unpredictability brings you one step higher of
Mhm.
being a peak tier hunter. That's like
Right?
super ultra instinct.
Exactly. And for us, right, we're used to seeing like pretty standard competitive play, but it's hunters like this that kind of get you off your seat and be like, wow,
Wow.
he's pushing the levels to this game, and he's really trying to risk, and he's
Mm,
confident in his own skills. And I think that risk, or that gamble, if you gamble on yourself and your skills,
mm.
it's definitely something that you bring to the table when it comes to competitive identity 5, because an axe boy, like we said, with a lineup like that, or a regular hunter would definitely respect the enchantress and forward, but he brought blink because he was very confident with his ability to be able to use those flame snipes. And yeah, it's that's round one, game 1 and 2 going to team CH4.
Well done. And
Hmm.
also, of course, part of the reason why the game was easier for Ling, it got a little bit smoother for Ling was because he got the first flame snipe onto the forward, which means that
Hmm.
the forward couldn't provide the assistance when needed. He needs to find someone to
Yes.
heal him. And
Mm.
you can see that the forward wasn't able to make as much impact as he would have
Yeah.
hoped for in that
Hmm.
game, like trying to stun. And in fact, I think he gave away 2 free hits. What yeah, very
Hmm.
unfortunate right there.
Hmm.
But you know, FPS god Ling.
Yeah, just the no snipes. He just knows where the survivors route, like they're running the routes. I think some
Yeah,
of the flame snipes were actually behind a wall, so he was just predicting where they'd be at, and he was able to get majority of his flame snipes. And yeah, I would say big statement him making the forward injured right off the bat,
yeah,
because he already mitigated the save potential of that of the start, because we did see that the forward had to rotate to church, get healed by the the psychologist, while the dancer had to be on savior duty. I think everyone had to play they had to have a rounded game plan because of how frantic the pace was pushed by Ling.
yeah. But of course, last but not least, sexy forward skin.
There we go. Yeah, we'll be talking about that in just a bit, ladies and gentlemen. But you
Yeah,
saw how he's able to, yeah, skate
glide.
his way. That was so cool. I was like, oh, should we comment on that? Yeah, we'll comment about that later. But something we have to comment on now is the match data. This is actually what I wanted to see, because impressive. Sakana, Quacken, with the above 60%. Quacken having the most time with the hunter,
Wow.
because getting chased early on, and also towards the mid to late game. Chicken, though, and wow, Chicken and Sakana triple digits when it comes to the decoding. While yeah,
Wow.
at the start, unfortunate for 489, he was sniped out early. He had to get healed. Not the fastest decoder. Saw a little bit of the hunter, but Ling already built up full presence, like we said, and the forward with the full presence Axe Boy is a tough matchup for anyone.
Yeah, definitely. Exploit once you get to full presence, everything around is so the cursed area slowing down your movement, impeding the purple flames, just revealing the
Yes.
location of the survivors.
Hmm.
But the saving grace is fortunately they managed to pop the cipher. Sakana,
Hmm.
yeah, this proves that you don't have to be around to to harass the
Hmm.
hunter so much. You need someone on the decoding, and that's what Sakana did.
Hmm.
But then again, it's only game number one. Game number one in favor of CH4, 6-2. But it's not over. By no means, it's not over. There's still round
Hmm.
number two, and I'm definitely excited to see what LJS is going to respond. How are they going to respond to
Hmm.
CH4? Because
Yeah.
I
So
think
this.
they have it. They
Mhm.
still have it, right?
They do, yeah.
Yeah.
So this is where, yeah, you really got to dig in deep, and this is where teams are really forged in the fire of the pressure of competition. And yesterday, right, we really had really close round number ones that it guaranteed a round number three, because of they were able to tie. Now this is kind of a different trajectory of how we're starting day number two. It's CH4 being able to exert their dominance and moving on to round number 2 with a little less pressure. I would say the pressure is still there because by no means is this over yet, and LJS could for sure bounce back because duck and chicken, you know what, third and fourth ranked survivors is definitely something that you cannot look past and definitely be hungry about because of duck and chicken. We have yet, I don't know if Starfire will come in with that prospector, but LJS, to just highlight what Eli mentioned, he gave us a little bit of a glimpse of what they can bring to the table. Aside from Priestess, they have a Toy Merchant and Perfumer lineup. We were saying that LJS has pretty off-meta survivors, but we didn't think Dancer would come into the mix. We didn't think that the Enchantress would come into the mix. So I really can't wait to see where we're gonna. Oh wow, Hospital, a very survivor-sided map.
It is.
Uh-huh.
With Hospital, there's so many possibilities to the team composition. Like what you said just now, they could bring out the off-meta characters like Toy Merchant. Even it's so strong because especially the
Yeah,
Kite in the Hospital.
and it makes sense that LJS chose this map because yeah, they want to show us some tricks to have up their sleeves with the off meta survivors. So Ling will have to bring his A game once again coming into this map because yeah, very survivor sided. Toy Merchant.
It is.
I'm excited to see if Toy Merchant will be making her way into the lineup.
I think we will definitely see more than Toy Merchant. We hope to see Toy Merchant, but yeah, but Prospector. Remember the Prospector pick
Yes.
on Hospital where you
Oh, the elevator.
elevator. Yeah, that was so cool. I hope that LJS could replicate that. But you know, the goal is still to win the game. But the big question is, they're definitely gonna take out X Boy. Who is Ling going
Yeah.
to pick
Oh yeah.
in
Oh
response?
yeah.
Who is he gonna pick in response?
Let me pull up my notes once again because not just he doesn't just have the Axe Boy. He has Meta Hunters. I think he has the
Mm,
Sculptor. He
mm.
also has
Which is
let
strong in
me
this map too.
yeah
Yeah.
yeah, he was last season, yeah, he was Axe Boy, but I think BQ as well, which I'm not
Wow.
surprised. I think BQ is always the go-to if ever push comes to shove. So yeah, Ling has an Axe Boy, Sculptor, and Bloody Queen. And Bloody Queen in this map
Nice.
is still pretty good, I would have to
It
say. Like
is. Actually, both
a
of them
top,
are pretty good.
yeah, true.
Copter and BQ.
Oof. Yeah.
But dealing with Toy Merchant, especially from the second floor.
Yikes. Oh no.
Yeah. But then again, LJS they could try and redeem their forward. Again, they could go for the forward place because now that X Boy is out of the picture, the forward is gonna
Yes.
be more efficient. So
Mhm.
they might okay, so let's go with some really
Yes,
really
possibilities.
possibilities. Okay.
Yes.
Um let's see. Ban the X Boy, get the Toy Merchant, get the forward. If mechanics not banned, get the mechanic, and if mechanics banned, just get the dancer again because it's so strong in hospital.
Yes.
And the last one, Merc.
Merc? Yeah, you can't. I would say you can't go
Oh,
wrong with
just
a
Merc.
Merc in your
Yeah,
lineup.
yeah,
I mean, we know whether about the off meta, but yeah, I'll have a solid Merc
yeah,
to go with my order of a combo
yeah.
A off meta. Yes.
Yeah, but let's look at LJS Tonkatsu first because Tonkatsu will be the hunter this time in this round,
Okay.
first half. Yeah. So
Okay.
Tonkatsu went with Joseph in the first game. Didn't really work, but what will he do this game? Let's see.
Yeah, so banning the seer right off the bat, that's pretty good. I wonder if the priestess would come in, but you're leaving the tough guy lineup for the survivors of CH. Oh, okay, just
Mechanic.
shifting it up. Yeah,
Yep.
I would also agree with the mechanic more than the seer if ever he goes for that.
And
Okay,
Priestess.
this is good.
Yeah.
Priestess could be such a menace in this match and map. And as we mentioned, you know what? Speaking of non-meta, yeah, Tonkatsu is also a non-meta user. He might go, yeah, Bloody Queen. Another one he goes with is Wu Chang, and we've seen how aggressive teleport Wu Chang, how they can catch survivors off guard. That could be really crazy. He has to be very careful also because just like Joseph, I would say Wu Chang, if he's not fed, is really hard to get a chase going on with him. He has to rely on his trait with Blink. He has to rely so much on catching. He has to jump scare the survivors, really, with catching them off guard and banning the Bloody Queen. So they're allowing Tonkatsu to bring out the Joseph again. I guess this is a confident statement on CH4's side that we can deal with the Joseph if ever he brings it up again.
Yeah, but I don't think Tonkatsu will try and risk it again because this is literally the game where LJS has to make an impact if they want to advance to game number 3. So right here we can see that Grandma is going to be picking the Seer. Makes sense for the vision, for the our support, and yeah, it's going to be picking Mercenary for the team. So two very strong international lineups, getting picked off right off the bat, which makes me wonder what is gonna ban. Respect ban.
Respect, yeah, respect with the prospector. I think of Nato. I forget who CH4's prospector is, but
it's Nato.
We did see it's Nato. Yeah, we have seen both sides bolster prospector, but leaving the forward and an acrobat. Okay, all of these guys have kiting potential. Okay, acrobat coming to the mix. I think this is Grandma's acrobat. I think they're gonna shift it up a bit.
Yeah.
We did highlight if it's Nato. Yeah, Nato not only has a prospector but also has an acrobat. That's insane.
It is.
Tonkatsu though with that Joseph, he's gonna risk it again.
What a statement! But I don't hate it. Yeah, he probably knows what he has to do this time round.
Yeah, and this is what's scary because the Tonkatsu is already warmed up. He's faced this lineup before. I think now he's more tunnel visioned with what he needs. He's more focused with what he needs to do. He can't get too overzealous with finding a survivor outside the camera world just so that he can impede the resources and make these guys focus on healing than decoding, because this is the fastest decoding lineup. The best a win condition for Tonkatsu would be to keep these survivors here as long as possible to expend all their resources.
For sure. If there's one point that Tonkatsu should make in this round is, since a Joseph player will probably be hardcore memorizing the location spawns of survivors, I would think that he would probably change from first game. This round he will probably aim to hit more mirror images, I hope, to just injure them, because once they are all injured, no one can rescue. That's the thing.
True. And we see that the camera world has already been propped up. Mercenary just making his way to the shack camera world, while Birdcage camera world will be by the forward, just to give sight of where and just give locations, and finds the Mercenary right away. Excellent find. Oh wow, already injuring one of the rescuers and one of the longest to be healed. So this is definitely a great start for Tonkatsu.
Yeah, that's the thing. He's gonna find the Mercenary first. It really depends if he can find the second one. Nato is already inside the mirror image, trying to provide the scout, trying to scout out where the hunter is. And look at
oh my god, he's gonna have to, he's gonna already find the forward, injure him just a little bit. Watch out. Oh my god, he's gonna find, this is so good. Just missed that hit, but he's just gonna go for it. And injuring everyone. He's gonna go for the chair just in time. Can he go for it? Camera world's almost done. Oh my god. What a great start for Tonkatsu.
Yeah, that's the horror of Joseph. Like, that's exactly how you want the early games to start. Finding survivors, chairing one.
Yeah.
Oh,
and take note, Acrobat and Seer are just one hit and they're dead. Forward is the only one with all his resources left, while we do see that the Mercenary is being healed up by the Seer, but now Grandma making his presence felt, kind of disrupting the decoding of this forward, but this is all good for Tonkatsu. Just finding the one of the most optimal targets here. Does not want to deal with that forward, and we see he is dropping down here. Grandma, Acrobat jumping out of the window, and we see the Mercenary is already healed up, but still he's gonna take another picture. So he is prolonging this, and he's probably gonna injure more survivors since they caught them off guard.
Yeah, and he has earmarks, so he's probably trying to injure the forward, trying to find out where the forward is. But Grandma's taking a big risk, trying to gain the attention of the hunter. But
this is confidence on Grandma's side, with just him relying on his kiting abilities just so the others won't get injured, but he has to be very careful. The Seer's Owl!
Yes!
Wow.
He was ready for it all that while. Grandma.
One hit away, utilizing the speedball, but now, he will get hit there, and unable to utilize his skill because the flames are being locking in his skills. Now we see that Blink is available. Tonkatsu has to be very careful. This is one of the most optimum targets. Oh, he switches back. Oh, the Blink! What a bait. Okay.
What the? Okay, that was amazing right there. He knew exactly where his card is going to bring him to the position before. And there you have it. Beautiful. Like, just before the mirror wall ends, Grandma's on the ground. And right there, 5 ciphers still remaining.
Yeah, this is the danger of Joseph, because once you go in that camera world, it really impedes your decoding progress. But now, fully fed Joseph with the card backstep is so scary to try and rescue against. But we see Sesame already in this area. I wonder if they're gonna try to focus on decoding because the dungeon is still hidden. Objectives have not been popped in. We see, I think accelerated decoding is already popped up.
Ciphers remaining. And yeah, but Sesame needs to get this rescue done straight away. Okay. And of course, he's not worried about getting a double down onto the mercenary. Simply, but the challenge comes here right now. Grandma still has a ball ready.
Ooh. Wow, beautiful utilization of that ball. And we see that Tonkatsu being very proactive with taking these photos just to make sure he's just stopping the decoding progress, buying himself some time just to keep injuring the survivors. It's a slow and steady pace that Joseph brings to the table. I would say like quicksand. Before you know it, you're already like neck deep with this pressure that Joseph does present. So that's what Tonkatsu's doing. He needs to keep providing this pressure and keep injuring these survivors, and he finds he's trying to find another survivor, but I think one of the survivors is crouched over there at the shack side.
Yeah, Joseph is definitely. He found him hidden.
Yeah,
I didn't know
in the boxes.
There.
I'm learning too, Nell. This is an amazing find.
It is. Hidden gem hiding spot. But that's the thing though. Even despite Tonkatsu having a good start, the thing is, a 4 voice chat survivor who communicates constantly, they just know. Like so far, Tonkatsu has not found any survivors on the floor despite the mirror. Yeah. But now, okay, that changes. Okay.
Yeah, this changes a lot. Yeah.
I jinxed it.
Yeah, kudos to the seer though, realizing, all right, I'm gonna fall down. Let me fall down in this corner. Oh wait, Tonkatsu knows the hiding spot. So I would say also Tonkatsu is very adept in this map because he knew where the survivors were hiding. Even that spot in the shack area, he just sniffed out that someone was hiding in the photo world there. Now, Nato being in the area here, the most, his resources were untouched. Full health forward with a football. So let's see what Nato will be able to provide. Going for the stun, watch out. Oh, he was able to get the stun, but they trade. Oh no, they weren't able to trade. Excellent stun on the side of Nato. And now he can provide another support stun as Tonkatsu takes another photo.
Yeah, I mean, the rescues are happening right before the mirror image, the photo ability is active. So that's why it's so difficult, because usually when people rescue and the Joseph takes a photo, even if they manage the rescue, the mirror image is still on the chair. And very unfortunate to Tonkatsu, it happened twice. He wasn't able to take a photo when the survivors are on the chair. But you know what? He's got the seer in his hand. I know the forward in his hands.
Yeah, the seer's injured. So this is, he's trying to look for more. One Cypher does remain. The CH4 survivors have been rolling with the punches pretty well, even though Tonkatsu had a pretty good early game, and he's still being very proactive. It's just the survivors are adjusting pretty well. They know when to heal. They know when to go for the saves. They know when to focus on decoding. They know that this match is going to take a while, and they have to be very resource focused, that they can't waste any resources, and they haven't. The Acrobat speedballs were used pretty well. Forward is able to use the stun. Now let's see how this photo world will end.
Yeah. Did you notice how well the survivors of CH4 are coordinating? Like the moment Tonkatsu, when he wasn't able to spot where the cipher was shaking, because each time he's trying to stop and look at which cipher is shaking, they just stop decoding. And
constantly rotating around the map forward now. Oh my gosh. Okay, no, the healing happens. Watch out. Very careful. The blink is up, so quite risky here. So Sesame does have 3 elbow pads to utilize. So Tonkatsu changing his attention now. Oh, but yeah, the blood trail is gonna be spotted out here trying to duck. Oh, he has to be very careful. Watch out. Oh, gets hit right behind the pallet. And now the forward, will have to utilize his self-heal. Acrobat is already working on that cipher, which is already above the halfway mark, while Sesame, the mercenary, will be able to go for the save here.
Yeah, I mean, this is really a clutch game right here. It's either, it can go in favor of anyone, but this time Tonkatsu is gonna get the photo world activated. Yeah.
With the chairs, that's huge. That's huge on their side. And now we see that he's chasing away Grandma. Grandma has to be very careful.
It's prime.
He can tank one hit and also go for this. Oh,
sorry.
almost, yeah.
Sorry,
Yeah,
Zamra.
quite close. That's fine.
95.
But now, yeah, Seer is saved already. So now,
It is.
forcing the Tonkatsu to go on the defense can allow an opportunity for the survivors to rotate around the map and find another way to get a victory here. And we do see that the forward is already healing up the Seer and now injuring the acrobat. So, yeah, being more proactive here is Tonkatsu.
Oh goodness. I think, yeah, he's just trying to chair straight away. But again, Cypher progress is gonna be done soon. The moment he leaves that Cypher, is the acrobat gonna try and
Oh no, he knows it's too risky. He's gonna go
It
to another
is.
part to get healed. We see that the Seer is already healing up that forward, trying to go for a hit. Oh, he's able to, yeah, injure more survivors here. So Mercenary is, yeah, already injured. Seer is already healed up. His acrobat that is down. Yeah, so it's pretty much a check situation here with how they're able to push for this last Cypher. Tonkatsu now just trying to chase and swat away the Mercenary. And looking at the other, the other Cypher that was being decoded on near the shack area. So those are the two Cyphers. They can open up another Cypher, but I believe that Cypher has not been touched yet.
Yeah, they have no choice but to start a new cipher because it's yeah, that was a games right there. Sesame trying to go back to decode this cipher, but obviously they know what's going on. They have no choice. They nice
The
blink.
Okay, I thought he was going to utilize the elbow pad, but he kind of risked it all there with that pallet drop. So now Tonkatsu has a little bit of leverage here. Nice chair placement as well, just so he can have sight of that Cypher. But the Cypher that's a little further away, yeah, he's going to have to walk towards that. Taking a picture just to ensure that this Mercenary is going to stay in that chair, at least stay injured. But each one of these survivors already healed up.
Yeah, and it just shows again what they're doing. Oh, the free hit right there. But forward, dash straight away, trying to rescue. The cipher is being done. Seer and Acrobat is trying to do the ciphers together. Yeah, they're done the decoding. But again, I'm thinking that he's definitely going to try and hit the forward again. Not really sure. He doesn't really mind about the machinery because the chair,
He will
right?
be falling. Yeah, he will be falling down. So I wonder how they're going to push for this. Nato now just buying some attention here. At least, yeah, oh, they pop it. And also at the photo world, so at least they won't be able to be chaired. And now photo world is about to expire soon, and Tonkatsu does have detention. So, wow, CH4 just finding all the solutions to the problems that Tonkatsu throws at them. And they're over there at the back exit. He just utilized Blink. So I wonder how he's going to just try to mitigate the situation to try and down at least one survivor.
Yeah, I don't think he should be using Blink here. I mean, I don't know if he goes for 1k. I don't think it's gonna help him very much.
Watch out. Okay, trying to backstep here. Just trying to corner out this forward. Forward probably knows that the dungeon is in this area as well, waiting for the survivors to open things up, but they're going for heals. Oh, he switches to teleport, giving Nato an opening to try and open that exit gate while the rest of the survivors, he can still backstep it, so they have to be careful with how Tonkatsu will be playing. He backsteps back to the front gate, and Nato realizing that, he's going to try to push for the exit. Not quite. He still has a fourth of a football left, so he can contain this hunter just as the survivors try to open the back exit while the dungeon is there now. So how long can he survive here? Backsteps again. Wow, just constantly pressuring these two gates.
It is, but I think it's just a matter of time before one side crumbles because again, Joseph without the blink, it's really hard to chase any survivors, especially since Machinery still has another pad, can drop pallets, and then all three of them are right now at the front gate. It's already at 50% decoding progress, and all the Seer needs to do is, just pad away to the dungeon.
Yes.
I think he knows where the dungeon is.
Yeah,
the dungeon.
I think they communicated. So now, they're waiting for the signal for them to be able to exit, just so that Sesame could grant. Oh my God. Okay, they're exiting. We see that the detention is actually almost about up. 8 seconds left, ladies and gentlemen. Sesame just buying enough time. He has to spend this elbow pad really well. Yeah. Oh, watch out. Elbow pad? Watch out! Avoiding the hit. Oh
okay,
my
this
God.
is just a race now. It's just a race.
It's a foot race. And now we know that the Mercenary, he can take a hit, but it just goes for the surrender. GG's well played on both sides. But you got to give props and congratulations to CH4 with just I would say that you can't ask more from a Joseph match. He was very proactive. But on the other hand, CH4 just knowing when to just stay away from
Heal,
ciphers,
yeah.
heal, not be too focused on specific objectives, because you know that this Joseph is, yeah, just hunting in the camera world too.
Yeah, I think there's just so many disturbance from the side of the survivor. Like the moment one person, the mirror world is over, even when the mirror world is active, one person will constantly be in the mirror world
Mm-hmm.
trying to give tinnitus, trying to distract Joseph, and then of course impeding the card trick because you know the trick.
Mm-hmm.
When
Yeah.
you play the card, the direction that you face is the nearest survivor. So
Mm-hmm.
when a walking survivor is nearby, there's no way
Mm-hmm.
you can find the fallen
Yeah.
body. That's so
Mm-hmm. That's
frustrating for for
For
Tonkatsu, I would
Joseph,
say.
yeah, I would say for Joseph mains out there for
Joseph
that
means,
technique
yeah.
to be utilized. And yeah, but still Tonkatsu, you know, he I would say he played this match. Yeah, he learned from what he needed to do from the previous match, and he played it pretty well. But CH4 just showing us they got levels to their game. Yeah, he was very proactive. He knew where the hiding spots were. He knew that he had to be able to have a good early chase. I really think it just comes down to Joseph and his toolkit, and why we don't see him so much in tournaments, because of how well the meta is for survivors to counter a specific hunter like Joseph. Even though they don't have healers, there are ways. It just
Yeah.
it's a drawn out match at that point. Even though you don't have yeah, a barmaid or a doctor.
Yeah.
Yeah, just constant communication within the camera world, healing, just observing when Joseph is going to be there to provide support. And I think that's, you can't blame it, because it's the meta. It's how survivors are these days. If you
Yeah.
want to play competitive Identity 5, you can't kite alone. Joseph, if you're 1v1ing, yeah, he's a menace, especially fully fed. But you saw how well CH4 survivors were able to support each other, in not just with their skills, but also with just being present in the map.
Yeah. I would have to agree with your points. That's the reason it's called meta for that's the reason
Mm-hmm.
it's called meta. And
Mm-hmm.
the thing is there's just too many distractions impeding Joseph from finding his target. Like again what I
Mm-hmm.
mentioned, the distractions are going to cause him to be unable to find the fallen bodies. And the moment you think that you're gonna find someone, mural ended, you're gonna find someone, or you find someone like mercenary forward running around, it's
Mm-hmm.
which is so annoying because you have to chase. If you don't chase and you walk around, then the heal's gonna happen somewhere else.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, that's the reason why. But I do appreciate Tonkatsu's level
Yes.
up from game number
Mm-hmm.
one with the
Yeah.
DM.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, beautiful skin. I wanted to comment on
Beautiful.
it
It
as well. That
is.
was,
It
yeah,
is.
just it was so good. And Tonkatsu, yeah, can we give some love and support to him? Just bring
Yeah.
out a Joseph, because it was very, you know, he betted on himself. He was brave enough to bring out a Joseph and
Yeah.
played it pretty well in the second round, just trying his best to be able to down these survivors and really putting the game to the 12-minute mark now. So just really
Wow.
prolonging it. I think it's just CH4 survivors were just so ready. I think they knew, all right, you know what, we could be facing this this hunter again, especially that
Yeah.
seer, just giving sight. All right, we have another Joseph. Like, everyone hide. We know what to do. I'm pretty sure the voice chat of CH4 was going crazy with how they were communicating. Look, all triple digits throughout because of how long this match was.
Yeah.
Rescuing in and outside the camera world. Look at the heals. The seer is also a medic with how he was able to
Heals.
heal
What is
everyone.
this?
Yeah, that's what you get when you get a Joseph match. You need to be able to play all these roles really well because of that camera world.
Yeah, I think it's a long, a stretched out battle where the people who feels exhausted will lose out first. But obviously, both of them very very strong in their own rights. Um, just that one side camped out further than the other. They lasted longer because in this mind
Yeah.
game battle, one is gonna fall first.
Yeah.
Yeah, and CH4 definitely gonna
Mhm.
be doing it. But right now the score is 11-2 with one win at the side of CH4. So what are we gonna expect in the second round? In the second
So
half?
yeah, for LJS to keep this train going, they need to get a 4-person Ling. Well, Ling
They need to
cannot
get
get
5-0.
Ling cannot eliminate one person. If Ling eliminates
Yeah.
one person, then CH4 will be moving on. So LJS, the survivors, the non-meta survivors, they need to be able to get all of them out. So
Yeah.
yeah, big
Escape.
task ahead of them. Yeah, big task ahead of them, but still very doable. So I this is probably one of those moments where yeah, they will have to dig in deep and level up and
Yeah.
really push for that round number 3 to stay alive in this tournament. So I can't wait to see that happen for Team LJS, especially with their non-meta hunters. This is the map that they wanted. So noting that, they must have some tricks up their sleeve when they pick
Merchant.
toy merchant second
Let's
floor. Let's
go.
go. Flying everywhere, dropping toys everywhere, dropping
Yeah, let's go.
items for everyone.
Yeah, and you know what? It'll be really nice if the toy merchant can actually find a gun.
Oh my god.
Oh no.
Toy merchant woke up and chose violence. Let's go.
Oh no. Yeah. But you know what? It's not over. This is
Mhm.
practically the moment, the decision, the decision
Mhm.
moment, the decision match, the match point
Yes.
where it's either LJS or it's either LJS or CH4 moving
Mhm.
forward, or we will be seeing a game tree if they get a tie with a 5-0.
Mhm.
Not impossible, but
Yeah.
it will require a miracle
Mhm.
and a lot of support from you guys. So don't forget,
Mhm.
guys. Hashtag
Yes.
LJS, send them some love. Hashtag
Mhm.
CH4, send them some love as well. Support your
Mhm.
teams with the
Yes.
hashtags. Yeah,
Yeah, support your favorite teams. It goes a long way. And it just shows. I think yeah, yesterday we were at the 2.2. Like people were watching, like 2,000. That's
wow,
crazy.
that's a
And
lot,
this
right?
yeah, and this is just qualifiers. So you know what? It just shows that the community is growing. The NAEU scene is also thriving and just showcasing their skills here. So it's really important for the community to come together as
It
one to
is.
be
It
represented,
is.
especially Call of the Abyss. This is the tournament of tournaments where you showcase your region. And you know what? The NAE region has not disappointed with great matches from yesterday. And I would say today, you know, it was a lot of it's well rounded with how well these survivors and hunters have been playing off. Since yesterday, like the first match was very hunter sided, second match survivor sided. This is kind of a mix of both because we do see like a constant back and forth a battle between the hunters and survivors. So without further ado, let's head on over to the drafting phase. Ling will be coming up to bat here. He just needs one survivor out. That's the win condition for CH4. While
Mhm.
LJS, they need all their survivors out of the game, out of the gate here.
Yeah, we're gonna LJS is gonna be needing a miracle run right there. But Ling instantly going to be taking out the decoder mechanic and the rescuer mercenary. So very solid ban, very international ban right here.
Mhm.
Just getting rid of decoders and the 3-hit tanker,
Mhm.
which leaves LJS. What other options do they have to pick?
Well, I mean, they're non-meta survivors, so I think they have a lot of options on the table. Banning and
Mm.
respecting the exploit. I agree
Definitely
with this
need to.
100%.
Mhm.
Well, Ling is kind of propping up for a bloody queen here, if ever, and a bloody queen can just opt for just a very passive game, just get one survivor out of the game and we're good to go. He also has that sculptor if he really wants to put a nail in the coffin here, but we do see that a forward coming into the mix, like the previous one, probably with that amazing
Okay.
skin and the enchantress as well. So
Same lineup as previously. Yeah.
I would say so. Maybe Dancer would come into the mix as well, and Entomologist if Ling bans the priestess.
Mhm.
Oh no, he respect bans the
Yeah.
Dancer. Okay.
Yeah, it was such a menace though. The dancer definitely buying a lot of time,
True,
slowing
true.
down. Yeah, so a wise choice taking out the dancer, but again, that leaves the prospector out.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Prospector toy merchant.
Prospector, Toy Merchant. If they want to go a little bit on the meta here, Priestess. Priestess on
Priestess,
this map
yeah.
is so dangerous for Hunter.
It is
So
priestess.
yep, they will lock
Last
that
choice.
in. Prospector.
Prospector,
Uh,
toy
who-
merchant.
Toy Merchant. If they want to go like full support Entomologist, because imagine
Yeah.
dealing with the bees. No, Seer. How can we forget?
yeah,
Yes.
yeah,
Okay.
Bessie. Okay, we won't be seeing a prospector, but then again, this is their lifeline that they're fighting for, so they are
Yes.
going to be trying to go for the best lineup that they think is going to be suitable to get them a 4 escape.
Mhm.
The key-
Whoa!
Oh, Spider Boy!
Yes.
What is this?
Okay.
Mama,
We have-
sorry.
we have said that the spider has been making his way into the meta, but in Chinatown. But here also there are some spots here where he does pretty well, especially like those alleyways, in ruins area, also inside the hospital. Just don't make him transition from top to bottom. The spider, yeah, she could do pretty well here.
She can, despite being fact number 1, the slowest window vaulter ever,
and pallet breaker too.
Lowest pallet breaker, biggest body, which is good because you can body block certain exits and entrances. And I definitely love seeing a spider, especially when she dashes through the webs and then putting survivors in cocoon, the mummy rolling around.
Exactly, like help.
Help.
Oh man. So Ling, not just adding to his roster, I would say his resume of tournament hunters here with in the qualifiers, not only as an Axe Boy, but also I'm really interested to see how this spider will come out and hunt these survivors, because all of these survivors have really good kiting potential. You really want to get rid of that Sears Owl. Priestess, you don't want her to become online and start to use those long portals, and a forward being chased by forward is just really hard to chase early game.
I think, but then again, Ling is definitely not feeling as much pressure as the survivors would, and there you have it. Wow, Kaito Kid on Chicken is going to be transitioning away. Enchantress is going to be going to the back gate maze. Priestess is going to be taking this front gate. And Balcony, he's gonna be scouting out the forward. Okay.
It's the Seer that is sniped out first. So let's see. Oh wow. Okay, gets an early hit here. Not wasting the owl just yet. He's probably saving it for him to go to a better spot here. So now Chicken already making his way to the hospital, the safe haven of the survivors here. Utilizing the speed boost. Again, the vault. Yeah, it takes some time. You need some patience here. Well, we see that the Enchantress already getting that long portal, while Chicken will be on kiting duties for the team. Just getting that speed buff from the webs. Note that the pallet is here. Oh, wow, he gets the hit before he was able to respond with that owl, and now chasing away the forward, and he's able to utilize the web here. And 489 just in the area can prove to be quite tough for a Link to be able to chair here. It does not have that much webs to utilize. And now Chicken trying to use that self-heal, waiting for it forward. Just making sure he's there to harass, but I'm not sure. He's probably gonna wait. Is it gonna be a chair rescue, or is he gonna wait for him to be chaired before he goes for that stun?
He's not gonna take that risk. I don't think he's gonna take that risk, because as soon as he fails and gets hit, no one can rescue anymore.
Right.
And besides, there's just too many ciphers remaining. But then they have to rescue because the Seer still has another owl, and they can see it's Subachu 489 on going to distract. Quackoom is going to come with the sneak rescue. And they have to double team rescue here.
Yeah, even though it's gonna focus away from objectives, they need to save, because the win condition is for them to all escape here. Trying to utilize, gets the rescue. Oh, the last effort was popped. And now we see that the Priestess trying to lead him towards the long portal, the global portal, but Ling trying to just get the speed boost from these webs, but it seems like, the Seer is going to be saved by the long portal. Destroys the long portal and able to down the Seer, but he's already at the other side of the map. Has not used Blink just yet, so he's going to utilize, just try to web his way and try to Spider-Man his way to the other side of the map.
But that's the saving grace, though, of having a Priestess with the long portal. And even if he has teleport, the decision to put the big portal away from ciphers deters hunters from reaching the target as soon as possible. Then again, he's gonna be found just almost instantly, because Chicken Chicken is at half health, and that's the thing. He still has another owl to utilize, so we'll just have to see.
Oh, wow.
Gonna get it?
No, he didn't get it, so he's still half health. Oh, but the blink while catching him off guard once again. And this is the win condition for Ling, and the basement is here now.
It is.
So, but he doesn't choose to use it. Okay, so he wants to be more proactive here and just have everything out in the open just to guard these ciphers. So, just wanting to be able to have sight of who's going to be able to rescue. And actually, I kind of agree with it because, yeah, noting that the priestess is here,
That's priestess
has wanted
too,
order.
yeah.
So it's quite hard. But yeah, he knows that the priestess, Quackum, is over there. So he utilizes the short portal to try and go for this rescue. Ling just waiting for anyone to just make a move here while he gathers up his the thread holdings. Okay, mind games are being played now. All of them are here to try to rescue the seer.
Yeah, and banging there. They have to. One person has to block. The person with the tide has to rescue. Priestess is gonna be able to rescue. Yeah, nice.
An enchantress, yeah, just making sure. Oh, using the speed
Use
boost
the-
to get. Oh wow, the owl is utilized, and now the stun. Oh, the wall wasn't there, and Chicken running for his life here while Ling. Is still able to try and just zone in. Enchantress is in the area just to try and harass. We do see that he is building up those curses. But, wow.
Yeah,
Ling,
but
yeah, he plays
has
shooters,
to.
man.
He plays shooters for sure. Like over the window, I didn't expect that. And
now, yeah, just utilizing the cobwebs. Didn't need a chair. And yeah. So Ling, fulfilling the win conditions of CH4, but we're still gonna let this game play out because I'm sure LJS wants to showcase what the survivor skills they have. 2 ciphers still remaining, so they will keep fighting till the end.
yeah, they have to. They're never giving up. I mean, despite the win condition not being achieved by the survivors team, they are going to continue. Sakana's going to be kiting and buying as much time as possible. Yeah, getting that hit. But you know what? Speaking of the previous incident right there, the seer pulling off the owl. I don't know which one is more impressive. Pulling out the owl at that exact time, or the fact that Ling was able to hit the seer despite being guarded by 2 survivors.
Yeah, that has to make it to the highlights. That was really clutch. And now we see Ling using the speed of this spider just to down that forward before he was able to just activate the football. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So now we see that Quackum and Sakana are healing up at the other side of this map. To go for that rescue. 1 cipher still remains, so it's the Enchantress and Priestess really pushing these objectives. So let's see how they're able to close out this distance while one has to play Decoder here.
Yeah, I spotted out the Enchantress straight away. Enchantress cannot vault the window. He's gonna get 1 hit. Yep, 25% hit away. I don't know. He stay put. I'm coming. I don't know if Priestess is gonna be going instead of the Enchantress. Yep.
I think it might. And now Sakana does have a 4 stack going on, working on for her. And look at that, utilizing the 3 stack already, just buying some time for that forward to be saved, and just Ling taking a chance here, just going for the Enchantress while the Enchantress builds up that stack. And the Priestess healing up that forward. He knows that they're healing up, so at least that 1 cipher isn't being pushed, but now the Enchantress falls.
Yeah, I mean, very nice discipline from Ling, but again, it's a full presence Soul Weaver right there, so you can expect the spin webs to be even faster. He's not even gonna chair the Enchantress. He knows that the Enchantress will take some time to get healed up. He's just trying to be aggressive, just be proactive at this moment, trying to get the forward again.
You saw how he tried to use a flick to like throw out the web when Priestess went through. Dude, Ling is a shooter. He's a sharpshooter.
Man. Yeah.
He doesn't spray and pray, dude. He aims and fires and it hits its target. So let's see how 489. He does have some football to utilize. Oh, and also a portal. Nice. Okay, the real estate was able to mitigate that web shot. And we see that Ling still darting back and forth from the shack area to the hospital as the survivors just spread out the attention of this spider.
Yeah, Big Spider can definitely do whatever she wants at this point. She can decide to pursue anyone because again, the last cipher is being done by the Enchantress now. He's gonna be chasing the forward instead. Forward! Oh! Yeah.
Trade though, but still able to get that stun. And still has some resources to buy him some time in this tight area. Wow, just turning the corner there, but the blink being activated by Ling, downing the forward while the Enchantress pushes that cipher that's more than halfway. Wasn't able to recall. Is he dead on chair, or was he able to save past half?
I think the Priestess I rescued after half.
Okay.
Because the Enchantress was injured and couldn't make it in time.
Right.
And, oof, he's gonna get Terror Shock there. Ling, 60 webs, gonna just spin it his way, speed himself towards target. Yeah.
Yeah, you can take his time here because 1 cipher still remains, but there's still healing up here. It's still looking again. It's
Wow,
still looking
look at
pretty good
that!
on
Look at
Link's
that
side.
speed.
Already closing out the distance, but Sakana just trying to buy enough time here. The mind game's a little too short for that hit, and Sakana is still able to kite while the priestess trying to just buy also time. Now it's a tug of war here with the hunter's attention. It's Quackum now that has to play kiter while Sakana is trying to pull off the decode here just to push the cipher, but it is not even 50%. So you're gonna have to buy enough time for them to push that objective. Whoa!
Oh, wow, nice discipline right there. That's where the spider is really scary. You cannot be putting down the pallet and just waiting for the spider to make a move here. Ling is gonna try and go for the 4K regardless, and yeah, because you know what, it's a sign of respect to go all out.
Yes.
He knows that he just needs one kill, but it's a sign of respect. Going
Yeah,
all out.
yeah,
For sure.
for sure, and also respect to these survivors because they are buying enough time, like just to separate the tension here. Sakana, yeah, these no wasted what's that? Enchantress stuns, and now he has to watch out because he's so good at just hitting them while through the window or while they're vaulting. So now just sharing the Enchantress just so that he doesn't have to worry about that cipher pop from happening.
Yep.
But I think Quackum might just pop that cipher and just try to go for the endgame, unless he knows where the dungeon is. So 2 win conditions for Quackum. Just wait out the Enchantress, or pop that cipher, go for the exit gate. But that buys enough more time for the hunter to find this priestess.
Yeah. And you know what? Fun fact, seeing this match today, I think they will definitely have to watch out for Ling. Maybe ban all shooters, I don't know. But look at Quickham is still trying to go for the rescue.
I
think
want to
he's
see if
just
Ling
like,
has wax artist.
a wax artist, yeah. Why not?
Oh, watch out. Oh, okay, tried to go for that
Okay.
portal there, but
Yeah.
GGs are going to be called, ladies and gentlemen.
GGs.
CH4 will be moving on to day number 3, but you got to give your props to LJS. They have done amazingly. They've showed that they can go off meta. You got to give them props for that, because it's those type of players also that are pushing the non-meta characters to tournament
Greater
heights.
heights,
And
yeah.
and it just shows also the innovation and the hard work being put on display. So big kudos to both teams. A lot of highlights from both teams. Let's talk about some of the highlights we just witnessed. That Seer, really utilizing the owl at the last possible second, and I would say the most clutch moment there. In that frantic situation where they had to be able to save that Seer, and just everyone was scrambling to body block, he was still able to pull off that owl at the last possible minute. So it's a one tap owl that we saw in the team for
Yeah.
LJS.
I mean, I'm really surprised it took so long for him to use the owl. And the fact that um I can understand the first time they are reluctant to use the owl early.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, sorry, they are reluctant to use certain skills earlier because they think that the spider might have excitement, so the forward
Mm-hmm.
might not might be scared to bump. But the second
Mm-hmm.
time around, you should know that he already has a blink. So I am really surprised with the way things turn out because
Mm-hmm.
with 3 people gang banging, the
Mm-hmm.
highlight for me with 3 people gang banging the chair, trying to rescue Detective Kaito
Mm-hmm.
from the chair, the enchantress, the forward, the priestess. Everyone was
Mm-hmm.
practically there. Despite the
Yeah.
fact that they're all there, they managed to rescue Ling, getting covered left and right. He still managed to get that hit off onto the seer perfectly.
Mm.
And if if the seer didn't use the owl at that exact moment, it would have been game over
Mm-hmm.
instantly. But
Yeah.
again, shooters. Ling is definitely one to watch out for in playing shooter hunters,
Oh
because
yeah.
that's really very accurate, right? I don't think he
Mm-hmm.
missed much.
Yeah. I don't know what's scarier, Ling with flames as shots, or webs, because they were both pretty accurate and undeterred, even though like there were some missed ones, but you could see that it didn't hit, especially with the spider, because people turned a corner, or it was an obstruction, but they were technically there. So it just shows the good game sense he has with
Mm.
spider. And we have yet to see his meta hunters. We have not seen his bloody queen yet. We have not seen his sculptor, which is very scary if you think about it, because in late games, uh he starts off with non-meta, and if he goes late games and he uses the meta and he can pull them off, it's really scary for any team that will go up against Ling.
Yeah.
Uh, LJS, you got to give props to how coordinated their survivors are. It just shows that this was an amazing match because of how well matched they were. The survivors well coordinated. They had all the right. They responded pretty well, but just Ling stacking up his presence, being so aggressive, constantly
Yeah.
pushing, knowing what his win conditions are, not focusing too much on being distracted by the support of the survivors, was able to pull off the victory. And I would say
Mm,
LJS. I can't wait to see them more in future tournaments. I hope
for sure.
they come back and they also just show what other non-meta characters and comps they have up their sleeves.
Yeah, kudos to both of these teams. And of course, but one thing though, Posh, I'm really surprised
Mhm.
that they did not utilize the hospital even more with the priestess,
Mm,
because you notice not even once they went to the hospital to do the kiting and provide the portal
yeah.
supports. Because Spider, again, is really, really weak against pallet
Yes.
drops, window vaulting. So
Hmm.
to be honest, hospital is, despite the fact that Seer was only there for like the beginning of the game, and the rest of the game is just outside hospital.
Hmm.
But again,
Yeah.
that's just one thing. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it had to. We have to watch the match again, but I think it was the pace that Ling put on the table that they weren't able to utilize it so much that they had to just go across the map with that long portal, because I feel like that's one of the highlights of Quacken with how he was able to just provide that portal support for the Seer to have an exit strategy. But nonetheless, here we have the match data, containment time. Everyone spent their fair share with the spider here with above 60%, 60 seconds. Chicken being the first one spotted didn't really touch a cipher. He was really on kiting duties and surviving duties,
Yeah.
while the rest of the survivors really had to push the objectives. While very impressive with Ling, 5 pallets destroyed because you really want to just get rid of those pallets. But 13 survivor hits, 11 knockdowns.
Wow.
That's quite impressive. I really wish there could be that stat of like skill shots, because I think that's
Yeah.
something that would be really highlighted on Ling's resume if we're able to showcase how much shots he fired and how much were accurately hit, not just with his spider but with his axe boy as well.
Yeah. That's definitely a very important, useful data for
Mhm.
people to gauge whether they should ban his ex-boy or even any shooter-based hunters. I think that's a really useful reference that people could make use of. And of course, if you notice on the side of the survivors, containment time very impressive, 489 Sakana, way over 150
Yes.
seconds. And
I-
nothing has changed.
Mhm.
300% decoding.
Yeah, I would say that that just solidifies Ling's performance with such a well-rounded team like LJS. They were able to survive that long, and for Ling to be able to get the victory on them was definitely something to behold. And also the hunter of LJS, I'm super excited to see how his Joseph will expand even more, because we just saw that one hunter. So yeah, I hope it's not the end of the road for LJS. We definitely want to see them more in tournaments, and I hope you guys can give support to them, because they showcased an amazing match against CH4. But it is CH4 that will be moving on in this tournament.
Yeah, congratulations, Team CH4. LJS, there are no losers today, only winners. Just whether it's moving on or just by experience itself. So, yeah, thank you so much for participating in NAEU qualifiers here today. But the hype is not gone yet. We still have our next incoming schedule. Moving on.
Yes. So
what do we have?
the bracket is filling out already. CH4 does advance, but BZY versus PTA will be the next match we are going to see. So I hope you guys have been staying hydrated and staying also supportive in the chat for your favorite teams, because the day is not over yet. And also just let everyone know tomorrow is going to be where we're going to crown a champion. And speaking of crowning someone, we got to crown Ling over here with not just Spider, but also the Axe Boy.
Yeah.
Excellent hunter performance by Ling. We're giving credit where credit is due here with his MVP award. 0.5 ciphers remaining, 18.5 hit survivors.
Wow.
That's a lot of violence. It's a lot.
Yeah.
8.5 knockdowns. Last I counted, there are 4 survivors in the game. This is an average, so he's knocking down everyone left and right. 3.5 eliminations, leading to the MVP award going to Ling.
Yeah, the sniping award definitely earned him his MVP. And he chose violence so much that I think he's definitely a player, a hunter to watch out for in this NAEU qualifiers. So yeah, we're hoping to see more from you, the team. And of
Mm.
course, Posh, what are
Yeah,
we gonna have next?
yeah. So, like we said, it's going to be BZY versus PTA, ladies and gentlemen. So, I hope you guys are excited for that. Again, show your love to CH4 and LJS because they gave us an amazing match that we witnessed. We will be taking a very short break, but when we return, more of the Identity 5 COA, Call of the Abyss 5 qualifiers for NAEU. So, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
I finally arrived at the manor mentioned in the commission letter. The fairly complete main building became my first foothold here. At first, everything seemed to be going better than I had expected. That incomplete diary mentioned a bizarre game. The barely noticeable ashes and marks along the edges of the diary once again led me to new clues. A strange fireplace, unused firewood, a rotatable candlestick. As the wall began to turn, I knew that I had found what I was looking for. An even greater collection of diaries. I continued my deductions using these diaries. Finding information on the hunters is the key. Yet, it creates more questions than it solves. About the manor. About the game. And about me. I was once a novelist. I lost my memory in an accident 10 years ago, and have suffered from intermittent amnesia ever since. My condition has worsened with the passage of time. The span of my amnesia is getting worse. Finally, through the eyes of my neighbors, I realize the exact nature of my condition. It's not about amnesia, but that person has awakened. Once paradise, now a shell of its former glory. No one minds the kindness of the weak. Only a sinful soul does as it pleases.
Revenge! To hell with the gods! Behold! See how your desires fatten! Repent! Purge thy sins!
A sacred feast will guide you. I will rebuild paradise.
最后我还是失败了。所以我才又回到了这里。这一切都是你的阴谋吗？再次面对过去的噩梦。而那些噩梦的参与者又是谁呢？我所遗忘的究竟是什么？
see you, Orphe.
Long, long ago, when demons and gods walked amongst humanity, two sisters lived a life of creating fragrances.
All that you desire shall be granted if you bring me a fragrance that relieves one's sorrow.
Finally, the younger sister completed the god's request.
Hey guys, welcome back to day number 2 NAEU Qualifiers. Joining me is the one and only Spicy Posh Spice.
Thank you for that intro, Nell. And if you guys noticed, one of the skins that was utilized by I think 489,
Yeah.
Sibachi, I can't pronounce it. Sorry, the Chinese name, but he was using one of the season 20 SM1 skin. And if you guys have checked out the game, it is available. But if you
It
guys
is.
haven't, let's check out this video just to promote that because this theme is winter sports, and I'm super excited. So put on your winter coats. Let's check
Yeah,
out this video.
let's do it. Wow, holy smokes, you are going to be getting this winter sports forward S skin. Doesn't it make you want to play forward, Posh?
Yeah, just and have really bad forward skills.
The
I mean, if you have
gliding.
the skin, bro, it's so cool. The gliding, I love how they're still advancing the animations in this game, and
Yeah,
yeah, it's just beautiful.
it is. And look at how fit he is, man. Wow, the sexy costume. Yeah, you definitely have to main forward right now. And also
Mhm.
the breaking wheel, the gelato. If you're a
Yeah,
hunter main, you have to play it. You have to get the skin.
it's a beautiful skin, and it's quite cute too. I mean, just the animations you saw in the video, and also if you perfumer mains out there, I think this is one of the
Wow.
essential skins to get. Like, look, it's so clean and beautiful.
Yeah.
Again, it's already out if you guys have opened the game. So if you guys want to
Yeah.
check it out, yeah, just open up the game, and you could look at the season 20 Essence One skin with the winter sports theme, and we did see a bit of it. So shout outs to LJS. I think it was the forward that
Yeah.
489 that was able to utilize that. So thank
Yeah.
you for that. I mean,
Yeah.
they had really good skins. Even the Joseph skin, the DM skin was so good.
Yeah. It was really
Mhm.
good. It makes you wonder how you can glide instead of on
Mhm.
snow, but on the grass.
I
Then
think
the
Eli
effect
brought
is
this
good.
up. These skins will be super OP in Leo's memory because it's like,
Yeah.
oh yeah, like, how can I see? Oh gosh. So
10% speed boost.
skins with the speed boost. That's
I'm
insane.
just kidding.
That's an idea. But ladies and gentlemen, once again, if you guys are just joining us, welcome to day number 2 of the Call of the Abyss 5 NAEU qualifiers. Potch Spice and Nello Mello giving you the commentary action. It is our next match for the day. It is BZY versus PTA. And we're about to have the team introductions first with BZY. Now, BZY is a team that we have seen in the IVT tournament, goaded specifically. One of the hunters to look out for, has a bunch of hunters under his belt, Sculptor, Bonbon, and I'm excited to see how he's able to be able to adjust this meta. But not to mention Morningstar with that Naiad, Ghost Queen,
Mhm.
Zero, Proud Sensei, Wansi, and Pinto.
Wow. I'm looking forward to seeing Monokuma. Sorry, the Guard 26 even more.
Pretty
And
sure the Monokuma might come out, but yeah.
yeah, let's hope we get to see it. The cute wiggly tail, but don't let it fool you because this cute hunter is actually a menace to deal with. And here we have it. Goaded 33% win rate on the COA 5 Gator with eliminations of 1.53, which means that most of the time he'll be getting between 1 to 2 survivors out almost every single games. And of course, the Terror Shocks 0.42 with the average knockdown of 5.88. 18 strikes though. Wow, that's a lot.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how Goated will play into this meta because, I mean, we talked about the other survivors countering Bonbon, and note that we have yet to see a patient come into the mix. We have not seen patient plays yet from the previous match, and a patient could heavily counter this Bonbon of Goated. So I wonder how he's going to mitigate that. Especially when it has to also depend on where they find the specific survivor and also the map that they settle into. So that is Goated here, ladies and gentlemen. So look out for his not only his Bonbon, but he does have a Sculptor, but also introducing Morningstar. Another, I would say I've heard the name Morningstar here and there in the NAEU community, but the Naiad. A Naiad, I think we saw one Naiad yesterday. So I can't wait to see another one come out here. 33% win rate. Pretty much the same elimination rate as Goated. So let's see if that'll come into fruition. Terror Shocks, knockdowns, and strikes are pretty good. So we'll see if they're even going to be able to utilize like a Hunter sub. Because in the previous match, we've only seen one Hunter come up to bat.
Yeah, definitely. And Naiad, also definitely one character that I would like to see. Very strong chasing and camping potential. But now we're going to be looking at the survival lineup for BZY. Zero right here with the Priestess. Definitely a very all-rounded survivor. Having 67% win rate, containing the Hunter 3 ciphers at least, with the 66 seconds. The decoding progress when she's not being chased, also a very respectable 144 percent. And the escape rate though, 41%, and rescuing of 0.51, which means that she successfully rescues her teammate half the time. Most of half the time she will be the one to be rescuing.
Yeah, and sometimes that's one of the things that's required of a priestess, especially late in the game. And we have seen some off-meta survivors in the previous match, but once you get to like Hospital, you saw the respect from that Priestess ban, and if you saw the Priestess come through, you really felt her presence. And another survivor that you really have to respect is Ghost Queen survivor that is present here. It is the mechanic. Very impressive COA 5 win rate. Containment time is pretty impressive considering the mechanic is pretty early down, especially if you're caught in a really bad area. Decoding progress is still very impressive with that bot, and escape rate 70%. This tells me now
That's
that
high.
this survivor is a slippery one.
It is, especially in the hands of Ghost Queen. Probably has something to do with the names too.
Yeah,
The Ghost
true.
Queen.
You
Ghosting
can't
out.
see me, yeah.
You can't see
Exactly, yeah.
me. And,
I definitely living up to that name, Ghost Queen. So let's see how that plays out.
and Pinto right here on the forward, definitely very buff. And don't forget season 20 Essence skin.
Of course.
Paired up looks so good. There's no data available for Pinto, but wow, it's gonna be
this is the
very
chance for him to be
mysterious.
able to to put some points or put some numbers on the board. But going to Wansi here, the Prospector, we have yet to see a Prospector. We were teasing the viewers watching on the Prospector coming out. Maybe in this match we'll see that Prospector in the name of Wansi. Above 50% when it comes to the win rate. Containment time at an impressive 80%. Decoding progress is at 123. Escape rate just above 50%, but I have a feeling that this is going to be one of the main harassers, if not the forward, in this team.
Yeah, definitely you definitely want a prospector in your team, especially if you're trying to build, you're trying to circle around a decoder. Very good harasser as well, very good decoder. So that's the one thing the forward does not have. But speaking of the forward, there's the Proud Sensei right there. 56% win rate, 85 seconds containment time, which means either he's gonna be the first chase or he's probably gonna be, getting ready getting ready to bonk the hunter who's trying to pursue his teammate. So 85 seconds, that's actually a really long time spent there. And even the decoding progress though, one cipher. So basically finish one cipher and then go and provide support, which makes really, really good sense. Rescuing 1.02, which means that every game he'll definitely be seen rescuing one of his teammates. Yeah. Escape rate at 41% though.
I wonder if
the sacrifice one.
Probably same like the Prospector, but I wonder if Proud Sensei is actually the sensei of Pinto, since he has no match data. So we just have to wait for that. But PTA coming into the mix here, Boosted Wheel and Edu, the Hunters, a Sculptor and Dream Witch. But I think they have other Hunters to boast. Polars, Salili, 33 YYDS, simply for Mappa, and Cloudy the Dancer. Another dancer that the Hunter has to respect. We did see some highlighted dancer plays. I wonder if PTA will also be using the dancer in this lineup.
I mean, anything can happen. It's up to their creativity and their training regime. But yeah, we haven't seen a Dream Witch today just yet, but Edu Bon Bulash might surprise us in the upcoming PTA meeting with his Dream Witch. 60% win rate, eliminations 1.82, and of course an impressive 7 knockdowns per game. Terra Shock 0.42. 16 strikes, and that's awesome. 54%
really good. Solid,
very solid
stats. And I have to say, since you're talking about PTA meetings, I really feel like Idra over there and the kid, she's like, okay, I'm here for the PTA meeting. The Dream Witch on the PTA meeting, gotta watch out for that. Not to mention also that Edu also has a violinist, Hunter that we don't see so much in competitive play. Well, in Southeast Asia at least, like just here and there. But I'm excited if ever push comes to shove, and Edu will have to bring out that violinist when the Dream Witch does get banned. So just I would say a good representation of some Hunters here, because we did see the Joseph, we saw the Spider, we also saw the Axe Boy. Now moving on to the survivors here, Cloudy sporting the Dancer once again. We saw how effective the Dancer was in specific maps and specific placements of her slow and fast boxes in church, granting the respect ban from Ling. So that's something to highlight. So I wonder if Cloudy can have that same performance, because she definitely has some excellent stats here with 73% win rate, escape rate at 54%, containment time well above a minute, and we also know that Cloudy can decode with 146.07 decoding progress on average.
Yeah, this stats is telling me not to chase Cloudy first as a hunter.
Do not.
Mate.
Yeah.
It's like
That's a warning.
Yeah, but no, God, you don't chase him. He's gonna be decoding the hell out throughout the game. But if you decide to, how do you put this? Damned if you do, even damned if you don't.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Pick your poison, right? Like it's
pick your poison.
because this dancer is gonna be dropping those boxes, and when she's done with that cipher, she'll pick it up and move over to another cipher and just have a speed box again. So, yeah, it's definitely something that you have to kind of decide in the moment. And we got boosted wheel here.
Boosted.
Yo, I
boost creative.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure aside from the sculptor, maybe has a pollen, maybe has a breaking wheel. These stats are pretty impressive. Again, above 50% when it comes to the win rate. Knockdowns are pretty scary if you think about it. Elimination rate, not so much, but let's see if you can bring up those numbers with either if it's going to be boosted wheel or edu that we'll be hunting. At least they have that. Two hunters to sub, because you have to also consider that the hunter's mental fortitude can also kind of wave if matches tend to play out too long. So it's good to have a sub hunter just in case, and also have a well-rounded sub hunter just in case like the matchup calls for it. If someone's good with a specific hunter as a hunter specialist, it's good to have that in your back pocket.
For sure. And now we're gonna see Polars on the Mercenary. Also a very high win rate, 77% with a 66% escape rate, which means that Polars, his main Mercenary is gonna be doing a lot of the work as well. And the surprising thing about this stat to me is that he's actually containing the hunter for a pretty long time as well, almost 70 seconds. And at the same time, 146% decoding progress. That's actually
on
a lot.
Mercenary?
Expected from him.
Yeah. We've seen the Mercenary get banned, so I think Polars has more than one survivor ready for the picking. So yeah, I'm excited to see how Polars will live up to these numbers. And you also have to consider that these numbers, very impressive survivor side numbers. I wonder if the hunter will be able to just kind of tip the scales here. And we have 33 YDS. Pretty much if you look at the numbers, it's a mirror. Yeah, exactly. Even to the same character. So being the hunter on the opponent's side, they definitely have to respect that Mercenary. Yeah,
Mercenary is still very good in rescuing. Top tier rescuer, as you can see. Even if you don't decode as much, you are still able to ensure a successful rate of rescuing, which is pretty much very important in a matchup. Because you can see it doesn't matter how long you kite. Even if you do a 3 ciphers kite, if the hunter manages to thwart your rescue even once, like for example 51%, oh no, you have to go for the full blood, and that's when the game will change. So this just shows how much priority PTA is giving to their rescuers with the forward and impressive Mercenary stats.
And we got another one of the survivors of PTA Simp for Mappa with the Entomologist. We have seen some Entomologist plays courtesy of the previous game. And just something to highlight also, the containment time is just above 60. I don't think I've seen a survivor on both teams that have below 60 second. Yeah. So I think they prioritize their survivors, so the hunters have their hands full coming into this match when they face off of these survivors. It's good to have solid kiting skills, but it's even better if you can translate that into teamwork. And looking at the survivors here, there are interesting chemistry and compositions that they can go with facing off the opponent's hunter.
Yeah, and in case you guys are wondering at home, why is the escape rate for the entomologist at 33%? It's because most of the time she's doing the first kite and she's the sacrificial lamb.
Oh no, just sacrifice entomologist. Yeah, that is
another
true.
forward though. Yeah, sorry.
That is true though. Like, if the escape rate is at this much, or 33. Yeah, usually they take first kite, and you also got to look at the containment time. If the containment time, if you're face to face with a hunter even more, the chances of you escaping in high level is kind of lowered, just so you can ensure the team at least gets 3 survivors out.
Yeah, that's
So
true.
that's just trying to make sense of the numbers. And again, these numbers were generated. Just the screen cap of it was from the ethereal theater numbers of these players.
Yeah.
So again, it just gives a glimpse of what they have to offer, but anything could happen. We've seen how well-rounded both survivors and hunters are when it comes to the meta now. And
Mm.
when we spoke with Eli, yeah, still everything's up in the air. PTA, I think might be the favored, or again, it's really hard to tell,
It's
especially
really
with
hard. Yeah.
when push comes to shove, and how they spawn into the map and how they respond to that.
Yeah.
Will tell you this though, BZY was the team that was in IVT before, so they do have a
Oh,
little bit of that experience. I think
they do.
they had another name in the team. I know Goated, that's a name I remember, one of the hunters out there. So yeah, he did bring out the sculptor and Bonbon.
Yeah,
I don't know if he brought out the wheel. He could bring it out now though, so we'll have to find out.
I see. But judging from the stats that we are being shown with, I have to agree with you, Posh, that I would say that PTA might be slightly favored simply because of
Mhm.
the impressive all-rounded
Yes.
as we see, both
Mhm.
survivors and hunters, deep hunter pools.
Mhm.
4K successes are higher. Even the survivors, they have a lot of rescuer mains, and everyone, like you pointed out, is more than 60 seconds containment time, which shows a lot, which means that
Mm.
they'll be complementing each other. If the hunter doesn't
Mm.
have as much success, at least the survivor team will carry. Or if the survivor teams are not having much of a
Mhm.
success, the hunter team
Mhm.
will carry. So it's just but judging from the stats alone, it's not enough to predict. But right now, the balance is definitely slightly in
Mhm.
the favor of PTA. But we'll just have to see. Anything can happen in a game.
Mhm.
Yeah,
And speaking of that, PTA chose to go Hunter first, while it is BZY that chose Arms Factory. So let's get your thoughts on Arms Factory, since it's a map that, yeah, there are a couple good choices when it comes to this map, especially since it's a very small and contained map. Trying to remember, yeah, it was BZY. Oh, it was PTA with a Dream Witch, right?
it is.
So yeah, give me your thoughts on the map of Arms Factory, and PTA being the first one to hunt.
Um, Dreamwish is definitely a very strong character, still very strong despite some nerfs.
People figuring out, yeah, how to
Yeah, people
answer the
figuring
Dream
out
Witch.
how.
Mhm.
Yeah, and the thing is, even if you have a mechanic in the team, Dreamwitch, if he spots it out, he can just cancels it. So I think
Mhm.
the trick going up against a Dreamwitch would be um trying to spread out trying to spread out the survivors as much as possible. After providing the assistance, if you're deciding to sell, if he already
Mhm.
drains the resources of one survivor and you decide to sacrifice to finish the remaining ciphers, just try and spread it out.
Mhm.
Number one, spread out the survivors more so that the host and the leech would be further away and he will lose control. And number two, he always constantly try and get a chance to leave the area of the Dream Witch and remove the
Leeches.
leeches. Yeah,
Mhm.
you have to be really patient. Depending on the situation, you have to be really patient facing against a Dream
Mhm.
Witch because it's 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 potentially 4 hunters against 4 survivors.
If it snowballs to that, right? If
It
it if
snowballs to
they
that.
yeah,
Yeah,
if she becomes online with
if the
you
leeches
not
all come up.
exactly. And I would say it's you have to have that same discipline also with sort of
Mm,
Joseph matches, that you don't necessarily push for objectives just yet. You have to make
yeah.
sure your heals are on point. You got to make sure you got to get rid of the you have to get rid of the leeches, and also placement.
Mm,
It's you need constant communication to check where the red light is and which follower is
yeah.
following who. Even though you are leech, like you will have a constant presence and a constant I would say you have to be on your toes constantly with
Mm,
how you're supposed to be able to not get caught and get terror shocked out of anything that you're doing. If whether you're healing, whether you're whether you're decoding, whether you're doing
mm,
anything. So yeah, especially in this map, we've seen it also in IDL. That in this map, it's where Dream Witch would really shine in this meta. We
mm.
have not seen that much Dream Witches as of late, not since it was the witch season last year, where every match round one
Yeah,
Dream Witch start.
for sure.
Now it's becoming quite a specialist character, or like a comfort character for some of our hunters. But let's also run down the line with other hunters that you think could come into the mix in Arms Factory.
Sculptor is very viable as well. Sculptor is also very strong. We saw that we saw the hunter highlight stats just now. So we
Mm,
could expect a sculptor, we could expect a naiad. To be honest, Arms Factory is a map
mhm,
where there's so many hunters you can choose from. It's just a matter of how confident or how comfortable you are against the
mhm,
lineups that you want to
mm,
face against. Because most of the time when you ban, if you want to ban cipher rushing characters like mechanic, most of the time you'll be okay. That's one thing you are less worried about. So
mhm,
you can feel at ease to play things like naiad, sculptor, or even a bloody queen, or
mhm,
even yeah. But I would say if you're playing, I would say if you're playing against a survivor team that is very support heavy reliant, like a
mhm,
forward, and there's an Anto, and then there's a there's a
mhm,
patient, and there's so many support, then you might consider, yeah, you don't have to be really afraid of the Cypher Rush. You can you can just easily dwindle their resources with just
mhm,
single hit characters. So yeah, that would that I
mhm.
mean that would be what I see how it would be
Okay.
like. Yeah.
I'll add to that and kind of expand a little bit from single hit to multi hit because we got to look at Goaded and his Bonbon. Now, Arms
Yeah.
Factory is actually a really good map for Bonbon since it's not the biggest, and the stubby legs of Bonbon, they don't get him that far. We and even like an area like Triple Pallet and a full presence Bonbon, he can light that place up for that rescue there to be quite hard. So that's on the side of Goaded. I mean, and BZY's side. So yeah, Bonbon could definitely make his way to the mix when it comes to Arms Factory. Uh, yeah, you could go with your heart's content, kind of like in Red Church, what we talked about, just going with your
Yeah.
comfort. But we saw how heavily the momentum can shift if you don't start off on the right foot as a hunter or survivor in your team because you add that extra layer of pressure. So they definitely want to pick their comfort pick, but also ensure that they're able to get the results that they want. Now let's shift on over to the survivor side of what we're talking about because you did mention Ento being in the mix. We did
Yeah.
see a priestess come here, but come into the arms factory yesterday. But I know that a lot of people kind of say like priestess, yeah, okay, but she really comes online when it's those big maps or you have those really good areas. Yeah. So what survivors do you expect to make it into the arms factory in round one of the first half?
If it's not banned, I would expect mechanic to be in
Mm,
100% mechanic. If it's banned, probably they'll take something secondary like a seer merc combo, seer forward combo, and then
mm,
yeah. But I would expect to see mechanic 100%.
mech.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because it's just too strong to pass up
Yeah, that's the thing.
a
If they if
robot.
they d- if they don't respect ban that mechanic right off the bat, yeah, they have to pick it up since the survivor does ban first.
Mm, mm, mm.
I kind of expect also if they're feeling, yeah, they want to have a more kiting heavy lineup, have patient come into the mix. We know that there are a lot of good kiting spots, a lot of good grappling hook spots where he just negates the walls and just jumps right through it. But here we have it. PTA's Prame will be the one hunting first, and he is a pollen main. So
Holland.
wonder,
Oh,
yeah, I wonder if they.
and
Ooh,
forward. Oh.
okay, it's could look like that he wants to go. Yeah, so the forward can cancel out the animation where he's out of that wheel form.
Mhm.
So Mechanican is a very viable option for BZY to go with.
Okay, this is actually a surprise. So he's not afraid of Cypher Rush. He's very confident that he, even if they pick mech, BZY picks mech, he can counter them with his pollen. Since you said that he's a pollen main,
Mhm.
let's see if BZY will take up this opportunity and grab it instead of Seer. Oh,
Oh, they
Seer.
choose. Okay, I
Yeah.
guess they don't want to play too much into the hand. Maybe they it was kind of a mind game, like Prame allowing the mechanic to come through. Like
Mm,
he probably is thinking of something, but yeah, not allowing the mechanic to come in definitely could be a sigh of relief for the hunter side, just because he doesn't have to worry about Cypher Rush, but support heavy lineup inbound because the Seer is definitely really good in this map,
yeah.
especially can give sight to where and support. Now the mechanic is going to get banned. Let's see how BZY will respond. They do have a dedicated rescuer and a dedicated support with the
Oh,
Seer. Now Grave, wow, really tank heavy characters here. But the decoding, I'm quite concerned about that because you don't have the fastest decoders in this lineup.
yeah. And there's no harasser in the lineup, which I think makes a very big difference, because you can see that the respect banning of the forward proves that he doesn't want to deal. Yeah, the sculptor pick. Wow.
I have a feeling Pinto picked the Gravekeeper just to counter the wheel, but then realizing that, he's like, all right, let's go with Sculptor, because yeah, he can continuously hit anyone with the statues, especially when it comes online. So
yeah,
great pick on Prome's side.
Well, yeah, first sculptor of the game. We're gonna see the I mean for the day
today, for the day. Yeah.
Yeah.
What a meta, right? Like, oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Tell that to me next year. Like, oh yeah, we're not gonna have Sculptor for a while. Really? Wow.
Oh
That's
really? Yeah.
crazy.
But then again, this is a very solid lineup, I think. Because they don't have harassers, they're gonna rely on 2 rescuers to do the rescues. If one doesn't make it, the other one will. And of course, the remote Wi-Fi is something
Heal,
you have
yeah.
to watch out for. So the ideal target for Prome would be anyone, to be honest. Even if he chases the work, forces him to use the pad, it's already a victory for him. If he forces Proud Sensei to use up the shovel, it's also a victory for him. And then he can just easily, once quenching effect is activated, he can just go for the nearest one, Seer,
Right.
or even Psychologist.
Yeah.
I think Psychologist is a good one though.
Yeah, Psychology. Like we said, once you're able to expel all her resources and no more whistle, she's it's pretty hard for her to rebound Kite once she's able to get rescued from the rocket chair. And considering that he doesn't have Cypher Rush to worry about. Yeah, any of these targets would be good as long as he's able to chip away at the resources and he's able to just dictate the pace of this match. Now, the win condition on the side of BZY though, they need to support and rescue as they need to time the rescues really well.
Yeah.
They can't support Kite, but they can go for those rescues, and they need to hold on to their skills till the last possible minute for them to be able to not get wasted by any of Prome's advances towards them.
All right, so right now the hunter is going to be spawning very, very closely to the psychologist. You can see that the psychologist is already running away to the and this area is actually really good for him to kite. There's a pallet separating them. He's gonna notice another set of footprints.
Yeah.
He's taking a risk trying to chase, and he's gonna pay off because it's Seer.
Yeah, luckily enough, it's the Seer. Dropping the pallet just to get a little bit of a distance away from Prome. But yeah, the Sculptor has not come online just yet. Just had a little bit of a hit, granting just a little bit of that presence, while the Psychologist is free to decode. Now, this is actually fastest decoder. Seer utilizing the Owl, excellent timing there, allowing him to transition to the factory. Has to be very careful. Wow, okay, pushing him towards the entrance.
Oh my goodness. I think Promise Blink is already up online. I think it's a matter of getting one more damage.
Whoa!
Nice! Wow,
Mind
the drop
games.
pallets. Yeah, mind games. Drop pallets there. But again, Cypher is going really, really fast. You can see that the Psychologist is rotating to another location, just allowing him to kite in the factory itself.
Whoa, did you see that? Oh
Yeah,
my God.
yeah.
I was expecting a blink hit, but no, saving that. Okay, so Prome not expending his resources, really on point with these statue hits so far. And everyone is kind of spread out, so it's their choice of who's going to go for that save. Gravekeeper is on Cypher duty, as well as the Psychologist over at Sandbag, so it seems like the Mercenary is going to be the one to go rescue this Seer, while the Gravekeeper pops that Cypher, and the Psychologist not risking too much. He doesn't want to get hit by those statues, probably out of respect for him downing Zero that fast with the statue hits.
Yeah, I think Ghost Queen will probably just wait until the full blood rescue. Number one, the reason being that he wants to have more ciphers done by the Psychologist, the Gravekeeper. Number two, he doesn't want to feed Prome with more presence because full presence is just crazy. But you see, he's just scouting around, and Ghost Queen is trying to snipe the rescue. Wow.
Here we go. Like you mentioned, full blood rescue. Has to be very careful. Statue hits are stacking up. Another one hit, and it'll be fully hit. And now we see the last ever pop on the Seer. Excellent discipline on Prome's side, and we'll try to go for the Ghost Queen elbow pads away. Ghost Queen though, oh my God, excellent elbow pad just to mitigate the damage here. And Zero realizing this is my last share, let me just keep him on this side of the map and just for you guys to push those ciphers. The psychologist has been working on that sandbag cipher for a while, and it's about to pop already, while she tries to do that Wi-Fi heal.
Wi-Fi heal, yeah. Just pray to nine levels. He's just trying to do the Wi-Fi heal. Well, again, that's the dangerous thing about having a sculptor online with full presence. Let's try and recap what makes a sculptor dangerous. Number one, chase potential. Number two, the chip damage. Number three, the ability to use the antenna to practically just pressure ciphers even not around. And now he's gonna be chasing Proud. And two ciphers gonna be remaining. One cipher is already past half, but it really depends on Proud to do the kiting right now. Because right now, yeah, because Pro-Man is making a very good decision chasing.
Whoa!
Yeah, nice chip damage
Combo, yeah.
Yeah, it is.
Beautiful. Okay, the mind games, excellent. Proud, almost his shovels are coming up, but we do see that the statue hits one more and he'll be falling down. We do have the shovel already good to go. He was able to bait out a shovel unit. Yeah. Now we see that one cipher remains, and now they're separating from it. Ghost Queen and the Pinty just dispersing away here at the factory side. Note that the mercenary does have a fourth hit, so one statue hit and a regular hit will be downing Ghost Queen. But that delayed damage, let's see if that'll take effect. Already expending the elbow pads while the Gravekeeper finds a magic wand. So let's see if he'll be able to use that.
Yeah, the key incident here is that Gravekeeper is the only one left with Kite Turner. So the decision of Promet to chase first and forcing that two shovels out is definitely causing disadvantage to Team BZY. Psychologist is trying to force, the only one with full health, trying to force that last cipher in the factory. Obviously, factory is very strong, but again, let's not forget, Promet still has a blink, which he has not used since the beginning of the game. So that could potentially be a game changer.
Could be. So now we see that he is setting his sights on the psychologist. He thought a bit about not chasing the psychologist, but now we see the making his rounds. The survivor is definitely just buying enough time for the Gravekeeper and the mercenary to double decode that cipher. And like you mentioned, we have not seen that blink be offline yet. Okay, now psychologist needs one hit. Probably wants to be able to utilize this blink for an instant down. And doing a great job, but no, decides to change trades and goes for teleport. Now Ghost Queen has to be very careful. Eats that regular hit, but can still move away from that cipher that they're priming.
Yeah. Now right now, both their rescue aside 75%, and that last chip damage is gonna bring Ghost Queen down. Psychologist, Kitty still decoding the factory cipher, past 50% right now. Gravekeeper has to risk it. But again, it's too hard because Gravekeeper is at last chip damage. That's the thing. Unless if the psychologist try to do a Wi-Fi healing, but that's not possible because she's also at 5. So
she'll be down.
Yeah.
Oh, and also a basement rescue, but something to note is that the Gravekeeper does have an elbow pad. So this kid he'll be able to go down easier. What? They popped the cipher? Okay, so they want to go for a tie. And now, so they don't want to risk too much, and they know that the mercenary takes a while. Gravekeeper and the psychologist kind of split pushing, but it seems like Pinty making the psychologist making the way towards the shack area, and the dungeon is there now, so quite the risk that they're taking. Okay, both of them want to save this mercenary now.
I think they made the right choice trying to pop the cipher because again, they just want to check number one if they really have detention. If they have detention, they'll just move away to the gates straight away. They'll have to choose one. If Promet goes to one gate, the other one will go to the other gate, or even go and manage the rescue of machinery. But right now, he's going to be chasing the Gravekeeper. I think, yeah, they're definitely trying to go for a draw. Gravekeeper still has one more pad. Yeah.
Teleport is up, by the way. Promet cutting off the Gravekeeper, but now the gate is open. We see that the psychologist is here already. He's gonna have to time this really well if he's gonna have to chain it. Gravekeeper is the best possible option. Oh my god, no! Oh wow, you're right. Oh, I was able to see that, but wow, excellent tie there on both sides. No statues. Yeah, you really would try to bait it out, but yeah, I would have to agree. Popping that cipher, even though it caught, I think it caught the hunter off guard because they couldn't force the rescue. They knew that what they were playing with. They knew that they
Yeah,
can't risk the Gravekeeper going for that rescue since
yeah.
he did have the
Tide turner,
well
right?
1/4 hit. Yeah, 1/4 hit, but
Yeah,
he was
one
gonna
fourth
fall
hit.
down anyway. Hmm.
Yeah, and I think they made that decision based on the fact that Sculptor was breaking pallets pretty fast, and
Hmm.
they would assume that he went for the right top build,
Hmm.
the
Hmm.
trump card confined space build. So that it's safe to assume that they don't have the tension. So by doing that pop, yeah, the chances of them drawing are even higher than if the Gravekeeper went for the rescue.
Hmm.
But then again, you can see how powerful teamwork is
Yeah.
in order to help them draw, because this game is supposed to be
It was supposed to be a
PT.
sculptor game. Yeah.
It was
Oh.
supposed to be a
Hmm.
sculptor's game.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because the seer was down. Like 5 ciphers remaining, seer was down. Full blood rescue, and after getting hit, he was basically just sitting at the corner of the map. And they still
Hmm.
managed to get a tie. I would say moral victory, even though it's a draw game. Moral victory, it goes to Team BZY. So
Yeah.
yeah.
Considering the how well the momentum was on the sculptor's favor, yeah, the way they were able to, I would say that just shows teamwork, and they weren't too greedy with how
Mhm.
they pushed their luck, and it was also a respect on the sculptor, especially with how well the sculptor was able to put those statues and able to play out that game. So for them to be able to gain a tie and just prolong it, not add too much pressure because we're still 0-0 here, since it's and no
Those
one
are
has
two.
any advantage. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, you were saying?
No, so I'm really looking forward uh, to what the PTA survivors are going to be handling, how they're going to be handling the BZY hunter. Because up next is going to be BZY's turn, sending out their best hunter.
Mhm.
And yeah, who do you expect to see?
Uh,
Which hunter do you expect to see?
if it's gonna be goaded, we did
Bonbon?
mention that Bonbon, but
Yeah.
let's talk about the match data here because it was quite the
Wow.
performance. And look, 2 ciphers popped, and finally the seer was able to expire. But I think the early down happened even before that. The first
Mm.
cipher popped in the less than 2 minute mark, so that just shows the dominance that Prame brings to the table, and just spreading themselves out. I like the fact that Prame also went for Proud Sensei and just injured him, just to make sure that he doesn't have to worry about this Gravekeeper
Rescue.
rescuing and also expelling the shovel. So
Yeah.
BZY's response to that was still pretty good. For them to get a tie is, I would say, a victory. Like you said, a moral victory in its own right, because Prame, this could have been a 3-point game for him.
Yeah.
But they were able to mitigate that situation. Teleport was up as well. Just in those clutch situations, they knew not to exit right away. Just bait out some of these statues because they can tank at least one regular hit.
Yeah, that's true. And you can see that despite not having a lot of how do you say, highlight plays, but you can see BZY is very, very stable. Just one rescue. You can see no pallet strikes, no heals, just one rescue, and that's it. That secured them the draw. And you can also see the containment time is slightly above 60 seconds. It's not even triple digits like the games we see before. But still, managing a tie with just doing this just shows that they are. That's a reason why they can do this. They have the experience. So I think the one upper hand that BZY have against PTA is probably their slight advantage in experience, and it shows in this map because this is supposed to be a sculptor game. So
True.
more,
Very,
yeah,
very true. And yeah, I think the veteran experience came out. They didn't. They did what they needed to do. I finally got that sentence out because of how
loaded,
well. Yeah, how they didn't go for the highlight plays because they didn't want to
very
go for
stable.
like very
Yeah.
stable. And I would have to say that's something important to look out for a team as well. It's a solid and stable game plan that they employed to get this tied game. So coming into the second half, though, let's see how Goated can try to turn the tides, or if PTA's survivors can, counter whatever Goated has to bring to the table. Because Goated, as I mentioned, also, not only has a sculptor, also has that Bonbon.
Mm. Bringing out the bonbon in this map could be also very good. The only thing is, are they going to replicate what BZY did? Because BZY, they they just rescued once, and basically that's it. The mercenary was there to give the sculptor the tinnitus, and basically it kept the sculptor there the whole game until the seer expired, and until the seer was rescued at full blood and he expired. So I would say, and also the very very efficient use of pads by the mercenary. He actually used the pads when they count. He wasn't stingy. He didn't save it until he get those unnecessary chip damages. He was very proficient. As soon as the antenna hits, pads away. Antenna hits, pads away. So we'll see if PTA survivors are going to replicate that kind of gameplay. A very safe decode, rescue full blood, get a draw. Are they going to replicate that kind of gameplay, or are they going to go for a more aggressive lineup? Because again, they have so many mercenary forward, all
Yeah.
those kind of harasser players in their team. So yeah. So I'm excited to see what their game plan is against a Bonbon, most likely.
Most likely, right? Based on the stats that we witnessed. And
Mm.
also, I'm trying to recall the bans. So it was a mechanic, second ban,
Mechanic.
first ban, forward, right?
Forward, yeah.
And yeah, I think with that lineup, that does bring to the table that type of strategy, because the seer was down early on. They didn't want to risk too much going into into Arms Factory. So I think it also depends on how the early game is going to play out. If a survivor doesn't last as long as they want to, they might go for that same strategy where they just sacrifice, give tinnitus, save at the possible last minute, but don't even go for that second rescue because it's not really worth it, and save the resources because you want to keep that hunter there, especially if it's a bonbon. He has great camping, and you want to respect that camping, and you don't want to feed him. Where he lacks is map pressure, because once he chairs the survivor, unless he wants to go super aggressive and teleports, he's gonna stay at that area and just wait for someone to try and rescue. And survivors now know that's like a moth to a flame. You do not want to play that game with that bonbon, especially a seasoned bonbon.
Yeah, that's true. And that's precisely the reason why Bonbon mains, most of the time, they will be bringing Control Freak maxed out because
Yeah.
they know that they have to spend time camping that one chair. So they want the survivors to expire even faster. So they max out Control Freak, um, probably 612 teleport as soon as it's like 90%. 90% about to be sent back to the manor, they're just going to
Boom.
teleport away. And despite doing that, the most the ciphers are going to be popped is probably 3 ciphers, and that's where Bonbon is still very dangerous, because the moment he gets that second survivor, yeah, it's gonna, it can get out of control. It can get out of control.
So let's see. Who will gain the control in the first? Well, I'd say the early game with how they're gonna play this one out. So it's goaded, and for what we know from Eli is that he does have that. He does have the sculptor as well as the bonbon. Based on the first ban, maybe we could tell. Banning the mechanic, so he wants to take his time. He does not want to get rushed, allowing the team of PTA, the team of forwards, mercenaries, to actually capture, really secure themselves that pick.
Golden is going to ban mechanic first, and that leaves PTA with their very very strong first 2 picks, seer and forward. I think PTA will be very very happy to have forward first, because again I mentioned they love harassing hunters, despite the lovely names like I Love You and YYDS. And no! Wow! Better!
Interesting.
Golden knows. He knows that PTA is a bullying team.
Yeah. But that leaves open the mercenary, which is a solid pick, even though he does not harass. He's just wants to decode. But the entomologist, okay, so this is actually a pretty well-rounded team, I would have to say, in terms of support and rescue. No decoders, but I think that's what Goated wanted, so at least he could take his time. And now we see that the bonbon will come out. So yeah, he could definitely counter some of these survivors. At least he doesn't have the batter for sure to worry about. Or I think he also did his homework not to worry about a patient. But these survivors can have a tough time if ever Goated is really on point with these bombs.
Wow, I think Goated was already giving PDA a little bit of breathing space when he allowed the forward, but I think he has an idea. If he doesn't ban batter, PTA is probably gonna go crazy and really go for the forward plus batter combo, which will force Godet to go with excitement. But if he goes for excitement, he's gonna lose that that teleport or even blink.
Teleport or blink, early game potential or like mid game harassing. So at least, you know, having just the forward here, he'll gladly take the stun. At least if I can build my presence early on with a blink hit or a teleport just to mind game the survivors to be careful where they're decoding is good enough. So pretty strong, I would say pretty strong drafting phase by Goated, since we know that he wants to bring out his Bonbon.
Yeah, but what do you think he's gonna go with? What trait do you think he's gonna go with? Do you think he's confident enough? Because you said that his bomb is on point, so he might not even need the blink.
You're
but
right.
we'll never know, right? Because
I would say he'd still bring that blink. Just this is my assumption with how small the map is. Yeah, having teleport is there, but maybe blink would pay off better for him to gain that presence faster, and also just to catch these guys off guard too, just so that they'll get that respect. But again, a way to counter that if they're able to get an early down, just don't rescue right away. Just wait for that full blood rescue.
Yeah, and the thing is with blink though, even if he gets one survivor down straight away, he's practically stuck. He's practically stuck at that chair. He cannot teleport once the survivor expires. And there's a lot of ups and downs. But you know what? For all we know, he might even surprise us with a
abnormal
Peeper Bonbon.
Not in hospital, but in Arms Factory.
Yeah, but you know what? Abnormal Bonbon. Let's go.
That's gonna be so annoying.
Yeah.
But again, he's that's true. It's not gonna be as good as Geisha, because Geisha has that mobility. Bonbon's still gonna be, if he chairs then abnormals, he's only stuck with the vicinity of that chair. So we're about to find out what trait he brings to the table, ladies and gentlemen. Let's head on over to the Arms Factory. And now he spots out the forward early on here. So will he commit or just try to find the Seer Entomologist, which I would say is the better possible trait. And I think he brought Blink.
Yeah. He's still trying to figure out what survivor he's chasing. He still does not know just yet. Oh, what? That bomb? Did you see that bomb?
Oh, incredible placement there. Just gaining a little bit of respect. Now it's Polar's finding the mercenary. Not the best find, but I mean, we saw how well he was with his bomb placement. So if he's able to gain that respect, but you have to worry about those elbow pads.
Wow. You're definitely right about Godet being really good with his bomb placements, and even with that long range bombs, he's gonna change target. He knows his Merc, he knows his forward, so obviously the third person he finds is going to be Bullseye. He's gonna be seeing. Oh, look at that! Okay, guys, for those of you who are not really sure what he's doing, he's moonwalking there. He's trying when you use a skill and you moonwalk. Basically, your red light is still at the direction. It's still showing forward. Yeah.
So he's trying to mind game the Seer just so that he won't know where he's coming from. But so far the Seer's doing really well. Has not expended his Owl just yet. Not utilizing the Blink, so he has confined space also. Just keep him away from Factory. This bomb placement, watch out. Seer gets a little bit of a hit. Has to be very careful because that Seer's Owl coming online eats a hit, but at least he's able to gain a little bit of presence. But now shifting over to triple pallets here, so the Seer has to be careful not to fall here because the mercenary. Wow, that bomb hit.
Yeah, so on point, and he knows what he's doing. I don't think he's even gonna use up his blink. He's just gonna go.
Watch out! Oh, there he does, just to close out the distance. Now we see that, the Seer's probably gaining some presence here for that Owl. Walks right through the pallet, and now Goated has his first survivor down at the middle of this map.
Yeah. Perfect spot to catch survivors too, because even if he doesn't have teleport, well, at least he's right now in the middle of the vicinity, and he's stopping. And he's stopping the mercenary from finishing this cipher as well. So that's a win-win situation for Godet right here.
Not to mention also that the remote bomb. Not to mention that the mercenary also has wanted order, so he has constant presence of where this mercenary is. Has to worry about that forward though. For 33 YYDS is shifting, but now we see that Goated playing the defensive game here, just lighting up the floor to make sure that these survivors have a hard time rescuing, or he's gonna try to just injure as much survivors as he can. While there's a soul decoder, which is the entomologist working on that cipher in factory.
Yeah, I mean, 3 ciphers remaining. He's gonna finish really soon. He's gonna dash! Wow! Amazing right there. And okay, this is a successful rescue. Seer is definitely gonna end up. Yeah.
Wow.
I think Cypher Rush is effect though. Like you saw that even though it's at the last chair, Seer is doing a very great job trying to keep like outside the line of sight. Practically, the entomologist has practically finished the third cipher. The machinery cipher is actually primed already, so all they have to worry about is the last cipher. And forward is there to provide support.
Yes. Oh my god. And now the Seer just making sure that he's just trying to buy as much time as possible. Vaults the pallet. Yeah. Oh my god. Forward eating a hit. Uh-oh. But that's fine. Like, he just wants to be able to provide that support.
Oh no, he's not looking.
Oh no. Now we see that the Seer was caught off guard here. 33 YDS. Oh my god. The Seer is down. Forward is here. Can he provide that support for that stun to happen? Doesn't seem like it. We see that there was one cipher. Yeah, this is the last share that Seer. Oh, drops it. Just making sure that no one is in sight. Okay, waiting for the right possible moment to share. And it seems like, yeah, the cipher, it has not yet gone online, but that Seer is already dead on chair, and now we can focus his...
yeah,
go for it.
Sorry, I mean, that's weird. Why would he not just chair straight away and put him down, put some bombs?
Because heat of the moment, yeah. I mean, he knew where the forward was, so there wasn't going to be that cipher. Sorry, there wasn't going to be that chair rescue. Now, he still got his target, so at least it was just a bit of a drop moment. But you know what? He still got what he wanted, and now he's guarding that cipher here at Sandbag area.
Yeah.
I think they got to open up a new cipher now if they want to at least break away from this tie and get a 3-person escape.
Yeah, I mean, YYDS was playing a little bit scared. He had a full ball. He had a full football. I think he could have just balls up, like just go all the way. Even because Bonbon doesn't have excitement. I think he could have definitely went for the the stun just now.
I guess they were communicating also that the cipher's not yet online, so it's going to be kind of tough for the support rescue. But yeah, and they didn't want to risk it. So now we see that Polaris, again, these elbow pads are so on point. Just moving away, but he has no more elbow pads to utilize. Loaded, going for the regular hit, and this is what we were waiting for. Now the forward, can he go for that stun save? Because we do see that the cipher is already primed. 33 YDS, waiting for the right possible moment here. Will he go for the chair? Oh, just drops him, just waiting for it. But yeah, he knows that he's gonna go for it. And now he's just dropping it. Excitement early on. Wow, okay, but 33 YDS has to be very careful now. Okay, that's a statement that he's making there. Just to make sure that he ensures that chair placement. He knows that the cipher is already primed, but yeah, now that he switched traits, he has no teleport. Now he goes for this. Wow, look at that. Oh my god, what a stun. It was more than half, and now he can rescue Polars.
What the? Okay, that's amazing right there. And he's gonna pop the cipher straight away. Full blood running, different directions. Oh my goodness. Now Goated has a really, the tides turn in the favor of PTA. But again, Polars, he knows that Bonbon has detention. So Polars have to be really careful not to get hit anymore. And he doesn't have any pads, so I think Goated can still get that hit down and manage to tie.
He has no detention, I believe.
Oh, no detention,
now,
sorry.
No detention, and now we see that Polars has to be very careful. Oh, he's gonna try to go for the exit gate. And now we see Entomologist about to open it as well. 33 YDS already opened the gate, and now he can probably tank some hits. He has to be very careful here. Watch out for the bombs. He can't absorb. Oh no, he can't get it quite yet. Chasing away 33 YDS, going for a tied game.
Oh goodness, Goated saved himself from the possible 3 escape. That was very tense. But I have to say, yeah, but very amazing stun loops there. I don't know, Tokyo Drift.
Yeah,
doing
drifting.
Yeah, imagine how that would look like with the season 20.
There we go, skating in
skin.
place. Yeah,
Ooh,
just circling
yeah.
around.
Yeah, but
Exactly.
it got him though. But that was definitely a clutch play. Goated very accurate with his bombs. Definitely saved him the moment. Really good decision right there. Even despite the clutch moment, he made that decision, changed into excitement. He does not want that chair instant stun rescue. So that was what definitely saved him from a potential 3-man escape. But again, very nice communication by the side of PTA as well. That last moment stun into the rescue, into the pop cipher, definitely
So
very,
good.
very, yeah, it was very, very good. And yeah, if this is what's to be expected if this is what we seen in game one, I can't imagine what we're gonna see in game two, because
Oh
both
man.
these teams are so good, so good.
Yeah, chef's kisses for the performance on both sides. And this grants us a game number 3 now with how close and neck this matchup is. So yeah, let's highlight some of the moments there, because one thing to highlight is Goated's early game where he was able to hold on to his blink for a while, and he was able to really rely on his bomb placements to down that seer. I think he found the forward first, then ran into the mercenary, then ended up going for the seer, which ultimately was the better target since the seer is the fastest decoder.
Mm.
I mean, among the entomology, I mean, compared to the mercenary and forward, an
Or,
excellent
yeah.
chair placement. But on the side of the survivors, though, excellent communication and that rescue on triple
Oh
palin,
wow.
so good.
Yeah, it was so good. He did it when it counted. Yeah, you can see from the match stat itself. I love you is decoding most of the time, 266%, followed by YYDS himself and Polars. And just look at how much time that has been bought containing the hunter. Definitely props to both teams for playing really, really well. I think um, survivors did a lot in terms of trying to drag into accelerated decoding
Hmm.
phase, but
Yes.
Godot responded with his very calm decision making. I think any
Mhm.
hunter would have panicked there and wouldn't risk changing at that very moment. I think if I was at Cypher Prime moment, I wouldn't even I might not even have thought about doing what Goated did, because Goated, he was just so sure. He's like, snap, I have to
Yeah.
change. I have to put out the bombs. I have to change to excitement straight away. Otherwise,
Mhm.
potential tree loss. So that's very well played on Goated's part. Very nice
Yeah.
decision making. Yeah.
Great mind games, and even the wherewithal, and it also shows the respect he has
Mm,
for 33YYDS's forward, and
mm.
how he just wanted to just salvage that situation and just get the mercenary and just prolong that cipher pop from happening. Little did he know that, yeah, he was drifting like crazy for him to be able to get that stun rescue. More than half of that football was utilized. So here we have it. Oh man, neck and neck in Arms Factory. I'm excited to see round number 2 and which map we're going to be playing at, because it's dead even, and we're guaranteed a round number 3 in this matchup. We have seen Goated's Bonbon, which is what he's known for. So I wonder, since they both got ties, if they'd allow the Bonbon to come through, or they'd think like, yeah, you know what, we're able to deal with this hunter. Let's ban the other meta hunters, depending on the map, of course.
Depending for the map, and of course on the mentality of whether they want to face Bonbon again,
Mhm.
because you have to realize how dangerous Bonbon is, especially Gota's Bonbon, because
Uh-huh.
the first the first survivor that he found, who was it? The forward.
Doing the forward,
And
yeah.
he did a long range dual bomb chip damage onto the forward. Just like that. The forward was already at the shack, and he still got that. He was so far away, he still got that 25% damage. So they have to worry. They have to worry, and if they don't want to face Bonbon again, they have to respect ban his
Mhm.
guard
Or
26.
yeah, or they pick a big map. That's another way to mitigate it. Like pick
Yeah.
Chinatown, pick a huge map.
Chinatown,
Uh,
yeah. True.
yeah, that's oh man,
Leon's memory.
yeah, exactly, for the skin to come out
Yeah,
for
for the
the
skin.
yeah, for the season 20 essence 1 skin. Yeah, just pick huge maps for you to be able to counter that bonbon. But goaded being a bonbon specialist, maybe he'd still stick with the bonbon, just have a different build.
Hmm.
But you can argue though, like just have a high mobile characters to counter that, and yeah, the momentum will definitely be in the survivor's favor, especially when they have the first survivor down and Bonbon's pretty much isolated from everyone. Because his chair placement was really good, but let's say he was in sandbags or he was in a corner area of Arms Factory. Yeah, it's gonna be a different story. It was a good thing he was able to find. He was able to have the wherewithal to down the seer at the middle of the map and put him where the mercenary was decoding. So that's something to take note of as well.
Hmm.
For the Bonbon player known as Goaded.
Yeah. I don't know if it's intentional or not, but Godot was waiting for the precise moment that Seer will vault through the Shack's palette and then go
Hmm.
towards the middle. And that's when
Yeah.
he decided, okay, I can use my blink now because he's gonna
Hmm.
die very near to the center. I can just chair him where the
Hmm.
machinery is decoding. Because otherwise, if he doesn't use it, Seer could have just went all the way to the corner, like what you mentioned, instead of going into the shack
Center.
area,
Yeah.
piloting
Hmm.
into, he could have just went all the way to the corner. There's a chair there, like at the
Hmm.
very right corner there.
Oh
So
yeah.
that would have been a different story. But again, so many mind games being played there, and
Yeah.
the
Sometimes a
routes
make or
taken.
break moment, especially with Bonbon. I think we've highlighted some matches also in Southeast Asia when he called is where he puts the survivors because chair placement from any hunter, yeah, very important. But with
Very important.
Bonbon, since a make or break strategy for them is to rely on their camping, yeah, that's definitely a really strong trait and skill that the hunter would have with chairing the survivors and not just going with the closest chair possible, realizing like, okay, the best possible chair is probably the one in the center or where the cipher has to be defended or yeah, just around the map. So that's something to take note of when we see goaded, if ever he brings out that bonbon again. Might bring out the sculptor because their spec ban could happen.
Yeah, that's true. And I would also say very nice rescue by the mercenary as well.
Hmm.
I think they sort of gauge the number of bombs remaining by
Hmm.
by Goaded. They're like, oh, okay,
Counting, yeah. Hmm.
yeah, he's throwing like I don't know 3 4 bombs. I think he should be down to the last bomb. Just
Hmm.
dashes in, rescued without hesitation, and managed to get it off. Just really unfortunate. I think it might be. This is my speculation. It might be a slight miscommunication. He YYDS might have thought that Seer had another chair, which is why he did not try to attempt the
Mm.
stun rescue. Because otherwise, under
Mm.
normal circumstances, you would do it
Mhm.
because you know that Bonbon does not have a blink. Number two, sorry, he does not have excitement. And number two,
Not
he
yet.
didn't put
Mhm.
any bomb before he picked up the Seer. He instantly just picked up the
True.
Seer. Could
Yeah,
have
he
just
did.
he was very near the wall. I mean
Yeah,
the
yeah, because
the structure.
he easily changed his tune with the
Yeah,
mercenary, right? Dropping bombs first before picking him up and being very careful. So yeah, probably that could be a slight
yeah,
miscommunication that happened. But in high level like this, yeah, your mental fortitude is really tested. And you know what? The results are still a tie. And
yeah.
also, like something to bring to the table is I think also the awareness and the survivor side of the other team, which was I think yeah, it was uh PTA's team, I think, or no, BZY's team.
BZY.
With they were able. I think they also count the statues that PTA's hunter was thrown out because yeah,
Yeah,
when they were able to exit the gate, they knew that they could tank that one hit. So really important in high level identity 5 is yeah counting the hunter's skills and also kind of also understanding when the trait is up. I think you were
hmm
the one that mentioned yeah just
the trade. Yeah,
survivors taking note like okay blinks up like heads up yeah
yeah.
or teleport's gonna happen so just be careful.
Yeah, they usually have a shot caller in team to let you
Hmm.
know, like, okay, this skill is up. Okay, you can go here, you can go there, you can take this route. That's usually a shot caller because when you're kiting, you might not be thinking at 100%. Because
Hmm.
you're too busy looking back, you'd be too busy trying
Yeah,
to see which route you can
running
take.
away. Yeah.
Yeah. So sometimes even so there's a lot of things going on behind the scene. We can't hear it, but I believe if we are in the same VC as the survivors, you'll be
Oof.
hearing a lot of okay, you can die here. I rescued you.
Yeah,
Okay, going in for the rescue, you can die here. You can die at the corner. Don't die here. You can die at the corner there.
that would
Okay.
be super fun to hear the voice comms of some of these teams because
It
I'm
is.
pretty sure it sounds like a zoo, like with how
So,
panicked
yeah.
they are or how they're able. They seem cool, calm, and collected, ladies and gentlemen, on screen, but I'm pretty sure, yeah, they're like,
Chaos.
especially they're
Chaos.
popping off at excellent moments where they're able to get 4 person out
Yeah.
or they're able to clutch something. I'm sure it gets pretty animated because I think there's also some content with IVL teams where you have their team comms open and yeah, they're talking constantly. No one is keeping quiet. They think as one hive mind and they move as one team, and that's like yeah, IVL is definitely like the gold standard when it comes to Identity 5.
Yeah, for sure. And I'm just happy to see that the community here is thriving as well. Trying to give so much support. I actually have Eli telling me that, telling both of us, me and Posh, that in the chat
Hmm.
itself, many people are very, very supportive of the teams. And
Wow, let's
yeah,
go. Yeah, team support is so important to the teams. But
yeah,
yeah. Hmm.
That's true. That's true. Because it's so easy to walk down the stairs, and
Hmm.
you. This is just a simple analogy. It's so easy
Go
to
for
walk
it.
down the stairs, but it's so hard to climb the stairs. Do you realize climbing the stairs is actually harder than walking down the
Ooh.
stairs? So
Yeah.
it's really hard. It's really easy to bring someone down, but it's so much harder to bring someone up. So when you guys did that, it's just amazing. It's just beautiful to
Hmm.
watch. So thank you
Oh
so
yeah.
much.
Yeah, a lot of love and support in the chat goes a long way for the teams, especially if like in a stalemate like this, where any there could be this one domino effect moment that could lead to a victory. So especially since I don't know how many people are watching now, but yesterday was quite impressive because we were above 2,000. So hopefully
2000.
yeah, hopefully like we can carry this momentum coming into Call of the Abyss, the tournament proper, just so that the NAE region could get a really good representation. Because you saw in the prize pool, you saw in this type of
So many
tournament when it
iPhones.
comes to, yeah, so many iPhones that could be up for grabs. We saw how the support for NetEase and the Identity 5 crew have for this game, and I think it's only growing. And I say this each and every year, it's always a great time to be Identity 5 fan, but more than now, especially for survivors, I think they're eating pretty well now with the meta now. Hunters are still kind of yeah, like finding their footing in this meta because of how many survivors are up for grabs. But I would say as a fan, it's always a great time to be Identity 5 fan.
Yeah, for sure. And I'm actually wondering about the question that you pointed out. Yesterday there was 2,200 viewers in the chat, and right
Mm-hmm.
now I just opened the YouTube chat. Ooh,
Mm-hmm. Ooh, scary.
ooh. I'm looking
Hmm.
at myself there. Ooh, there's actually 1,744
Oh, let's go. Let's go. All right,
people.
support.
Yeah,
Yeah. We're in the
yeah.
four digits. That's still good. I hope you guys are sending your love and support to both these teams because it's still a stalemate. We don't know who's going to advance yet. And we just saw an amazing gameplay of the previous team between CH4 and LJS. They really played their hearts out. And now we are going to Ever Sleeping Town, and it is PTA
Wow.
that chose this. They probably, well, Hunter first half would be BZY, so it's going to be goaded. This could be a strategy for them to at least not have to ban that bonbon. At least they can ban another hunter, which maybe if they want, if they're risking the fact that, you know what, since it's a big map, maybe Goated won't bring out the bonbon. Let's ban the sculptor and then let's see what else he's got. We'll see.
Mm.
Oh, but they're switching. It's Morning
Oh,
Star, the Naiad, the
wow.
one. Okay, so they've prepared for this. Goated, yeah, his bonbon plays were on point. He knows that this isn't the strongest map for bonbon. Now Morning Star comes in.
Naiad. Does Morningstar play another hunter besides Naiad?
If Eli's
Maybe
listening,
the
yeah.
Broken Will. Does he play
that,
Breaking Will? Bec-
I'm not quite sure, but I
Because
wouldn't be
yeah,
surprised if because Breaking Wheel
yeah,
really thrives in this map.
yeah, that's true. And besides that, the thing I'm thinking about right now is if they know that Morningstar is gonna come into the lineup this time, they would probably guess that he's gonna bring out Nayad possibly.
Mm-hmm.
And if his Nayad gets banned, it's just a matter of whether they how much they want to face Nayad. If Nayad does get banned, what will they bring? What will Morningstar bring out? And the only thing I can think about in this map is Breaking Wheel, so strong.
Yeah,
And
super
yeah,
strong.
yeah. Again,
Uh,
mm,
yeah. I mean, Breaking Wheel does stand out. You do have a safe bet would be Bloody Queen too, if ever, since
safety
those
belt,
mirrors are
yeah.
so good. So here we have it. Intel from the powerful Eli, round one Naiad usually, but he does have a Bloody Queen, photographer, and a feaster. So most likely Bloody Queen in this map. Feaster, and I mean Feaster has a slow walk speed. As shout outs to Grizzly and Kahel. I know you guys want to see a Feaster
Woo!
match, but Photo and Feaster could possibly come out, but on paper,
Wow.
Bloody Queen does shine in this map.
Yeah, that's true. And considering um how much stats we've seen in for Morningstar based on Naiad, I think it's safe to say that his Naiad is going to be banned. And if his Naiad gets banned, well, like what you said, Eli has provided us with alternatives,
Mm-hmm.
probably the BQ or even the
Mm-hmm.
Haster. Actually, I like
Yeah.
Haster a lot though. Like Haster's antenna,
Yeah, just the tentacle, just
it's
to
like
know
yeah,
where.
it's
All
like
right, there you guys
wiggle
are.
wiggle. Yeah,
True.
like
I would say if ever he does pick Feaster, I think that would be a very welcome pick, especially with how diverse today was with all
Mm.
the hunters, we have not, well, aside from Joseph, all the hunters have been kind of represented. I think Joseph was the only one that was duplicated, but the
Mm-hmm.
rest it was like Axe Boy, Spider, Joseph. We have Sculptor, Bon. We have five
Yeah.
for, yeah, five hunters
No
out of
Dream Witch
6
yet
names.
today.
No, none yet.
Not
Dream
yet.
Witch could come in, but as our insider Eli did mention, shout outs
Morning.
to Eli, guys. Morningstar,
Yeah.
photographer, feaster, Naiad, and Bloody Queen.
Yeah. I think the strong one would be still be Bloody Queen. So much potential because Hester, despite loving the tentacles for sure, well, the mobility, sorry, the pressure created by the mirror is definitely better in this term. Like, it definitely controls the cipher much better. You can pressure survivors from far away. The chasing is good. But whereas for the tentacles, sometimes it's really hard. Like, even if you get one survivor down, the camping is really strong though. That's one thing I can give to Hasta.
Yeah,
But
camping's really strong. When he downs a survivor, a tentacle pops out. So, yeah, you could choose not to unleash the tentacle from the ground. You just have to say SOS and like there's a tentacle here. So, yeah.
Ever Sleeping Town, I'm gonna look at the bands here. It's gonna be the Seer band first. I would say that Seer and Priestess should be banned just because Priestess is so good in connecting one side to the other. But it looks like Morningstar is going to be taking out the Seer and the Mercenary, which is very understandable. Seer being the vision, again, as mentioned, the vision giver, and of course Mercenary, very S tier rescuer. And of course, as expected, PTA is going to be banning Naiad. Does not want to deal with the wet hunter. Does not feel like getting wet in this at the side of the bed during this day. So right now we're gonna have to see Merc and Seer has been taken out. Forward is the option gone for by PTA. I mean, definitely YYDS has been doing well with the forward on PTA. It just matters. It just matters like what the remaining survivors are they gonna play, because right now Priestess forward are the first two picks by PTA. So
Okay.
if I'm Morningstar, I have to worry because look, Posh, it's forward Priestess first, and
Yeah. And this just in also from our correspondent Eli. Thank you for being on the scene here. Also, Morningstar can play Sculptor, but it's less common. So that's something to take into account when it comes to the Hunter phase. But yeah, it seems like with Seer out of the way and Merc can rare up to be a single hit Hunter like Bloody Queen, especially with no sight at all with the Seer. This does need to bring up the tankiness of the team. Why they are locking in the Psychologist, and who we got Gravekeeper. Wow, very brawny hunters now. Survivors.
Yeah, basically they're not going for a very obvious decoder covered lineup. They're just going for all supports and rescuers. I mean, because the longer you can contain the hunter, the moment they get to accelerated decoding, well, everyone's basically decoders. Like you've already seen the forward decoding more than 100%. You've seen the Gravekeeper are decoding more than 100%. So everyone's basically decoder at this point. Once it reaches accelerated decoding. So yeah, if I'm Morningstar, I have to worry. Like, what am I gonna play? What?
Are you serious? Wait, we gotta wait. This is
Apaleo?
unless I see Hell Ember. Like unless I see. Oh my God,
Wow.
Nell! Whoa.
Whoa.
Okay, we were talking up a storm with the Bloody Queen, the Sculptor, but Morningstar is gonna play wow. We're gonna see a Hell Ember.
I mean, I do play Hell Ember as well. This lineup, it's okay. Hell Ember. Fun fact about Hell Ember, he's one of the slower hunter. He's one of the slower move speed hunter. His attack animation is really bad. And his normal attacks is actually kind of short. It's almost as short as Geisha, but almost as short as Geisha. But usually the The
Yeah,
traits that.
let's
Sorry.
go for it because yeah, this could be just because it's still blinking, so I'm not sure if this is gonna be it, but
Yeah.
it's safe to just comment on how Hell Ember plays just in case.
Yeah,
Just
sure.
in case.
Yeah, yeah. I
But
mean,
yeah, I agree with you. He does struggle. I mean, we're talking about Joseph struggling. Hellember only really comes online when he when he has the puppets roaming around, but everyone knows how to, you know, be able to dismantle those puppets. Again, you just need patience to handle those flame spirits and also those puppets. But yeah, I would have to say like his hits it's not as impressive
Yeah.
with his hitbox, his
But that's a
chase.
yeah.
Mhm.
But that's a strategy that the Hell Ember mains do. They usually go for the 6-9-12 build, or even just 6-9. And the moment they use up their blink to hit, like for example, they've been chasing, they've got their flames, they already stored up their rage. Um, Go ahead, blink, get the survivor first. And after that, when the survivor's running, fill in your puppet because you got the skill
Yes.
puppet from Insolence. Fill it in with the fire, the flame,
Yeah.
and then just throw it at the direction of where they're going. And basically, you cannot
Teleport.
stop it. Yeah, you cannot stop it. It's like,
Yeah.
oh shit. It's like, if you stop to dismantle the puppet, you're gonna get hit by the Hell Ember. If you want to dodge the Hell Ember, you're gonna get hit by the puppet. So that's one strategy I see a lot of times. Like the S batch Hell Embers do. Like
This Hell Ember will be coming through. It's a welcome surprise for me if we do see a Hell Ember. This is definitely gonna really bolster the representation of every hunter in the roster. If I was a betting man and you asked me yesterday if a Hell Ember will come out, I would have probably said no. So maybe we'll find out because of the points that you did mention, especially in
Yeah.
a big map like this. Maybe in Arms, you know, where he can have his presence really felt. But ever sleeping between a Hell Ember and a Bloody Queen, I think it's safe to say that Bloody Queen wins
yeah.
that matchup.
Or it could just be a misclick.
I think it might have been. So
Yeah.
hopefully we'll get that sorted out. But as we were saying, guys, yeah, a lot is on the line because CH4 in the semis, and then the finals will happen on the same day, which is tomorrow. So I hope you guys have marked your calendar of going out to sus. So excited to see how they will be performing. Then CH4 just waiting for their opponents. They're probably watching real closely too, and they're like, we have to prepare for a Hell Ember tomorrow.
Yeah. But at the same time, BZY, well, like one
Yeah.
of them is gonna be prepared. Okay, we know that Ling is gonna be the sniping FPS god. We know what to we know what to ban this time. We know how he
Oof.
plays. So yeah, there's a lot of things going on here. Sometimes watching your team opponents' games, well, it
Oh yeah.
makes it makes a lot of sense on
Mhm.
their habits. Like for example, if you play in games,
Mhm.
sometimes you have the habit of looping
Mhm.
an area. Sometimes
Right,
you
right,
drop
right.
pallets, sometimes you don't, right? Because the hunter
Mhm.
might be like, okay, I'll hit. So there's a lot of habit you can pick up. Some people they don't drop pallets at all. They just keep running.
Yeah, running, and at least you kind of know that mind game already. Like I could walk freely to this pallet, but then that's where
Uh,
it begins. What if I don't? What if I start dropping
yeah,
pallets down? But I
yeah.
believe we're gonna get an update on the picks and bans. They're just updating it real quick, so we'll keep you guys posted on how that's gonna shake out because of I just think that a lot is on the line, and you can be confident, but Hell Ember round 2 qualifiers confident, that's a whole another level of confidence.
Yeah, that's a really big risk to take as well.
Yeah,
Uh, but you know what? Anything can happen. I mean, I don't hate it. It's still very strong. It's just
it is. Ever, if ever the Hell Ember does come out, especially in a big map like Ever Sleeping Town, and especially like the build and the trait that he'll be bringing to the table, if ever, again, if ever, we're talking about possibilities, if he does lock in that Hell Ember.
Hell Ember excellence. Otherwise, it's gonna be such a
Oh
tough
yeah.
chase. Yeah, you.
Hmm.
Yeah, but you know, I've actually seen Hell Embers bringing Patroller.
Ooh,
Patroller,
okay.
yeah,
Actually, we have a I forgot we have a Filipino player that uses Gamekeeper and Patroller. He's really good with it. gonna get broken, dude, because of the traps and also the patroller. So I don't know. These funky builds, they can work.
Yeah,
To some extent. Again, this is high
for
level,
sure.
so I
Yeah.
wonder if yeah. So we just have an update. We are gonna do a reban, so probably a misclick. Yeah,
Probably.
unfortunately,
Yeah.
we won't see the Hell Ember, but again, we're gonna see the best of Morningstar. If there was a misclick, I
Yeah.
think the teams were able to talk to each other, and since the game didn't start yet, like what's another redrafting phase?
Yeah, that's
For them,
true.
I think they might just redraft the last one if ever it's a misclick, because I think they're already super set with their survivor lineup, because like we saw,
Mm.
we have a gravekeeper, we have a psychologist, a seer, and a mercenary. The
Forward.
team
Was it the forward?
forward.
Yeah.
Yeah, mercenary was banned. My bad.
Yeah.
So pretty brawny lineup, pretty tough guy.
So interested to see what you guys at home are thinking about the picks and bans. What do you think Morningstar is going to be picking as the hunter?
Yeah.
The insights are given, the
hmm
stats are given, but you know what? Uh, which hunter do you think Morningstar is going to pick? You know what? Just go ahead, go crazy in the comments. Type your hunter, type your prediction. You know what? Get some cookie points.
Hell Ember,
Oh,
evil reptilian. Let's go.
it wasn't a misclick after all.
I wanted to ban someone else.
Yeah.
But yeah, since I think we might go with the same
Yeah,
picks and
here.
bans as you mentioned. So Priestess is gonna come out. I think forward. Oh, they banned the Naiad. Yeah,
Yeah.
sure. Don't want to deal with that. So yeah, probably Morningstar might lean.
Bloody Queen. But the survivor bans are gonna be the same, right? Forward, Priestess gonna be the first choice, and then it's gonna be Gravekeeper and Psychologist, right?
Yeah, Morningstar, did he ban the mechanic, or they just didn't opt for the mechanic? I wonder who he banned here.
I think he
But
did
yeah.
ban Mechanic. I'm not really sure. I can't really.
Mechanic to come through.
Oh, so it's a new
this is-
ban.
It's a whole reban process. So I'm pretty sure the teams were, they talked about it. So yeah, they allowed a reban process to come through. So Psychologist coming out of the choices for PTA, but Gravekeeper is still wide open to choose from. Oh, I wonder if they're still gonna stick to the same one, or if they're gonna have another build in terms of survivors. Because entertainment, you can definitely go patient. And now we see Painter.
Painter. Ooh.
Wow.
No, patient.
Oh,
Painter.
patient. I think it's patient.
Yeah.
Okay, because we were just talking about how crazy the patient can be, or maybe not. I don't know.
Painter. Patient.
We'll have to wait. So
Yeah. But
either way, I'm
definitely,
pretty hyped.
yeah. I'm hyped too, and I think the Gravekeeper is definitely a good choice as well, because Gravekeeper against a Mary, like you can see, it's a Mary there, right? A Bloody Queen. Gravekeeper still has the shovel to negate 1 damage, and he
Yes.
cannot be forced out of the ground. So, very good in going for rescues as well. So I would say it's
Yeah.
a very good alternative to Mercenary. But
I
we
would
just have to sort out. Yeah.
I would say the Mary matchup between Painter and Patient, even though she can reposition it, at least you could go to a more advantageous area in the map. Painter, he still has to go online and gain his skill. I remember day 1 Painter was crazy broken, but now I think he's in a good spot, but less viable in first round, second round. Usually,
Straight away towards the safe haven of the roof kiting
yeah.
area. So yeah,
So
there's a
good.
lot of possibilities, and let's hope. If you are on the side of PTA, PTA has to be hoping Patient will be the first kite.
It's true.
I
But
guess the
it
patient-
seems like Gravekeeper has the heartbeat. So let's see if Morningstar choosing his target wisely here. Doesn't seem like he wants to commit towards that. Double backed. I think he wanted to go straight, but seems like Gravekeeper being the first one, like you said, shoveling down already.
Oh, nice.
Make sure, and he's hiding under the pallet. So
Yes, it is. That's the good thing. Yeah, that's the
Yeah.
good thing about a Gravekeeper. Put down the pallet, and basically you're hiding between pallets. If the hunter destroys the pallet, you just run away.
yeah, exactly. That's an excellent strategy. And even though Morning, for him to be able to change targets, at least he was able to expel a skill without giving presence to Morningstar. And now we see that Patient is already in corner house here, trying to buy enough time. drops down to the lower floor, and let's see if they'll be able to use the grappling hook.
Oh,
Okay.
was that a misclick? I think there was a misclick. Patient has already. Fortunately, Morning is gonna spot out the footprints. I think I Love You was probably thinking of leaving himself exposed because I think it is the optimum kiting
Yes.
survivor.
Whoa! Gonna be up, drops the pallet, but misses the mirror hit. Can he last longer? But now Morningstar finally gets his first hit on the survivor.
Yeah, if I'm the patient, I will be running towards the forward because the forward will be able to provide assistance to me in case I get down here. And that's exactly what he's doing. He's doing this route. This route is so good. Puts down the pallet, forces him to break, and he can even... Yeah, look, he's just trying to stay put here.
Waiting forcing a mirror build. Doesn't have to worry about the blink anymore. Morningstar has to look over his shoulder to worry about that forward. Now drops the mirror. Watch out for that tram. You gotta cross the bridge. Hang on. Okay, you still has 2 grappling hooks to utilize. Not much health, but still doing a great job. 2 ciphers remain now.
Yeah, and I have to commend the priestess as well. Before going to rush the next cipher, he placed the portal in the middle there, knowing that that's where the keeper cipher 50%. Trying to avoid that mirror hit.
Yeah.
And this is looking bad for Morning.
Yeah, this 2 ciphers. The cipher rush did happen, and 33YYDS didn't expel his entire skill set just yet, just to move away. Now the cooldown to get to being primed, while the forward is going to be the one to go for that rescue.
Yeah, best case scenario for PTA would be a 4-man escape or even a 3-man escape. But the thing is, Morning is trying to buy some more time, gets that hit, and I Love You is going to be rescued before half. And he still has 2 more grappling hooks.
Oh, watch out. Oh my god, again, just making sure he's gonna drop that pallet. The mind games. Excellent hit. Yeah, and I Love You gonna stick around here while 1 cipher remains. The forward is already at half health, so he's gonna stay in a probably open area here, just so he will have sight of where the forward will come. So
yeah, but it's over because it's already primed, and basically at this point, Morning has to down 1 survivor, has to down I Love You, and without using the blink, and then rely on trump card to change it to teleport.
He gets the hit, so that's good. Tide Turner now in effect. I Love You. He can tank 1 hit since he does have Tide Turner, and that cipher is already primed. Going for the charge up hit, last effort already, and now they pop that cipher. And note, he still has 2 grappling hooks. Mirror is gonna help close out that distance, but I Love You already making his way towards that gate, but the gate has not been open yet. Now Morningstar all over the map here at the center, and I Love You just waiting here. Priestess utilizing that portal just to move away from the graveyard side of
simply because I Love You has oh my goodness!
Watch out!
Yeah. The gate's open though.
Yeah, the gate's open. Gravekeeper, just making sure he can probably tank some hits. Patient! He will be dead on chair, and now we see that Sally is being caught in between the gate. Oh well, the hunter is in between Sally and the gate. So now this is gonna be quite tough here for the priestess to come out from, but they have not left just yet. Patient still has that self heal and some grappling hooks to utilize. It'll be a 3-person escape now.
Yeah, I really thought that YYDS was gonna try and commit to a stun, simply because he still has like 3/4 of a ball left. But in the end, they're just gonna try and play safe because let's remember, game 1 it's a draw, 2-2, 4-4, and then now in game 2, I think they're just happy to get a 3-1 over BZY. But again, so many amazing things going on right there. I think it's just the power of Patient being able to kite. You notice the confidence, right, of I Love You. Just let him know, oh, I'm still around here. I'm not leaving you. I'm not leaving your side. And he basically kited 5 ciphers.
Yeah, potential
well
MVP
played.
award. Yeah, going to I Love You with how confident he was with that Patient play. And he didn't just utilize the grappling hooks willy-nilly. He really knew when he was able to pull off that grappling hook right at the moment the swing animation popped up. Wow,
Oh, that was
incredible. And
amazing.
Yeah, and just you can tell the communication from everyone, right? They were really playing to you could see the communication like where the patient was rotating and the forward is already there just to give some extra harassment and just give containment time. We barely saw the priestess, but the priestess was really I would say she was very pivotal when it came to decoding and also supporting the team when it came to her portals.
Yeah, I just love the decoding progress by PTA. This is exactly what you want to see, especially when you're playing in Salili. 100% one cipher by forward, 169% by the Gravekeeper, finishing up the 31% by I Love You. You see, it's 500%. No wasted ciphers. Yeah, this is a perfect game for PTA.
And mind you now, like 3 ciphers pop before accelerated decoding.
Yeah, for sure. That's also one thing to note about. And accelerated decoding in the end definitely made its impact. I think the very last minute when Mary teleported to the gate, I think the patient could I mean sorry, shouldn't be so greedy. I think he should just expand. The moment he teleports, I think the patient should be ready with
Yeah,
the
with the
grappling hook.
grappling hook.
Yeah,
Exactly.
you know,
Because
like ready to when the mirror comes up, just
for I Love You, because since it's they still got that 3-person escape, but yeah, once the mirror pops up, don't be greedy. Just utilize the grappling hook. You don't have to wait for them to for that swing animation or wait for the hunter to teleport to you. Just to be safe, especially since it was the late game. And also,
yeah.
kudos to Morningstar bringing out the Bloody Queen. You saw how well. I mean, you saw how the Bloody Queen can still be constantly present throughout the map. It's just that the team PTA was really able to play against the timings of the mirror and also the blinks that Morningstar had to offer.
Yeah, I think fighting against a patient is the one of the worst possible survivors you can chase.
Matchup, yeah.
Yeah, because the moment your mirror activates, if you don't hit anyone, you're basically chasing on foot against a patient. And I think the one of the parts that led to Morning's slow chairing was because of the miss blink. The blink went through, but
Empty, yeah.
yeah, but I Love You was obviously expecting the blink, hugging the pallets and just made that pallet through. And yeah, I think that bought a lot more time for yeah. Otherwise, I think Morning would have had a better game. But you know what? He's
Yeah.
done his best.
Yeah.
He's done his best. So it's up to Team BZY.
And you know, we're still gonna push for round number 3. So if ever it's a map that doesn't favor Goated and Morningstar will come up again, you know, maybe he just needs that just that warm-up match. I would have to say when it comes to hunting. So hopefully we'll see more of Morningstar and his other hunters because they did respect ban his Naiad because BQ is not his first pick. So if he did bring out that Naiad, I wonder how the matchup would have been different. So now we're gonna head on over to the second half of round number BZY versus PTA, but we are going to see the survivors of BZY and PTA's Prome come in.
The sculptor again, if they don't ban his sculptor.
Just what looking at my notes that Eli gave us, Prome does have a pollen, so they might want to respect ban that pollen, especially in a map like this.
Look at that, PTA is gonna be banning Priestess and pollen. Wow.
Yeah, they did their homework. They know that Prome is known for his pollen. So excellent decision on BZY's side. So now all they have to decide to see who they're going to be using in this matchup.
Seer and Mechanic and Machinery is going to be picked. I mean, nothing much that changed because obviously one is the decoder, one's the rescuer. I think but the last 2 picks are gonna be the crucial ones. Crucial. I think they need something more to support against Mary or even a sculptor, maybe an entomologist. Maybe a postman. Oh,
wow!
How is it gonna?
And a wildling. Wow! So they want to go for a really okay. Everyone. Well, Embalmer, just survive on your own, but the Wildling coming into the mix? Okay, we haven't seen a Wildling in a while. And Sculptor, ooh, okay. Let's see how this lineup would happen, because usually Just make sure,
Yeah.
just get on your board, try to push the survivors. And this is a pretty open map, so you can definitely get a lot of distance away from the survivors when they're balloons. So yeah, I'm excited to see how
Obviously, having the coffin is going to be a plus side because,
Yes.
like what you said, rescue yourself in case the hunter.
I think here's the thing. I think that they want to pick the embalmer just so Prome would set his sights on the embalmer to chase instead of the mechanic. Maybe like as a MacGuffin thing, just so that the mechanic could just decode wherever. Because you can make a case that if you find embalmer first, you could chase him first.
That's true. You can chase the embalmer first, but again, that would force Prome to bring teleport instead of a blink. And I know that Prome is most likely going to bring a blink. If Stero manages to put one coffin at one side and kites all the way to the other side, it's gonna buy so much time. It's gonna buy so much
Especially
time.
with a wildling in the mix, like that can push you away. Oh, that's so.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's the danger with the mechanic. She's one of the slowest vaulters, if not the slowest vaulter in the game. And also pallet dropping as well. Watch out. Mechanic now, I don't know if she was able to drop the doll. Oh, was able to double up on those hits, but now you see that the mechanic is going to a corner side of this map because ETA. Uh-oh, watch out. It's gonna be tough, especially dropping those pallets. You have to time it well. Oh, nice, hiding behind the structures, but now we see that he's making it rain statues. Goes for the regular hit. We are gonna see a slight pause in deduction here, ladies and gentlemen, by Zero. So we're gonna get back to the action, but excellent start for PTA so far. Best finding that mechanic.
Yeah. Having mechanic is obviously the only decoder. I mean the decoder labeled survivor in the
Yes.
team. So it's very normal that the hunter will spawn the closest to decoder. In this case, the mechanic. So I think mechanic. I'm not sure what really happened there, but at least it doesn't matter if the hunter sees it or not. It doesn't matter if Pomei sees the doll or not. The thing is, even if you're on chair, if the hunter has to make a call. And the thing is, I mean, it looks really cool. Sorry, I mean, it looks really cool, body blocking with the robot, but I think it should only be used as a really last resort.
Last resort. If you're
yeah, when
really
the hunt-
caught with your caught
with your pants down.
unguarded. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Like caught with and now we see that the game is back in full swing here, and we see that the embalmer is fully decoding, but the doll is actually dropped here. Okay. And now at the center of this map, so Prome is going to have some good vantage points of where he's going to drop his chisel, and it is the embalmer that is close by. They can probably go for that rescue. Now the wildling making his way to the rescue gets it.
So that's a really early rescue, and this is where you see the Prome is already at full presence, which
Yeah, he was really close, but now we see that we know the strategy here. Go to an open area of this map and let the wildling try to go push the hunter away. But he is trying to get the wildling out of his boar.
wow. Oh, and the mechanic has already been embalmed. He picks up the mechanic, easy.
Go push!
Oh, but
Not
unfortunately
quite.
the timing not
Oh,
as
no.
right. Yeah,
So
but it's
now
okay.
Yeah, he was still able to distract and just buy you some time. But yeah, as you know. Oh,
Yeah.
wow, we downed the wildling!
Yeah, full presence. Too scary right here.
So good. Fade away, sculptor hit. Wow.
Yeah, and that's the thing with this. Still, it's within the vicinity. Very unfortunate. He decided to go for the mechanic instead, and the robot wasn't. Yeah, but
mind you,
now,
wanted order also on the mechanic, so that's
very
quite
unlucky
tough.
for for me.
Watch
Oh,
out, able to get the
nice.
rescue and body block as well.
Nice.
The boar is about to come online now for Proud to just be able to kite for much longer. Goes on the boar, so this is going to buy him a little more time to transition away.
Yeah, and he's just one chip damage away from getting off his boar, but once the rage has built up, it's impossible for you to catch up with a wildling. Yeah, so Promise is gonna go for the next target right here.
And it seems like it's back to the mechanic, back to the first chase. She was shared once. Oh wait, no, she was shared once, and then
Last
she got
chair,
involved.
sure.
Yeah, last
Yeah.
chair. Right.
Yeah, but really nice though by by the mechanic. He actually took cover behind the tram. Just as the tram went through, he took cover and he lost it just like that.
Yeah, no trails. Oh,
wait.
switching to teleport, finding the embalmer, and now the mechanic is also in this area. Still not healed. Oh wow, all the survivors. So another high-level strategy that we're seeing here. But Prame really wants to focus on this mechanic since he's already put this mechanic on the chair. But being chased away and lured away by this embalmer could be the strategy that BZY wants to go for.
Too many injured survivors.
Plus Wildling in the area.
Yeah, so Prome decides, okay, Zero is definitely the last decoder for the team. And with that, I think I like this kind of decision. Nice. Full presence again. Proud trying to make some space here, but again, it's not going to be done anytime soon. Embalmer's on the floor. Wildling's on the chair. Machinery is definitely going to come and rescue. Mechanic's going to be crying because of the slow decoding. So, yeah, so I think it's the mechanic that's actually going to be risking it coming to rescue because she has 6.
Yeah. That's true. Oh my god, it's the Embalmer going for the save! And now we see that Embalmer falls down, but still buying enough time because this Wildling will be dead on chair. So just when we thought that the mechanic would be the one to go for the rescue, now the mechanic's gonna go for the rescue for the Embalmer.
Wow, BZY is doing so good right here, providing so much support. I think Prome may have underestimated the power of teamwork by BZY, and you can see Wildling and Mechanic is going, and Mechanic is sending the robot over to assist in the decoding and coming to the rescue. Wow, this game is gonna turn into a clutch game. Yeah. But mind you though, Prome just needs a tie to bring this game to victory.
It's really close, above the 50% mark. It's actually lower left side of the screen states that it's almost primed.
Oh my god.
And the Embalmer just about to go past half. So I think the mechanic will be the one to go for the rescue. It seems like the mechanic is coming into position. They cannot dodge. Oh my god, the terror shock! But the pop happens, and now we see that the Embalmer will have to run for his life. Prame now has teleport ready, but wants to focus on just getting one Embalmer first before he's able to get the detention. Able to down the mechanic. Down the Embalmer. Watch out, the Wildling is in the area. Can he go for that push? Not going for it. This is gonna be quite scary. The forward was able to, Mercenary was able to open up that exit gate already, just spotting out, and it seems like the Wildling and the Mercenary are here already. Trying to bat it out.
Going for the dungeon!
Dungeon escape. Tried.
BZY bringing the game back in their favor. Yeah. That was
crazy.
so clutch. Yeah, it was so clutch right there.
I think everyone, even the Hunter, wasn't expecting the Embalmer to self-heal, rescue, and make a switch happen. They played musical chairs, essentially. They all saw their rounds on the rocket chair, ultimately for a 3-1 win for BZY.
I think it was a risk for Pome to bring the Embalmer so close to the chair. I think his idea was to, whenever a survivor it backfired because he was so near the chair. The moment
then he could heal, rescue.
Oh my goodness. And there was another survivor nearby distracting Pome, and that was a turning point as well. Letting the mechanic go is also one of the key points that led to this kind of results. But again, it was very entertaining. Not a single dull moment. So entertaining, and
it was so good.
Wow.
Very
Pome underestimated.
Yes,
Pome underestimated the decoding progress as well.
I think so. Yeah, I thought he was in a good position, knowing that. All right, I think I still have some time left. Little did he know that they were just giving that false sense of security to Pome for them to be able to rotate and prime that last cipher. But wow, I can't wait to see the match stats because we barely saw the Mercenary. We saw a lot of the Mechanic, the Wildling, and Embalmer. So yeah, the Embalmer with the, I would say the Embalmer was pretty much MVP there. Not also rescue. So just trying to kiting really, like, it was the Embalmer Wildling tandem. So this is NAEU, ladies and gentlemen. Really exciting Survivor gameplays.
Yeah, sure. I would expect nothing less than triple digits all around.
Yeah, let's go.
Only 72 seconds containment time. It's just because he has created a lot of distance from the Hunter, which Yeah, so that isn't taken into consideration, isn't taken into account for the containment hunter. But both of these definitely kited the long 5%. My goodness. And Proud Sensei is just proud to be containing the hunter and trying to support his teammate, which I think was so risky at most of the time, but he's so good at doubling back, leaving the area of hit, doubling back. So props to Team BZY, tying it up against PTA again.
8-8. Also, just to highlight Prome, you know, he was whacking a lot of these survivors. Got to full
Yeah.
presence quite early, I would say. It's
Yeah.
just that BZY was really ready for the Sculptor, especially with how they were able to juke some of the statue hits. I mean, I know that full presence statues were able to chip a lot, but most of the regular hits that the Sculptor was throwing out were kind of thwarted, so they were really able to play around the long hitbox. This one now, back and forth, tied game 2-2, now 3-1, 3-1. I don't know what to expect in the next one. So
Yeah.
I'm really excited to see what map we're gonna be at and how that's going to play into fruition, because we do have to worry about specific hunters for BZY. Which, now that we have a little more bans, you can go for probably even maybe someone could go back to arms if you wanted to, depending on who's gonna pick. You could also go for a church. You could go for a hospital. But
Mm,
one map we haven't seen yet, and I don't know if they'll bring it out, is Chinatown. I wonder if that's gonna
Chinatown.
come in. Yeah, I wonder if that's gonna come in.
Chinatown is usually just a very annoying map to kite, and then there's the backstairs, and definitely
Mhm.
gonna be it's definitely gonna be very hard for the hunters to chase up with the survivors, I would say.
Yeah.
But I think if since it's such a survivor sided game, I mean sorry, not survivor sided. Survivor sides are showing such strong performances. I would say if they want to further their lead, they want to gain advantage over the other. The one thing they have to consider is which hunter has more limited pools. Which
Mm.
which team has the more limited hunter pools with the hunter at in certain maps more efficiently than the others. Because survivors, they are very strong. If they pick Chinatown, which is I would say slightly survivor sided because of the two floor and all those positions that I mentioned. Seeing which hunter has the more limited pools. If they decide BZY has smaller hunter pools, we can ban more hunters there. Then they can
Mhm.
safely go for Chinatown. But if then it would make
Mhm.
sense for them to pick it, or in that case, they can even ban that map. They know that they're weak in that map. They rather just ban it. But
Mhm.
yeah,
I agree that I like the mentality that you brought to the table, that you have heavily gimped the hunter of the other survivor, of the other team. Not to
hard time.
mention, just giving them a hard time, and just for them to be able to push the pace for them to get like a 5 points or 4-person escape. And I think the maps that are, we still have church, we still have hospital, we still have those big maps too. We still have we just did Ever Sleeping. We still have Moonlit River
Moonlit.
Park. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
another map. And I think if they do that, they definitely.
Mm.
So quite the interesting turn of events. I wonder how. Now it's just, I think it depends on the hunter and how they're going to be able to adjust. Either be Morningstar or go, because we have yet to see a hunter get a solid victory in this team, in this
Only
matchup. I would
4K,
say.
right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
even solid 3, right? The most they
3Ks,
got is
yeah.
2.
Series of survivors. You ban forward, you still have the Wildling. You ban better, you still have Merc available. You have so many choices, but for Hunter, not so much. Because
Mhm.
usually people come into the tournament, they have maybe one or two main hunters, which they play really, really well at. The third, fourth, and fifth are probably not as well. Still good,
Mhm.
but very important, depending on how well you think your hunter is going to be able to handle it. If you think that your hunter, okay, I will be able to handle Chinatown, our hunter, take away Poland, take away Sculptor. And so really comes down to how they want to play this game based on the hunter's capability. Because right now,
Mhm.
survivors, they have plenty to choose from, but hunters, not
Solid.
so much.
Mhm.
Not so much
Yeah.
hunters.
True. So
Mm.
yeah, the hunter mentality is try to push for at least 3. Both both teams are very well. Their survivors are pretty stable, I would say, when it comes to performing and really just helping each other. You're not just facing one survivor in this matchup. All the moments where the hunter finds a survivor, uh with the lineups especially. Not much harassers, but in the first one, but yeah, with a wilding, you felt the harassment come out of there. I
Mm.
think it was the first match in Arms where it was the psychologist, seer, gravekeeper, I think, or yeah, there wasn't that much support in
Forward.
terms of stunning. Yeah,
Oh yeah, yeah.
forward was there, but yeah, I think that was in BZY, but yeah, still up in the air. So it's really important for each and every one of you guys that I hate to say it, but it might come down to like one moment that could be very pivotal, because usually at
Mm.
no one's budging.
Yeah. But you notice the trend, right? In game number one, it's 2-2
Mhm.
on both teams with their best hunters on the line. Not to say best hunters, but basically the least
Preferred.
bad piece.
Mhm.
Number two, where there are obviously more bans. Sorry, there are bans onto the hunter.
Yeah.
Um, and so I would say in game three, if there it comes down to two hunter bans, I would say very highly likely we're gonna see.
Right. So and the
Yeah,
hunter's job is just to at least get one out or two. Yeah, just
one kill.
perform.
Yeah,
Yeah, one kill while the other one gets like a four person. So yeah, I could see the tides
yeah,
like going in that favor to whoever team is going to take the
yeah,
victory now.
yeah. It
But
comes down to
yeah, you gotta give you have to shine some light on the survivor side too,
yeah,
because they've been performing so well and
yeah.
it's gonna
Also,
wear on you. Yeah.
it is, it is. Just saying that because the survivors have been playing so well. If it goes into a tie again, definitely comes down to which hunter pick and hunter plays. That's gonna be the spark that you are mentioning, the
Hmm.
spark that they need to make a pivotal difference in between the two teams. That it came down to this because it just shows that okay, these teams are
Hmm.
of the higher standards in NAEU, and they're here to compete. They're not playing around. They're here to
Oh yeah.
compete. And it's not like yeah. Thank you so much, guys, for sticking with us until now. It's been 5 hours since we started going air, coming
Hmm.
into Discord and all. Thank you for sticking with us. Don't forget to
Stay hydrated. 5 hours is no joke, especially with the high level plays that we're seeing between the two teams of BZY and PTA. We did talk about what map do you think would be highlighted or be banned? Because for BZY, you have Sculptor, Bonbon, Naiad, yeah, and Bloody Queen. For me, and I'll get your thoughts on this now. BZY, they seem to want to keep the map in close quarters with the Sculptor, Bonbon, Naiad. Bloody Queen seems to be the one with well, and Naiad. They really like those small maps just so that they can yeah make their presence felt. PTA with Pollen, yeah, doesn't mind if it's a big map. So
BZY. We've seen what their bonbon can do. We've seen we've seen what they can do with their hunter side.
mhm.
Since you brought up the point that they would prefer to maintain it in close quarters, Red Church, why not? Just comes down to how well they want to play it. But if I'm on the side of PTA, I'll probably ban Red Church. I'll ban the
Yeah,
small church.
get it out.
And, yeah, and I'll try and let them pick. But I think the person picking the map would play a more important role because
Mm-hmm.
PTA will want a bigger map because
Yeah, for sure.
yeah, because their hunter pools would benefit slightly from it.
Mm-hmm.
And whereas in PTA, I think with Bonbon and um, with Bonbon with the sculptor, was it? Sorry,
Bonbon Sculptor for Goated.
Bonbon. Yeah,
Naiad BQ on Morningstar.
what
Yeah,
BZY is
that's
gonna
that's
pick.
that's
That's the
another thing
thing.
because that's a layer because we're assuming that those are the hunters that they utilize in those big or small maps.
Yeah.
But if those hunters gets banned and you have the map where that really shines in, you're forced to bring a hunter that you're not comfy with. So we're about
Mm.
to find out. Edu is coming
Oh,
into the
Dream
mix
Wish.
now.
Let's
Yeah.
go. Moonlit.
Wow.
I'm calling it Moonlit. It will be Moonlit probably. I
Take
mean, I'm
n-
not sure.
take note also that he does have a violinist just in case.
Yeah.
But it seemed there you go, called it right off the bat, and it's BZY that picked Moonlit. So
ECY?
they
Okay.
yeah BZ. I think that they know that Edu has a Dream Witch and violinist. So I guess they want to just take it out and they took out Hospital. Okay.
Nice. They want to make it a battle between hunters
Hmm.
as well. And
Yeah. So. Mhm.
go ahead.
Oh, as well that Edu plays Wheel Sculptor, Geisha, and Bloody Queen, and Wu Chang. So that's a lot of hunters, I would have to say. So they're bringing their trump card, not I mean no pun intended, but Edu being the last hurrah for the hunters here. He seems to be a lot.
PTA has a deep hunter pull. We can see
Hmm.
that. And BZY, so far we've seen what Goaded plays, what he can bring to the table. We've seen Morning Star. But again, it's so easy for PTA to counter BZY. Like, okay, if you bring out Goaded, I'm just gonna ban those two hunters
Hmm.
that you're gonna play.
Right.
If I see Morning Star, I'm just gonna ban those two Naiad, Breaking Will. And what are you gonna play? Are you gonna replicate Bloody or
After how
yeah?
we dealt with after we dealt with your Bloody
Or
Queen
the
in the
sculptor,
previous map.
yeah. So,
Yeah. Yeah, I would
hmm,
say it's with hunters, especially now Edu's in the mix. With what we know about witch, dream witch, and violinist, and the rest of the hunters that Eli did mention. Shout outs to Eli. Thank you so much again for
yeah,
for
man behind
giving
the
us that.
scene.
Yeah, exactly. Just watching, just making sure he's keeping the community up to date with who are the players to look out for. Um, yeah, Sculptor, Geisha, Bloody Queen, they can thrive in this map. We did see Geisha yesterday in Moonlit River Park between Legacy and Sus. So here we have
Mushin.
it. Yeah,
There we
Mushin,
go.
insane. So BZY versus PTA, we're going to Moonlit River Park. Would this be the last match? Could be a tiebreaker now. I don't know. I'm not saying anything.
But if it goes to game 4, I think it's gonna be so mentally exhausting. The last team
Yeah.
standing. But I
Mhm.
would say, I would guess, my prediction is this game 3 will probably be the last game,
The
uh,
deciding. Mhm.
the deciding game. Why are we seeing the sculptor here?
She
But
threw her chisel, Nell. Run! The statues
run,
are
help,
coming.
help! But Moonlit River Park is so good for Breaking Will, I have to say. So I
So
would be
good.
surprised. I would be surprised if
If
they
they
don't
didn't.
ban.
Oof.
Yeah, they
Yeah,
have
they
to
should.
ban. They have to. Dream Witch Breaking Will. Go. Ban it.
Yeah. Leave him with Vio, leave him with Sculptor, Geisha, Bloody Queen. I think you guys can handle that.
Yeah.
But yeah, if Wheel, so good. And also his main hunter, Edu's main hunter being the Dream Witch. Yeah, you gotta respect ban that Dream Witch. Even
But
though
then
it's a big map. Yeah. Mhm.
it is. Okay, but at the side of Edu, he can ban 4 survivors. Take your pick, Posh. 4 survivors
Ugh.
ban. Go.
Priestess, get out.
Let's get out. Priestess.
I think Seer too, because it
Seer?
seems like he might go for single hit hunters.
Okay.
Forward, we got to get out forward because
Forward. Okay. Nice.
and then toss up between whoever's left. Merc. Oh, there you go.
Yeah, Merc.
Yeah.
Oh,
There we go. Allowing
we
the
go.
priestess to come in. Okay.
yeah. That's basically 3 out of 4, and the fourth ban might have been the priestess.
Yeah, we'll wait because they might, secure that priestess and mechanic. But
Yeah.
mechanic in a big map like this, I don't know.
It's not gonna work that well. Yeah.
Mhm. But
So far
priestess,
from
you
distance cover, yeah.
exactly. So.
Priest-
huh.
I think the reason for not banning priestess is because probably thinking of, teleport traits.
A
on
teleport
hunters.
trade,
Yeah.
or a very mobile hunter. I really want to see who they're gonna be banning in terms of hunters, because I agree with you. You got to get rid of that wheel, just in
Wheel, yeah.
just in this huge map like this, and also the calling card of this hunter, which is that Dream Witch.
Yeah. Dream Witch and Breaking Wheel, or Breaking Wheel and Sculptor. Either one of those. Sculptor is also very good at chasing far.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Okay. Mary!
Whoa.
Okay, leading the
Wow.
breaking wheel. Wow.
And the Dream Witch too. Okay, we were kind of off here, but you did get the Sculptor, so that's good. But okay, so yeah, it seems like maybe he might go for Wheel. Based on his comfort, that will depend. But on paper, Wheel in this map has shown to give a lot of results. So yeah, you are seeing the bands of that Hunter. One is Mary, and the other one is Sculptor.
Crazy. I hope that BZY is ready to deal with whatever EDU is gonna play, especially if it's gonna be a breaking wheel, because right now you can see that they are only banning. EDU did not even bother banning Priestess, which proves that he might be gearing up towards Hunter that is very mobile, or can just teleport. So breaking wheel is not afraid of Priestess. He's not.
Yeah, he's
definitely
not. Even if he goes through the portals, it's fine. He doesn't
Yeah,
even
he
get
just
affected
goes
in his
through.
wheel form. So banning the mechanic. Okay. This kind of leaves some interesting or creative lineups coming out of BZY. Embalmer coming back into the mix.
Yeah, I mean, why not?
Wildling?
He's so good.
Batter?
Wildling.
What do we got? Wildling.
Yeah,
Okay.
Wildling.
Wow. So
If
yeah,
they
they
f-
just substitute mercenary for
Wildling.
psychologist.
Yeah, that's true. That's the thing though. In this lineup, Wu Chang.
Whoa! Oh my god. Okay, so Eli did mention Wu Chang, but probably won't use it in tournaments. But Edu, okay. No wonder he's not afraid of Priestess because of the
Priestess,
umbrella. But early game, you really have to get your presence built right away.
Yeah, you definitely need to. Insolence, 6, 9, 12, teleport.
Maybe, yeah.
Insolence and
I
fast
think,
breaking.
yeah, I would say he needs to bring insolence. He needs to get his presence felt right away.
Yeah.
Wow, went with even Eli is lost for words here. This is high risk, high reward. Let's see if it pays off for PTA because Wu Chang not really seen that much in tournaments. We have seen him in our tournaments in Southeast Asia, but very aggressive Wu Chang plays, like teleport Wu Chang.
Yeah, I mean it makes sense. EDUs they ban Sculptor and Mary. So Mary is the one that can counter Embalmer. So who else can counter Embalmer? Breaking
Yeah.
Wheel, Wu Chang, Naiad. But well, he went for Wu Chang. So let's see. He probably has a few tricks up his sleeve.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Eli chiming in again saying Wu Chang great counter for Embalmer. Yeah, that's true, especially if he and also gets free presence with Wildling Boar. So yeah, great insights there. Yeah. Again, yeah, you could farm some hits when you hit that board.
You can hit him.
If
Very
you-
annoying.
Yeah, unless he's like white form, so he hits like a mile away. That's good. But if you're black form, oh gosh, that's so hard to hit. So let's see how this goes. Oh my god, he spots out the Wildling first. So let's see if he'll go after the Wildling in the immediate area. But he teleports right away. Ooh, beautiful skin. Is this Frostbite?
He's gonna go for the Wildling. Okay.
There we
this is
go.
Really bad.
Yeah, especially black form, like where it's faster hits but not as long reaching. Priestess already has a portal ready just in case over
Not
at one of the stops. Yep.
Yep,
So
he's not afraid. Yeah, like see Posh, the portal right in front. Oh my god, he missed the portal! What?
Oh my gosh.
The portal was supposed to go up to the tram.
Yeah, exactly. Now he's cutting him off, and now
Oh
chasing
my
him away
God.
from the tram, and now just gonna drop the umbrella here. And yeah, he's slowly building the presence. Once he's able to get the one hit off the Priestess, this is gonna be good for him. So at least he'll get his bell or his soul siphon.
Yeah, but the blink is up also. Wow, nice! And he got his skill ready.
Yeah, predicting that that portal placement. Okay, now he's able to go up. And oh my god, what a blink and terror shot!
Saw that.
Wow.
Oh my god. Yeah, but that was really expected though because he brought insolence, so he definitely needs to get a blink trade to just get that early down. And here you can see the power of Wu Chang coming into fruition. Wildling has no choice, has to ditch his Cypher comes early just to cap. And
So
you
this
can
is
see
as you were saying, this is the pivotal moment that we're looking at, where the Hunter comes to stake his claim. But you know what? This is still early game. Let's see how they're going to be playing this one out. Gets the early hit here, now at full presence. Now when he teleports, he's going to be using that skill. Now excellent bell on the Priestess. See, you can drop in the palace just to mitigate the distance, but the Wildling is just in that area, just trying to provide as much support.
Oh,
Hit
beautiful.
there. Yep.
That was beautiful though. The patience though, like doing the high. Okay, this is where it gets tricky.
Yeah, that's true. He already
Yeah.
expelled his blink, doesn't have a trait, and this is where the wildling can be so annoying. Now utilizing it. Oh my god, what a
my
push!
god, that's the thing about wildlings.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Oh, he was able to reverse, and now we see that the priestess is down again, cleaning up the portals here, able to get the push going on, but no, just chases and puts him away from the wildling, and now the boar is about to be exhausted. So
Yeah.
I wonder if the psychologist. Oh, look at that, getting the Wi-Fi healing.
Wi-Fi? Oh, is he gonna spot out the Wi-Fi heals? Oh, he's gonna. Oh, okay, that's a little bit too late for Wu Chang to spot out. But again, there's no tight turner, so it's gonna be much easier. And the
Umbrella.
fact-
Uh-oh.
No,
Oh, he's gonna walk towards it. Okay, yeah.
Yeah,
Still too
safe
close
route.
for Umbrella.
Safe route. I don't agree with White Form.
Yeah, now here, yeah, it's definitely in tight kiting spots. It's gonna be quite tough. The windup is quite long. Oh, misses it. Oh, again, trying to wind up for the hit.
Oh my
unable
god.
to go through. But now we see he doesn't have to worry about the the roller coaster. Soul siphoning, quite close here. Able to get the hit. Wow, nice camera angle there, just for him to be able to get the hit on that priestess. Now he has to worry about this this wildling. Now as we see two ciphers, one is almost prime, blinks away.
Nice.
Oh my god, there we go. And now he secures his first survivor and now can focus on the wildling. Since the wildling is already at half health, soul siphons his way just to close out the distance, and this wildling already exhausted his board.
Yeah, but look at the difference.
Oh.
How much time the wildling and the priestess has bought.
Oh!
Wow,
Yeah.
one cipher remaining. He's got the wildling, but again, Embalmer is already at the last cipher. So the best option now, psychologist, just has to come, rescue, cipher pop. But again, you have to worry though because it's such a big map. The priestess is down.
Oh my god, tinnitus already being brought up here, and
Yeah.
now at 50%, already past 50%. So if he finds the psychologist, oh my god, couldn't find him just yet, crouching, and now nerves of steel.
Oh,
Psychologist already makes himself known. And we see that the cipher is almost prime, gets the hit, and we see that the pop is about to happen. He's gonna throw the umbrella just to stop the rescue from happening. Oh wow, he's able to stop the rescue down, and now the cipher pops. Detention is in the air, gets the rescue. No tide turner, but we do see that the embalmer already planted his coffin, but still having the psychologist down. Not enough time for him to get the, I don't know if they met. So now we see that Edu focusing his attention. He knows that there's no more priestess for him to be able to worry about any backdoor rescues, and Proud going inside 2-story. Let's see how Edu's gonna play this one out.
Yeah, this is a potential 3 kill. But it really depends though, because Wildling is the last chase, and the thing is, Wildling, oh my goodness, the dungeon is actually very near towards the Embalmer. Yeah, but that's the thing though, Embalmer, he's very strong, but the thing is, if he doesn't see anyone, that's the problem. He cannot embalm anyone. Yeah, he's gonna spot up!
Oh, watch out! Oh, it's gonna be a foot race. And now we know that the boar is not online just yet. Throws it right away to Black Form. And we see that the bell is gonna be, he went past the pallet. It looks like it might be a 3-man down and out for Edu.
Yeah, first 3K for the for the day for Team PDA versus BZY, and Hero is going to be the last person to leave. Congrats, 3-1, first 3-1 today.
And with Wu Chang, oh my god.
Nice. They definitely bought a lot of time though.
They did.
Sus and the Wildling surviving all the way until the last cipher. Just very, very unfortunate that the psychologist got siphoned by the White Form. If she doubled back when Wu Chang was channeling the umbrella, might have been a different story.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
Just
still,
the placements of the umbrella, the discipline I want to highlight on Edu's side was really on point, because this is a survivor team that well coordinated, right? So they did buy enough time. They bought so much. It's just that I think the presence that was built kind of stacked up already.
Yeah.
And he was really able to play at the white and black form really well of Wu Chang. So he knew when to switch. He knew when to use that bell and siphon.
Yeah.
for him to just be patient enough for him to just rely. I think also when it came to the picks and bans, he dealt with the worst of it, which was the priestess and wildling.
Mm.
So yeah, kudos to Edu, and kudos also to this survivor team for being able to last that long with such a well-oiled hunter. This is for Edu's first game. Edu, yeah, his
Edu's
first
first
game.
game.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and
Fresh.
he was yes, real
Ready to
fresh.
go. Yeah.
Mhm.
But I would like to point out that there was one point which ultimately decided the fate of BZY. The part where Wilding was ready to dash towards the balloon,
Right. Hmm.
and the blink there.
The
That
blink,
was
yeah,
the
blink
one.
pickup. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
he
If
was.
he is there, he would have struggled.
Yeah, both Idu's blink utilization, the blink hit to Terror Shock, and the blink balloon pickup were really pivotal moments to really secure himself that down priestess. And all those blinks were dedicated to that priestess. So that's how slippery the survivor team of BZY is. So we see here the match data. I don't think we saw much. We didn't see the Seru at all, the embalmer having, but pushing 300% decoding. It was really the tale of the wilding as well as the priestess with how long they contained, and unfortunately the psychologist was stuffed in the rescue. But Edu, big shout outs to him, having an amazing stats with 4 pallets destroyed, 13 survivor hits, 1 terror shock, and 8 knockdowns.
Yeah, nice job bringing back Wu Chang to the competitive scene. Definitely showing that Wu Chang is still very viable in the pickups, especially in BO3s, because you ban all those survivors that would normally give Wu Chang a hard time. Idu was so confident with Wu Chang just because the moment he saw Wildling, the moment he saw Psychologist Wildling and Balma, he knows.
Let's go.
Yeah, let's go. The moment I find Priestess first, it's over for it's gonna be a hard game for BZY. But if this was a BO1 and Edu went, he wouldn't go for Wu Chang because so many harassments. Wu Chang's just so afraid of harassments at this point. Forward,
Yeah.
Merc, forward, Merc. So many people can harass.
Steer, yeah, just
Yeah,
and
Seer,
also just mitigate the
the
chase.
damage. Yeah,
Yeah, so yeah, I think around 3 Wu Chang very viable, especially in
right.
the right hands as Edu. So big shout outs to him. Could this be the pivotal moment? And now it's just that PTA needs to be able to hold on to this momentum. If they just go for that tie, they're able to move on to day number 3. However, yeah, survivor side of PTA, they've been known also to stick with the best of them, and really, I'm kind of concerned now which hunter or which, yeah, is it going to be Morningstar? Is it going to be Goated? And which hunter they're going to go with?
Can they make another change? I mean, they've
I'm,
already made one substitution. But
yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if
if
they
it's
can.
but if it's still Morningstar and his Breaking Wheel, his Naiad gets banned, I think he has no choice but to stick with Bloody Queen because
Mm-hmm.
um, I don't think he has a deeper pull. I mean, that's my speculation. I don't think he has more hunters that he can afford to choose from to play comfortably. But he can definitely try and redeem himself with the Bloody Queen. Um,
Mm-hmm.
if he tries to make it in this map, because again, it's Moonlit River Park. Mary is
Yeah,
pretty good in open spaces, big spaces. Yeah.
true. And
Mm,
he, he has to go for a 3-person. Oof. Yeah,
mm,
based on the previous match, he's got to shake out the cobwebs of what just happened there, and he's got to play anew. If it's going to be Morningstar with that Bloody Queen, and in a
yeah.
big map like this, we have seen Mary shine, performing to her full effect in Moonlit River Park. So, yeah, big ask for BZY's Hunter. Let's
Yeah.
see if he can rise to the occasion. For PTA, on the other hand, they just need to tie this game.
Yeah.
I wonder if they're going to be building towards a
Toy merchant.
tie, yeah, toy merchant or a tie survivor build.
Okay. Let's take our pick again. He's probably gonna ban.
Forward, get out forward from
Yeah,
33 YYDS. Yeah, we that's
Yeah,
one of the
get out of
survivors.
here.
Yeah, we don't need that. Right off the bat, no, we don't need that forward.
Yeah.
Merc probably, Priestess, Bloody
Yeah,
Queen, maybe Seer.
Seer, yeah. Merc and forward must go out.
Ooh,
Oh wait, Mechanic.
there we go.
Okay.
Mech.
Last one, Seer or Merc?
Priestess,
Priestess.
no,
Okay.
yeah, maybe. I
Okay.
think maybe building towards. Wait, Seer's allowed. Merc is allowed.
Hmm. Sculptor?
Sculptor, Pollen, maybe.
Yeah. Not if
Chris-
it's banned. He's risking
Yeah,
it.
let's see. Let's see.
Pollen Naiad,
Chris-
let's go.
Yeah, probably gonna take out the Naiad and Bloody Queen.
Oh!
Yeah. Yeah, Bloody
So-
Queen is the other.
Naiad.
Uh,
Naiad BQ.
Maybe. yeah. Oof. So he's forced to go Sculptor. He's forced to go Pollen.
Yeah. Forced sounds a little bit forced. I mean, it sounds a little bit weird to be forced to play Pollen because
Yeah,
Pollen
you're
is
forced to.
good,
I'm
but-
I'm supposed to play meta. Oh, no.
Yeah.
But hey, you need a driver's license to pilot Pollen.
That's
dude.
true. That's true. But fortunately, banning those 3 characters allowed PTA to pick up on Merc and Seer, and they do have another harasser. Even if they don't have forward, they can still pick
Ooh.
up better.
No,
Push back.
as you say, we have another. Oh no, never mind.
Never
So-
mind. Sorry.
Eliminating the batter here. We see like a diverse lineup compared to the first one. They can go if they want. You know, at 33 YDS, I think he's got some wildling in him if he wants to. So
Yeah, he feels wild. That's the
yeah,
thing.
let's see. Because very support heavy, but none of them would make the hunter second guess himself in picking up survivors. Patient and
Patient!
Enchantress. Okay.
Hey.
I love you. Maybe I love you is the patient, so maybe they'll switch.
Yeah.
Because since 33 YDS is known as the stunner of the group, and yes, you have to play. You're forced. You have to play Galati.
Yeah. But then again, you notice that in this lineup, there's no one that can really bridge the distance in an instant except for the
Yeah.
mercenary. Hey, wait, and the patient. Okay, my bad.
Patient, yeah. Bridge in terms of
so
help
much.
supporting the kite, but
Yeah, help supporting the kite. Yeah.
honestly, like the patient's grappling hooks could really counter the statues. Like once you start seeing the statues form, just try your best to grapple your way out of where the statue is going to be at. So it seems like it's 33 YGS on the Seer, and it's Salili as the Enchantress. So
Yeah.
let's see. Morningstar definitely has his hands full with this bunch. He needs to get 3 survivors down and out of the game just to force a tie to happen.
Yeah. Would be nice to see a psychologist in place of the enchantress, though. I mean, I would love to see the synergy between psychologist and patient simply because of
The
number
hard
one. the
hands.
action. Yeah, it's like, hey, come to me, run far away, don't leave me.
We haven't seen, we haven't seen that lineup just. We've seen it just briefly, but yeah, I think you see like there's some highlights where that's utilized, that the attraction is used. But,
Hold my hands.
This
Bring me
this
God. Yeah, but then
This
enchantress.
yeah. This lineup is still kind of scary because she can just eat that one statue hit. She already has a stun.
Yeah, that's true.
So-
But that's only if the enchantress is the first target, though. I
Yep.
mean, they're hoping for enchantress to be the first target, probably.
Enchantress Mercenary seem to be in the area here, so it's Polars
Yeah.
and 33 YDS. Not the best. I think he'd want to go for that Seer first, but you know he has to roll with the punches here. So it seems like he's gonna go for the Enchantress. I think the Mercenary was kind of lost. Line of sight, and he doesn't want to chase that Mercenary.
He's going for the seer straight away. Enchantress is definitely. I think we're gonna see Salili decode 300% again this game. They could probably rely on YDS to keep kiting, and then probably patient trying to. It's either Seer or Patient that's gonna be kiting. Salili is already in the distance. Okay, here's
Wow.
the. You see, like everyone. Oh.
Statue hit plus regular hit. Now saving the Seer Owl for like probably a really clutch situation. Watch out! Tried to drop the pallet, but Morning able to throw out the melee hit. And now has his first survivor down at a quite early stage of the game.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good strategy there, trying to, like just go through the pallet and then just wait for a second, letting the hunter think that you're probably gonna loop another round. But Morning just seems to know the habits. He's like, okay, I know what you're gonna do, and that's where he got the hit on the drop pallets. But right now, what are they gonna try and do here? Enchantress is about to finish one cipher. And the rescue seems to be I love you is gonna come. It's probably with the 6. Two of them are
Pullers,
cracked.
yeah, two. Yeah. So I think I Love You just focusing. Oh wow, able to get the hit on the mercenary before the elbow pad was activated. So Hitbox was able to catch the mercenary before he was able to elbow pad. Now 33 YDS has to be very careful and now uses the
nice!
Yeah, beautiful seer owl there.
Yeah, I did not expect that. The statue was actually pushing YYDS
Yeah.
back.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Now full presence. Enchantress is in the area, so she is stacking up her stun here. Almost, yeah, already has it. Oh, goes for a one-hit stun. Again, this is so, I would say, annoying because it's just
It is
build it
brutal.
up and then yeah, just slowly building that up. But yeah, he's able to at least get the seer onto this chair. I wonder who's gonna go for the rescue now since Lily was able to just harass just a little bit. Full presence sculptor and BZY. Can channel, well, I would say, yeah, BZY's Hunter can channel his strength to go into 4K. Because if they go for the 4K, they immediately win.
That's true. And I think what they can do right now is they have to sacrifice. They have to sacrifice YYDS. He obviously does not have any more resources to do a rebound kite. Morning realizing this, he's just gonna go to the next available survivor they can find. Pollars is in really great danger. Morning just trying to scout out certain survivors, just trying to find out information about where the survivors are. And this is where it really gets very clutched because Mercenary, obviously one chip damage away, but Enchantress and Patient, obviously both of them have very good potential to kite.
He dropped down.
He
I
dropped
love
down.
you.
And he's gonna be
Right.
stopped.
That's true. He has some grappling hooks. Oh my god, be careful when it comes to crossing these pallets. The blade! Oh my god, able to snipe out. He's gonna cross and now able to land some hits on this Patient. Able to.
Oh my
wow,
god!
This statue is.
Yeah, he was trying to grapple towards the train, the roller coaster, and the perfect statue just hit him, and he's down just like that. And that's why I never feed the sculptor.
Yeah, exactly. Because right when she comes online, it's so dangerous. And now it
Oh!
is the Enchantress that's forced to go for the rescue. Now can go for those perfect statue hits, try to mitigate the rescue from happening. One more and do it. Oh wow, he eats the hit. The Enchantress does fall while the Mercenary is trying to push for that second cipher over there at 2-story. Grappling hook, able to go towards the roller coaster here. Now setting his sights on the Enchantress.
Yeah, it's going on the opposite direction. Mercenary is about to finish one cipher. At this point, I think they shouldn't even try and rescue.
Focus on decoding, right? Push for that tie.
Push for that tie. Patient needs to go, but again, it's very, very situational because right now Morning is camping. He has tinnitus, has no choice but to camp. Patient is actually risking a lot here, trying to decode a very nearby cipher, and then just running away, trying to create distance. And Pollars, I'm not sure. He has two pads, but it seems pretty risky. It seems really risky for him to come in for the rescue, unless if he's just there to give tinnitus. But still,
considering the position, right? I think it was the Patient was finding another cipher away from the chair.
Yeah.
Because I agree, like they don't have the resources to go for that rescue. Mercenary already used his tide. He doesn't have full health, has 2 pads left. Enchantress has 1 stack, I believe. Not close to 3. So the rebound kite's going to be pretty tough. The tram is still, sorry, I keep saying tram. The roller coaster is still there. So he can go towards that, but if you have tide, you can't. Again, they don't have tides, so that's going to be quite tough. So it's really the end of the 4th quarter right now, and the shot clock is on, and they have to make a really big play for them to kind of turn the situation into their favor, because it's looking like at least a 3-person down and out.
Yeah, which is why I said if they have a psychologist here, things might have been a little bit more different. But again, what's done has been done. Enchantress, Pollard, yeah, just giving tinnitus. He's not gonna do anything here. But unfortunately, I Love You. He saw it. His shaking cipher is gonna be spotted. Forces. Yeah, it's gonna be forced. I think it's.
Oh my,
really
yeah.
hard.
Okay, so I thought the Mercenary fall down, but I think he's opening a chest or something, or he's crouching.
Hiding. He's
but
hiding.
I Love You now has to worry about
he has to go now.
Yeah,
He has to go now.
the chisel. Oh yeah, he has to focus on another survivor before it gets primed. Now we see that he seems to have his sights set on the Mercenary, but now he's zoning in on I Love You. I Love You now being chased away from the Cypher that is almost primed because the Mercenary is fallen down because of that statue hit. Now he drops the chisel to try and try to scout out where I Love You will be running towards, and now at the bridge. Oh my
Oh
god,
my
one more
goodness.
hit and he will
Yeah.
be falling down.
Yeah, I definitely think
Oh!
BZY. Oh, nice, very nice,
Mhm.
nicely done there. But I think it's just delaying the inevitable.
True. This
Right
is the
now,
pressure.
yeah, PTA seems to be doing really good in the early ones, getting that hit. But I think it's really down to underestimating the power of Sculptor. I think,
Yes.
and the thing is, they are now pushed into the position of elimination. Despite, I think they're probably very relieved when EDU got a 3K, but right now Morning seems to be seeking
Yeah.
to punish them with a 4K. It might turn in just one game.
Exactly, like he reached a new power spike after that first game. The Bloody Queen didn't really do it for him, but this Sculptor, like forcing the self heals to come out, just forcing him to, you know what, delay the game even more to try and find openings. So if Morning just, you know what, stays on the gas pedal and not get too overextended, he can go for that 4K. And it seems like, yeah, they are spreading themselves out quite in the map. Morning still utilize that blink to down that patient. So dropping the chisel, and it seems like Polars will be sniped out. He knows he's over there at God kiting. And I Love You. I wonder if he's gonna go for the chair and then oh, he's gonna go for the chair. So this is quite scary.
Oh, nice. Okay, if he chairs, oh, he's not gonna chair.
No,
Oh
he's
my
not. He's
God.
not. Yeah,
He's
don't.
definitely not gonna chair. The thing with Sculptor is it requires a very very precise communication. Like for example, Mercenary just now, even though he was at 75% damage, if I Love You told Pollers that okay, Sculptor is watching me now, the antenna is being thrown, he could have just dashed in for the rescue. I think that was it's a risk worth having. But
Okay.
yeah,
You
just
gotta
share.
worry about patient. Yeah, so it seems like he might have to go for the chair here. He knows that the Mercenary is there, and I hope he knows also that the dungeon is behind him, because that's the only saving grace for this Mercenary.
Yeah.
Do see that he is trying to use that chisel, and Mercenary still just trying to find salvation in how he's going to be able to play this one out. And I think, yeah, he spots out that the dungeon is here, and he could just heavily just camp this area. It's the Mercenary that does have to come towards him, while the cooldown of his blink is almost done, so he could easily down this Mercenary if the Mercenary chooses to cross that bridge.
He's on the tram though. I mean, sorry, he's on the roller coaster though.
Oh, he's making his way, and
Oh
probably
my
knows
God!
that.
Air shot?
Uh-oh.
No.
Watch out. Oh God.
Oh, the Nidus
knows,
has been
yeah.
triggered. He knows.
He knows.
Oh my God! If Polas makes this, it's gonna be so.
It's gonna
so
be clutch,
pogged.
and it's gonna be
Yeah,
So
so
let's see what
pogged.
happens. Oh my God, because he has the delayed damage. Oh my God, it's gonna be a tied game. 3-1. Wow, Polars made it. Wow, someone clip that. Oh wow.
Nice. Oh my God! Just when we thought that,
Polars. Yeah, just when we thought it was over, it really looked like yeah, it
like a
was gonna be a
4K.
4K. But yeah, just it's those moments that you cannot count the survivors out just yet. We're going to a game number 4, ladies and gentlemen. Polars never saying die, knows
Never
just
say that.
assess the situation. Yeah, he has the delayed damage. Just made sure that he stayed as far away as possible. I think they communicated that the dungeon was already at the back of Circus.
Mm,
So wow.
definitely. And I think the problem with chairing the patient was he had to chair the patient because what
Mhm.
if the mercenary was looking for a syringe and found it? That
Yeah.
would have been even worse. And
Yeah. And
yeah, but he did the best he could.
I would say it's these type of moments that you always have to respect, and also, right, you know what, then the game kind of prolongs. It's those moments that the survivors look for to at least find those situations where they could turn things around. And yeah, they played their cards right there. They exhausted I would say they spread out the attention of the Sculptor, and they were able to yeah, get the victory there. It wasn't a
So
victory,
clutch.
but it
Moral victory.
was, yeah, it was a moral victory for them to extend to game number 4.
Yeah. One thing that he could have done there, um, instead of just waiting around the chair of the patient, he could have went up to the the roller coaster station,
Just to see, yeah, then start
check
throwing statues, yeah.
to check if the traffic light was actually off, stop or go,
Mm.
because that was the
Oh,
key
right,
point.
yeah, yeah. Yeah.
Mercenary went straight away there, and if it was on,
It would have
and
gone all the way to the end.
yeah, he should have he could have looked at the roller coaster on station number 2, because if he came in there and you hit him when he's just about to came, it would have been a terror
Yeah.
shock. That would have ended the game.
Yeah,
Yeah,
true, very
these
true.
little things we don't really see.
Yeah, it's in high level situations. So, yeah, he played his
Well,
cards right. It's still a win on the Hunter side. I would say 3-1, but yeah, I think Morningstar, yeah, could have gotten the 4K, but still 3-1, still pretty good. The game is not over quite yet, and PTA Survivor still just saying never say die with their match data here. I Love You having the most containment time, while we see him also having the most decoding time. So that's very impressive. I Love You always clutch in whatever position he's playing in.
Yeah.
And Polars with the insane mercenary plays. So that's something definitely that we should highlight towards the end there.
Yeah, for sure. 130%. I Love You. Not only managing to contain the hunter for an extended period of time, also decoding the most in the team. But I have to say, props to Polars this game for having that calm judgment, going through and managing to get that dungeon, because it's all down to that one move. If the Sculptor actually got one statue onto him and gets a regular hit in, it would have been over.
Yeah.
Yeah. But of course, in that situation, Morningstar was a little impatient. Could have just waited for one statue to hit, and then go for the blink and normal hit, because his blink was still up, right? I'm not
His
sure.
blink was still up.
His blink was still up.
I think he utilized the blink, and then he was able to get the hit. But again, he got the hit, but again with the
Also the
delayed
patient,
damage.
right?
Yeah,
Okay.
to the patient. Yeah, so it was yeah. We have to look back and look at the X's and O's of that, because it was quite intense. Even a lot of people, I'm guessing people in the chat also thought this was quite crazy. So since this was a crazy match, and we'll be heading towards the tiebreaker. Let's take a quick 5-minute break, ladies and gentlemen, to collect ourselves. I need to hydrate. That was quite intense. But right after the break, we will be seeing the tiebreaker between these two teams, that is BZY and PTA. So don't go anywhere. More of the qualifiers when we return.
See you guys.
All that remains upon this throne is nothing more than a fragile, incompetent heart. After the embers fade and die out, our homeland, ripped asunder by the flames of war. At the height of my desperation, I finally saw the light of a star above. She was the one who brought the light of dawn back into my life. But when the sun sank below the horizon, I saw the flames of war burning without end. Flesh torn and blood spilled before me. The illusion of my utopia had lost the favor of the sun. I have to get out of here. I have to...
Why do you wish to escape, my dear king? In this everlasting Colosseum, you will forever be my gladiator. Anna, night, girls' school. To discover the truth about what happened to Anna, I disguised myself as a maid at the school. After the incident, someone was still the center of attention. Someone was still beloved. Someone seemed to be hiding something. And the odd thing, someone was trying to look for answers in those ancient legends. The truth may not be what it seems. Everyone is under suspicion. Things were not as simple as I imagined.踏过荒谷和大漠，肩负着族人的使命，去往异乡。阴谋与命运交织着。当星辰落下之时，毒蛇露出了尖牙。
Hey guys, are you still there? We're back for more action. Wow, that was so intense. Me and Posh, we are here to bring you the last game of the day. Definitely the last game. Game of 4. Posh, I jinxed it, didn't I?
Yeah, you're like, oh look, it was a pretty quick one, 2-0. But now, I think the Identity 5 gods are like, you know what? Let's give everyone watching a treat here with how intense the matches are between the two teams of BZY and PTA, pushing things towards a tiebreaker game. And ladies and gentlemen, this game had a lot of ebbs and flows to it. We thought it was a survivor-sided game, but we started eating our words, especially at Moonlit River Park when both hunters just leveled up and both got 3 Ks. We have yet to see a one-sided game. We saw all kinds of games. We saw tied games. We saw 3 escape survivors. We saw 3K hunters. Now, we're gonna one has to give now. Like so,
One has to give.
It's really down to the wire, and I'm sure that they've gained a lot of new fans and a lot of new momentum. Whoever's gonna make it is gonna gain so much momentum in tomorrow's match. Who's gonna face CH4?
Definitely. It's been such a crazy day, and I regret not taking my oats. But it's definitely worth staying for the games because again, it's not one-sided. It's so interesting and so exciting. You can see all these kind of things because why? When you look at this kind of games, it sort of reflects on yourself. It's like, oh wow, I wish I could have done that, Or number two, oh, I've experienced that before. And so there are so many cute
You-
moments we
yeah, you,
see.
you you take down notes if you're a survivor or hunter, like, that's a great play what he did there, or like, oh,
Yeah.
when this happens, we can go for this type of strategy. So, aside from supporting your favorite players, I think it's also a learning experience, and I
Yep,
think
it
me and
is.
you, Nell, we're also learning on the job
We
here
are.
because we're taking notes on, especially like the meta and how the NAEU community plays their games, and it's quite intense. Really
Mm,
fan friendly style with how they're able to take it all the way to game number 4 in this
mm,
intense back and forth. Right now, all bets are off. Momentum
mm,
has completely reset. Uh, it's still going to be the same number of bands in the character, but something I want to look forward to is the map placement of where we're going to settle this battle. And we've seen all the maps. Leo's memory. Let's go. I mean, I don't know. We'll see.
Memory, I was thinking the exact same thing. What a map to end it with. And
That's where we settle everything in Leo's
yeah,
memory.
yeah, and we can see the S forward skin, hopefully,
Hmm.
if they have it. And
It has movement speed, bro. You know, you
yeah,
can't
it
use
has plus 10% courageous buff,
Mhm.
if there is ever such a thing. But
True.
but yeah, so
Mhm.
many things going on. Um they definitely have to respect Morningstar's sculptor now. They have to respect it
They
more. They have to
they
ban it.
might bring out the BQ then. They're gonna obviously they respect the Naiad so much, so maybe the bans for the hunter on Morningstar side would be Sculptor and
Naiad,
Naiad,
probably. Yeah.
but I don't know. I just think Morningstar just had that power spike after that first game. Maybe it was a bit of the jitters getting to him. Now it just seems
Mm.
like a whole new player with how
Mm.
instinctively he was able to utilize Sculptor. And again, it's a preference thing also. We'll
It
see.
is.
Hopefully he'll be as comfortable with Sculptor, and not to mention Edu.
You
He's
do.
the one that's going to be doing the hunting now. So
Mm.
considering his hunter pool, we did say he has Geisha, he has Wheel, he has Wu Chang, which we thought wasn't gonna come out, but yeah, I feel like
Yeah.
we don't have to have lunch because we keep eating our own words here uh, with how they surprise us. So back to Eli's
Sure.
notes here. Yeah, besides Dream Witch and Violinist, he plays Wheel, Sculptor, Geisha, BQ, and that Wu Chang. And also, you have to consider, will the respect banner that Wu Chang come out of the opposing team?
I don't think they will ban Wu Chang simply because there's just so many other hunters that uh,
Hmm.
can can provide much more pressure. Um, that one incident with the Wu Chang, don't forget this. Despite Wu Chang getting 3K, it was because there was just a slight action there where the psychologist was siphoned, was
Mm.
white siphoned,
Just
and
stuff the
she couldn't.
rescue.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's tough to rescue. Otherwise, they were actually doing pretty good. BZY was actually doing pretty good against PTA's Wu Chang, but in order for them to ban Wu Chang, I don't think so. There's just so many other hunters that possess much more threat. And the only reason they do pick Wu Chang was because the other two was banned. Imagine if they banned Wu Chang and he actually picked his original hunter. Oh
and,
no,
and
all
and that's
hell's
the
gonna break loose.
yeah and that's the pros of having such a deep hunter pool, especially
Mm,
if one of the non-meta hunters is one of your favorites to use, and you go
yeah,
back to the meta which you've already comfortable using. Yeah, they
yes,
definitely have to pick their poison here with terms of which hunter they want to let loose for Edu to use,
yeah.
considering also how efficient he was and how the team also has to adjust to this new hunter. Morningstar had 2 games already in the bag, so the survivors kind of know the tendencies already of or what kind of hunter Morningstar is. But Edu, like, it didn't really go in their favor, and they can take notes here and there, but he's still a fresh hunter on the side of PTA.
Yeah, they probably need to call for another PTA meeting, Parents
Yeah.
Teachers Association meeting, and
Sign
discuss
the
about the
report card.
strategy.
Oh no.
Yeah, sign a report card. EDU, you did well with Wu Chang there, but there's a few things
Mhm.
you can improve on. Oh, I don't know.
Mhm.
There's a few strategies we would like. I think we can
Mm.
you can use.
You, you get a D
Uh,
in conduct or something. How disrespectful, the Wu
that's
Chang.
yeah, yeah. But
Siphoning before a rescue. Anyway, let's stop.
yeah, but fan
Mhm.
service, you got an A, so that's good.
Mhm.
Good
There
work
we go.
there.
Yes,
There we
yes.
go. Yeah, but on the
Mhm.
serious note, yeah, again I say like what you said, pick your poison. It's like if you ban Jollibees, you still have McDonald's. If you ban McDonald's, you still have Burger King. It's just really like
Hmm.
it's just what kind of threat you want to deal with. If you're confident against Wu Chang, I don't think they will be banning Wu Chang again.
Hmm.
Because again, I think
And
just yeah, Sculptor is so strong. You can see what happened in that game.
yeah, exactly. They didn't respect the sculptor enough to ban the sculptor. And I like the
Mm.
thought process you had. I think you're about to pick your lunch with the fast food that you mentioned. But we still have to wait on on what Edu will
Nah,
be
I just
picking. And yeah, I know. And I hope everyone also is having a great day wherever you are in the world if you're catching this in whatever region. If you are in the NAU region and it's quite late, maybe get a midnight snack because this is going to be
mm,
a really intense one. I'm sure you guys want to be energized to support your favorite teams because we've seen back and forths since day one, but this is the first game number 4, and we're not yet in the semifinals. This is just to get to the semifinals, which is happening tomorrow,
yes.
as well as the finals, since this is a single elimination bracket. So both
Mhm.
teams, BZY and PTA, are fighting tooth and nail to secure their
Yeah.
spot to tomorrow's semifinals match. So let's hope they have a lot left in the tank, especially in tiebreaker rules, because we were talking about it off stream. If by some chance, and you know what, the trend does happen that it ends in a
Yeah.
tie, we got to go with Hunter or Survivor escape times
Fastest
or
time.
hunt times.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, for sure. If there are 0 survivors who escape, we'll be going with the fastest hunter time. But if
Hmm.
there is at least 1 survivor escape, we'll be
Hmm.
going with
Yeah.
faster survivor time. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. So we'll cross that bridge when we get there. We're not
yeah,
quite sure, but
let's not
just
hope for
l-
another tie. Let's
yeah,
hope.
because we gotta compute, and we're already bad enough like counting like okay 3 plus
Yeah.
whatever. So if we have to compute
Sorry.
the times,
Yeah.
yeah. So let's see if it'll go that intense. Uh, so we did bring up Leo's Memory as a map that we do see late in tournament. Are there other maps that you kind of want to see come out in this tiebreaker between these two?
Chinatown,
Chinatown.
for
Chinatown's
sure.
good. Yeah, Chinatown's a good map
Yeah.
to settle things on.
It is, and there's a restaurant in the middle of the map. So there's a
Do you know the
hotel,
Yeah, do you know the meat shop cipher? The meat shop or
meat
chair?
shops. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
We call that here the Samgyup cipher because
Oh, some good
yeah.
cipher.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
they got Korean barbecue. I'm pretty sure close by there. They got also
Oh,
the ramen cipher, yeah.
ramen
So
cipher.
yeah,
What about
we
the
also got
sausage stand?
yeah, there's the
The
sausage
sausage
maker, right?
stand.
There's a sausage
Yeah, yeah,
maker
yeah.
place
There
too.
is.
Yeah, so I
Oh my
remember
god.
shout outs to Kahel. Yeah, we tried looking and trying to understand like the call outs to this map because there's hotel, there's lantern gate, there's all these stuff, but just the
Yeah,
detail they put in these maps are pretty good, and I love how the personality they put. I would
it
wish
does.
also for I know Ever Sleeping Town was one of the recent maps that was added in the map. I want if ever we get I know Dark Woods is also I don't know if that's going to be competitively viable, but let's have
Oh my
another
god.
small map. I would love to have another small map in the
Yeah.
mix.
What kind of map would you want though? We already have the arms factory in a
Mhm.
very urban area. We have the red church. We have the
White
hospital.
Sand Asylum. It's pretty good.
White sand, help me.
Maybe
No.
maybe if they make it smaller. I don't know. It had a lot of personality for me. I liked it, but
Yeah. It's too
on
long
its
though.
own,
It's
it's
literally
yeah,
long.
in its own. Like, but in competitive, I know that could be a nightmare. Like, oh my gosh, it's so big,
Yeah.
it's so long, and yeah. So maybe, but the asylum, I would want an asylum. That's cool. Like, I think that plays to the lore of Identity 5.
It
Dark
is.
Woods, it's so big. I don't know, and a lot of palettes too. I
Too
don't know if
many.
that's
Too
yeah.
many. And the
Hmm.
Tarzan swingings all around it. Yeah. But if they could rework it just a little bit, because it's such a waste, There's so many nice
Yeah.
maps.
And
Like
even the what's that? The story leading to it, it'll be a shame if it's not included in
yeah.
competitive play because it has such it's rich in lore. So hopefully they adjust it to be able to for it to be competitively viable or if like teams and players would be okay with it. So yeah. But so far, I'm still okay with what we have, especially with the addition of Chinatown. It's just
Mm,
that yeah, when it comes to the small maps like Red Church Arms, Hospital again is very survivor sided, so it's very situational, but it'd be
mhm.
cool to have another like small contained map. So like let's say Naiad or those hunters that don't necessarily excel well in big maps can come into the mix first round if ever they get picked.
Mm. You know what would be really nice if there's a map if there's a new map which focuses like something called Poseidon's Lair, and then the
Ooh,
setting
okay.
is in underwater, that would be really nice. And Nayad
Wow.
will be swimming around watching you.
Jesus. Oh no.
Yeah,
I feel I feel like Morningstar would be a big fan of you if that map does come to fruition, and
yeah,
his Naiad will be super OP. So yeah,
yeah.
you should patent that. If
Yeah.
NetEase give Nell a call. He's got some he's got some good
Poseidon's
suggestions for
Lair,
Matt.
whale, Hydra's
We-
pit, whale. But you know what?
And
Back
then,
to the game.
oh, you know
Sorry.
what map we haven't talked about? We haven't seen Lakeside Village since
Yeah,
we're talking about water maps.
I think it's
Yeah.
so dark
Mhm,
though. It's so
mhm.
hard to be picked. The map is just
Yeah.
so dark,
It's
and
uh it's not that favored too in competitive play.
yeah,
Really situational. If you really know your other team and you want to counter them, you'd pick that map. Not sure if we're gonna settle the tiebreaker there. So yeah,
yeah.
that's the closest we get to the water when it comes to maps involving water for Nell to have his Poseidon's lair.
Whale. Poseidon's
Mhm,
Lair. Actually, it's just a
mhm,
concept, but
mhm,
yeah, I mean, we obviously we love playing Identity Five. We love this game. We love the mechanics. We love the skins. We love the
mhm.
gameplays. Of course, community should work hand in hand with the game developers
Oh
themselves.
yeah.
Yeah,
Mhm,
give feedbacks because I think they really appreciate your feedbacks. It's not that they don't read it.
mhm,
they do read it,
mhm.
and giving feedbacks. Of course, constructive feedbacks would definitely be
Yes, to
very,
help,
very appreciated.
yeah, to
Yeah.
make the game more, competitive and
I think,
also
yeah.
to add more life to the game. Because if you watch Identity 5 from a year ago, it's completely different of how it's played now because it's
Yeah.
very survivor sided. So it just shows the developers really take into account like what adjustments need to be made and also how the competitive life and also people that just play it for fun, they also take that into consideration. I
Yeah.
remember when I was really into Mind's Eye, and I was like, you know what, she should have a buff when she hits her cane, so the hunter's gonna
Yeah.
move back, and they added that just a little
Yeah.
bit. So it's like,
Or
okay, it's great how the team experiments with these sort of buffs and nerfs to certain characters, so the game doesn't stay stale. So
yeah.
the lifespan of this game is, I would say, it's booming right now with how well
Yeah.
what the skins are, the activities, and Call of the Abyss coming around the corner. I'm sure that you guys want to spend your golden apples to see like who's gonna make it to the
Mm,
finals.
mm.
So yeah, just keep supporting the game, keep supporting the developer, keep supporting the teams, especially because they're the ones who need the support the most, especially in competitive plays in regions like NAEU, Southeast Asia, because we always look at China as the golden standard of Identity 5 plays. But
Mm.
these thriving regions popping out of popping out of around the world, yeah, it could once you get your voice known and heard from the developers, they would definitely come in and support. So hope you guys find time to support your favorite players that way.
Definitely. Yeah. And I really like what you mentioned about supporting your favorite players, your teams, and overall just building up the community. Like like
Hmm.
um like for example, just giving feedbacks like what I mentioned just now. Do you know that um for example, Joseph, I actually had an idea. I don't know if you would like it while we're
Let's
at
hear
it.
it.
Yeah.
Let's hear it.
Uh,
I hope let's hear the idea, and I hope
yeah.
the one from no, the LJS. I hope LJS's Hunter's listening.
Tonkatsu.
Yeah, Tonkatsu. Yeah, because
Yeah.
he's a Joseph main. Yeah, what's up?
Yeah. The thing is, Joseph is such a well-beloved character, one of the well-beloved hunters. It's
Hmm.
just that it's so unfortunate it's out of meta, a little bit
Hmm.
out of meta, and I would suggest that if there can be a little bit of adjustment made. For example, Joseph's mirror world is supposed to be a very scary place. If
Hmm.
if they can make adjustments like each time survivor enters the mirror world, there's a prompt, that would have been much better. There's a consequence
Mm.
of entering. Yeah.
Ah, okay, cool. Like maybe slow, yeah. Aside from slowdown decoding, yeah, that's true. And just to build on the storyline of Joseph with that mirror world. So
Yeah.
beautiful stuff. So yeah, guys, this definitely could be a topic for another day, and I definitely
Yep.
want to hear everyone's thoughts if you guys have it in the chat. But we do see that the Red Church will be coming into the mix now. They banned Lakeside Village,
Yeah, they hate
so
it.
it is, yeah. BZY banned it.
Okay.
So PTA opt for Red Church. This opens a lot of hunters, even though like there's gonna be some hunters that will be banned. It does open up some, I would say, some off meta hunters to still kind of thrive in this map.
Yeah. So many hunter choices you can make. I like this pick. Red Church as the deciding match map, simply because it's again it's rather balanced for both. So it's like mano imano. We're giving everything.
Mm-hmm.
We're giving everything. Let's just fight it, and
Mm-hmm.
no more ties. No more ties. Tie matches, no more tie decisions. Let's just go with it. Everything
Mm-hmm.
we have, you ban everything you want, we ban everything you want, we pick everything. Let's just go at it at the most neutral, the one of the most neutral maps ever, Red Church.
Mm-hmm.
So I like that. I like that
Mm-hmm.
decision. Yeah.
Yeah, and it also, I would say, paints another light to this chapter wherein the battle between BZY and PTA, because round one, very a stalemate. Round two, we saw like survivors thrive. Round three, hunters. Now it has to go one way or another. One has to give. So let's see, BZY versus PTA over at Red Church. We're about to head into the picks and bans, the drafting phase. Let's see this red carpet.
EDU showing promises on Wu Chang, but I don't think that they will be banning Wu Chang off yet. On the side of the survivors, EDU probably going with the very standard bans: forward, mercenary, seer. Forward, mercenary, seer, or plus minus mech mechanic.
Yeah.
How about you? What do you think?
I would say he could trade one off for Priestess, but we'll have to find out. Oh my God, takes away the Wildling. Okay. Yeah, he's tired. He's tired of dealing with that Wildling. I think he noticed that in the previous match, that Wildling bought so much time. So there's still one ban up for grabs, but like you said, Mechanic coming in, Mechanic available, Merc available, Priestess available. They have their picks.
Oh,
Bloody Queen and the Dream Witch being banned.
yeah, but it opens up to Wu Chang again, and also Naiad if ever, or even Sculptor. So
Pollen also. Yeah.
Pollen also, yeah. We'll just have to see which one he's comfortable playing. But if he's taking away the Wildling, he's probably gearing up to another Wu Chang game.
Maybe. Just so he could just a chair in peace, right? Depends if he's gonna take out another stunner. Yeah, because Batter can come into the mix. If he does that, then I think you. Oh no, Mechanic. Okay.
Yeah, I think he knows. He probably knows that BZY does not have.
A
They're
Batter.
probably not gonna prioritize Batter. Yeah, but anything can happen, and the lineup is more or less the same as the previous game.
Yeah, it's looking real. I would say balanced in terms of kiting and rescues. You can definitely get a ton of support with those characters, especially with Priestess and Entomologist. The combo that they could do. It's gonna be a pain to chase any of them. But if you had to pick, yeah, just go for either Priestess or Entomologist, depending. Oh, Sculptor.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. This is looking like a round one match.
It does. bring out the big guns. Okay, EDU. But this is the first time we're gonna see EDU on Sculptor. So, okay. Basically, it's a BO3 band picks. He'll definitely do better because of the absence of forward and Wildling as harassers. So basically, there's no harasser in the team when it comes to rescuing. But it's just a solid chase, solid decode, solid rescue, solid prime. That's all.
That's it. And yeah, all he has to worry about really is the bees, and maybe the portals here and there. But if he cleans up the bees and the portals, he should be fine.
Yeah,
I'm excited to see how Edu will be utilizing his statue hits, because he was quite on point with his hits with Wu Chang. So I'm gonna look forward to seeing how well his statue placements are, because a well-placed statue could make or break a game.
Early chase Sculptor really a really great Sculptor player. Early chase, he has to ensure that each of his statues clamps the survivor in an unfavorable way. Like for example, when the survivor's heading towards the pallet, that's the most obvious place to put statues to just climb them. Even if they put down the pallets, that's the best place to give them chip damage. Or number two, even just blocking the entrance, blocking the ways. So it really depends on the early chase as well. But I have no doubt they are here. They are confident picking. EDU is confident picking this, so I think that he definitely has no problem with it. Whether or not he will be bringing detention though, because that's a Merc. 612 build, 612 build with Blink, ignores the teleport straight away, or 312 without the detention, blink into teleport.
that's gonna play into the confidence that he has in his early to mid game. If he brings detention, then it's kind of safeguarding that, but you're kind of gimping your potential when it comes to the early game. So it's really a give and take with what Edu wants to pick here. I wouldn't knock him if he chose to bring detention, just to ensure that he's also covered in late game because of this mercenary. Really depends on how he's gonna take the first chase and where the spawn points are gonna be, and which survivor presents him or herself first.
So, ladies and gentlemen, the last possible match. Josh Price and me bringing in the action. We are seeing that Mercenary is going to be spotted out by the Galatea first. EDU probably realizing it's not the target that he wishes to pursue. Proud needs to do a rotation, puts a portal in between if he wants to break the line of sight. Yep, he's going to put the portal straight away, going to the other side of the map. EDU, being a little bit more patient, notices the placement that the priestess was going for. Gonna be chasing her. Graveyard, just pretending to go away, but he's gonna double back.
Oh my god. Okay, they're chasing him away just so that.
And he's
oh my god, long portal! Oh
god!
god! Can he get it in time? Oh, he canceled out and double hits him, and wow, look at that. Just, I love what you pointed out there, Nell. Just kind of chase him away from the graveyard, just kind of double backing, and now eliminates the long portal here. Tries and baits him towards this area. And this is gonna be quite tough.
Oh, he got it.
Dude.
Yeah, he just knows. He just knows that he's ready to put a portal as soon as the sculptor comes. But again, it's just leaving you vulnerable because the sculptor knows you're there, ready to portal, puts down the statue by chip damage. But gosh, I'm so surprised. Proud did not realize that the Galatea double backed and just caught the portal in front.
Oh my god, Priestess. Oh, Gravekeeper able to tank that hit. Now we see that the Priestess kind of break that line of sight, but the blood trails will lead Edu right to the Priestess, who's trying to kite her way to the back part of this map. Tries to go for the hit, a little too short there. And now the Priestess, can she drop the pallet in time? That's the mind game. Okay, didn't go for that swing just yet. Trying to make it rain statues, but this Priestess still surviving and still trying to buy time at this part of the map to not disrupt Cypher Rush.
Yeah, EDU is being really greedy. He's just saving his blink. He just wants to get this down. At this point, I think the entomologist, Zero, definitely should start deploying his bees to put in entrances towards the red church or something, because just to buy more time for the priestess to give more support, because this is literally the last chair. The bees come out now.
And Ghost Queen needs to be very careful, because one statue hit brings her at full presence. Oh, utilizes the elbow pad to try and close out the distance. Now it's going to be a double rescuer with the bees. Excellent. Now we see that the Merc did tank a hit, but now we see that the Priestess has to be very careful and not fall down too early in this rebound kite.
Yeah, but he still has the bling, and that's exactly what EDU was waiting for, in case he puts down the pallet. But why?
Watch out, not yet. Hang on, I think he's just waiting for it. Oh my god, last effort finally popped. Just playing the mind games here, and just right off the bat, downs the Priestess, secures his first survivor, while still, injuring the Mercenary and Gravekeeper. They are still pretty good in terms of their utility. The Gravekeeper still has 2 shovels, while the Mercenary has elbow pads. Entomologist, the bees were utilized, but she's still looking pretty healthy.
Yeah, at this point, they should just stop decoding and try to heal each other up first, especially the 2 rescuers. Oh, which they are doing now at the bottom left screen. Just play it safe. 2 ciphers remaining. Heal each other up. And
this is very scary now. Yeah, they're healing right in front of the... They're able to heal the Mercenary, which is good. At least the Gravekeeper can go into that shovel form. Elbow pads away, so he can go for a second rescue just in case. Gravekeeper eating a statue hit, and about to be 10 seconds before the cooldown on his statues is done. And Edu closing out the distance, trying to go for the swing, and he hits the Gravekeeper.
Yeah, Entomologist is starting on the last cipher. Ghost Queen just trying his best to pop that last cipher. I think the best course of action for BZY right now. Just to hold out as long as possible, because Entomologist is on the last cipher 30%, 40%. But Ghost Queen have to be really, really careful, because if he gets down early, the cipher is not being popped yet. It's going to be
Watch
popped.
out! Oh wow!
Yeah.
Just like you said, yeah, tough rescue because Edu was pushing the pace of this match. Oh, trying to chase the mercenary, can't get too focused here because he knows that there's one cipher left. Maybe he wants to focus his attention on the Gravekeeper, but he wants to go for the double down situation. But no, he takes a left and goes straight into the church just to stop the decoding from happening. But this does give Gravekeeper a chance to heal up, and the mercenary probably wants to pick him up as well. As you see, his target to rotate. So now realizing that that's gonna happen, Gravekeeper gets back up.
Yeah, I mean, EDU is just being really cautious, chasing out the entomologist, and then at the same time doing two things, chasing away entomologists, diverting the attention, letting the Gravekeeper use up the self-heal, and regenerating the statues, because while he was chasing the entomologist, he literally had 0 statues left, so just 21.
Now I see that spots him out, both Gravekeeper and Mercenary. They can go down. Mercenary, 1/4 of a hit left, and he will be falling, and he already exhausted his self-heal, able to vault the window in time. Entomologist still pushing that cipher. No Blink is available already. He's gonna use it. Hits him through the window, and he pops the cipher!
Wow, and detention on as well, so this is definitely a 612 build onto the grave. Oh, the
mind game.
pallet!
Yeah,
Fake
watch out.
pallet.
He's trying to make him utilize that blink so they don't have to worry about teleport. Gravekeeper buying so much time in this area. Okay, he's able to. Oh, he utilizes the blink. Yeah, faults over the pallet, but that dude was able to utilize the blink. And now we see that the mercenary and entomologist already opened up the gates. It's not quite. The entomologist not quite done with the gate just yet, and this is going to be so scary. Now he just has to make his way towards that area. But wow, shifting his attention towards the back exit. Now we see that Sero finally opens up the gate. It's going to be a 2-person escape. Nell.
GG, well played.
It's a tie.
It's a tie. Why?
My guy, it's a tie. These teams.
Oh my god.
The saga continues.
I need to stop jinxing this. Okay. But despite that, though, it was a really good performance by BZY's survivors. Just utilizing the knowledge, despite EDU being so proactive, just moving left and right, chasing him away. Having such a good start, I would say. The priestess was down fairly early, and I think it just went back to backfiring because again, he was playing kind of cautious, going with the 612 build, with the detention build, no trump card. I think that's the reason why he late game he wasn't able to do anything. Yeah, even if you have detention, what's there to it doesn't serve any purpose if you cannot reach any survivors. If you're gonna use the antenna, you might as well use 312 trump card. I think that would have served him better. But again, he did his best. Survivors were just too slippery. Despite Priestess going down first. The constant changing target came back to hunt him. Gravekeeper used up self-heal, but don't forget he still has another shovel. So right now, GG well played.
Yeah, the great early game, but you got to give it up to the survivors of BZY. They were able to really roll with the punches, especially the Gravekeeper. Early game, downing that priestess. The priestess had a pretty okay chase at the start, but for Edu to be able to down the priestess without exhausting the blink, he was holding on to that blink for quite some time, and it did matter when he was able to utilize it, especially as the Gravekeeper towards the end game in the graveyard, where he was just mind gaming him if he was going to vault that pallet or not. He just wanted to down and secure that tie game. So Edu, just getting a tie is still pretty good. No one still has the advantage, but it is up to the PTA survivors and BZY's Morningstar to be able to try to turn the tides. We need again a 3-man to solidify a win for one of these teams. It's either 3-man escape, a 3-man down, or if it's another tie, it's the fastest escape time.
Yeah, but of course, for the sake of not,
I'm just saying the options here now that we're at this moment. Like, who knows? Who knows? We're gonna go for game number 5, ladies and gentlemen.
No. Well, technically, we would love to see more, but game 4 is technically the tiebreaker game. So
Yes. Mhm.
the time in case of a draw, the time of escape will determine which team will be moving forward and meeting
Mhm.
CH4 in the semis tomorrow. But
Yeah.
then again,
Oof.
yeah, both teams didn't
So
disappoint. So many
yeah.
things going on.
So here's the thing. When it comes with the CH4, right? They're watching. They only played 2 games.
Yeah.
Now they're already coming up with a game plan with how well these teams are duking it out. And I hope that whoever makes it to tomorrow still has a lot left in the tank because they technically played the most games out of everyone in the qualifiers here, the top 8. So it's still up in the air. Shifting sides here at Red Church. If it's going to be Morningstar, we did see how well the Morningstar sculptor
Yeah.
played to
Very.
fruition. I have a feeling when it comes to the bans, yeah, you might want to ban that sculptor again. Ban the Naiad, which
Mm,
leaves open the Bloody Queen.
yeah. I'll take the Bloody Queen any day because Sculptor, you like what you said, so scary, Sculptor.
Mm-hmm.
Um, that's the presence and the chase and the late game itself. But before moving on to the next half, let's just look at the progress by both survivors and the hunter itself on the side of EDU. 2 pilots destroyed, 9 hunters hit, 7 knockdowns, and resulting in a draw in the end.
Yep. And on the survivor side of BZY, they really played to their strengths with how well they were able to. The priestess was able to kite for more than 60 seconds. Zero just providing the bees, like right when you called it, right when it was under second chair, help the mercenary get the rescue and also kind of harass the hunter. Yeah, one thing to take note of, and I agree with you there. Maybe in hindsight, maybe they could have utilized the church more, especially with that priestess. Maybe have the bees push the hunter away for the priestess to get to church. So, yeah, always hindsight is always 2020 with these things. And we didn't see the priestess really come online with her support because she was the first chase, and it just shows that the confidence Edu had with chasing the priestess early on, for the priestess not to have those long portals, and also the juke of the sculptor, like leaving the priestess but coming back because he knows the priestess is going to go to graveyard with a long portal. I think that was a pretty good strategy on Edu's side.
Yeah, and the sad part was the priestess couldn't cancel the portal.
Yeah.
Because once the portal is called, I think you actually can.
Yeah, you just have to pull back, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, but she didn't pull back. That's the thing. I think it used to be like when you called the portal and someone accepted, you couldn't pull out. I don't know.
Once she's in that animation where she's someone's accepted it. So yeah, that's something I gotta lab and something I gotta check out. But that was a very pivotal moment because the long portal was exhausted. Priestess was chased out of a strong area, and well, she was chased back into a strong area, but she already got hit.
Yeah.
So wow, look at it's a mirror. It's a mirror of scores, ladies and gentlemen. 14-14. No one is giving anyone anything. No rounds have been won yet because of how neck and neck this battle has been. So there's definitely one for the books. Team BZY versus PTA. I hope you guys at the end of this, I hope you guys could just give your love and support to both these teams because they're definitely giving it their all their blood, sweat, and tears and hard work. Just giving us an amazing match, and they really want to represent the region coming into Call of the Abyss 5.
Yeah, and I really hope that this is just on a personal side, that we will do our best to encourage one another, no matter which community you're from. Doesn't matter if you're from NAEU, doesn't matter if you're from Southeast Asia, doesn't matter if you're from anywhere, any parts of the world. When we come together, we see a game, we try to bring them up. We're not trying to be saints here, but you know the power of encouragement. You definitely feel better if this happens to if someone encouraged you. You would have feel better, and that's how we feel about the entire game and the community itself. Trying to show more love,
Yeah.
more love, not hate, and yeah, I think that's the point why we're smiling doing this even for 6 hours.
Oh yeah, 100%. So okay, so the first half ended at 6-4-4. So that's the time to beat, if ever, ladies and gentlemen. So thanks to everyone in the prod team at the back for giving us that. So 6-4-4 is the number to remember. And also take note, we don't start the clock once the game is on screen. We look at the game time because sometimes the game has progressed already and everyone's already rotating. So we will have to confer with the in-game judges in the back. So shout out to them for giving us an amazing production as always. And yeah, as Nell mentioned, just positivity goes a long way. And also the players, they're put in a very vulnerable position when they're playing here. And especially like the newcomers. Like these teams here, we saw Sus as well, kind of give an upset, kind of upsetting like the whole legacy B4U thing that people were that kind of predicting, since those are the teams to really make it far in tournaments. But I think this is the changing of the guard and also the advancing of teams and the constant evolution of a community. You have Sus, TH4 already making its big name here in the COAV V qualifiers, and both these teams, I think we will forever talk about the tiebreaker games of BZY versus PTA. So big shout outs to them, giving us amazing matches. So hopefully this match will definitely live up to the expectations. 6-4-4, ladies and gentlemen. That's the match time to remember.
6-4-4.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine if it's draw
4-3
and 6-4-4 again.
I don't know.
Oh my god.
We're gonna base it off deduction points. What are we gonna do? Skins? Best skins?
Skin points.
Rarer
points.
skins. Who has the most S skins?
Oh. Oh my god.
We'll see. We'll cross that bridge when we get there, Nell. But we gotta enjoy the journey so far. So here we have it, the drafting phase. Morningstar of BZY. Lots of pressure on his side. He does not only have to hunt really fast, but I think he has to aim for at least 3 and not worry about the time too much.
Yeah, don't worry about the time too much. Just go ahead, do your best. Strategies come later. Your heart comes first. Like aim for the stars. Aim for the moon. Sorry.
Mornings. Aim for the morning star.
Aim for the morning stars. Yeah. Even if you fell, you would still drop somewhere. And you know what? We are definitely gonna see similar bans. Forward, definitely top band. I can't deal with the forward.
Both teams have very powerful forwards, so it was very likely to see that ban of that forward, allowing the priestess to come in. But let's check out the bans on the hunters. So Morningstar, again, we saw how well he is with his sculptor Naiad. Yeah, they really respect this Naiad. So now there we go. See, it seems like Bloody Queen might be the only option for Morningstar to go with.
Yeah. Well, unless if he goes for something else, like
Wu Chang.
Wu Chang, nah. Morningstar. What else? What else does he play? Let's see. I think Bloody Queen is definitely the best option at this point.
Because he wants to get 3, right? And if a tie, faster time. We'll have to see the lineup here. Yeah, it looks like a mirror pick with the Mercenary and Priestess to being locked in first. Depends on the last. Probably Mechanic being banned. Just so we can stop.
But I mean, Mechanic has already banned. Yeah,
Right,
probably
right,
Batter. Oh wait, Gravekeeper.
Gravekeeper. Okay, allowing the batter to come in. We know that 33 YDS is, or even Patient, if ever. So let's see if who will he be bringing out to the table? Patient Psychologist?
Patient Psychologist, let's go.
And we talked about how clutch the Wi-Fi heal could be, right? That could be the game-changing moment. Now PTA bringing that to the table with the first pick of Patient and Acrobat. Okay. Still pretty good, I would say, in kiting, but yeah, Patient though, we definitely wanted to see that attraction thing happen. But I think if they have to go for comfort, they want to be able to stop the tie game from happening. We also have to look at these PTA's win condition, right? 3-person escape is also what they're aiming for.
3-person escape, not impossible considering they banned both of Morningstar's best hunters. Morningstar's gonna go for Mary again, the Bloody Queen, and optimum target, I would say Priestess again. You saw how much damage it did to in the previous game where Priestess was down first. So I would say Priestess, very annoying. Get rid of the Priestess first. Acrobat is just so annoying to kick.
Closing in, then he uses the slow ball and like you can't use your skills. Oh no. Unless she's able to sandwich the Acrobat, but yeah.
With the mirror,
early chase before the Priestess comes online with a long portal. Yeah, go for the Priestess first, just while she's still building up her portals. and not much support, to be honest, when it comes to maybe the acrobat, but yeah, mercenary and the psychologist can only support when no one's being chased.
I would guess that besides mercenary, the acrobat will probably be bringing Tide Turner as well. Yeah, he probably realizes that Mary probably wouldn't be chasing an acrobat first, simply because of the skills tumbling forward. So I would say it's probably the psychologist and the priestess bringing 3-9.
Just to I could see that happening. Yeah, because as we said before, it's okay. We've seen like some hunters, it's okay to chase the psychologist because you get fed as you chase them, and it's so hard for the psychologist to rebound kite. But if the psychologist brings broken windows, yeah, that could change heavily. So or even prolong the kite, especially with the priestess giving her support with those portals.
For sure. And on the side of Bloody Queen, there's not really much to say about the traits that will be brought into the game, because most Mary mains, they just go from detention. That's all.
Yeah.
From card, detention, berserker.
Blink. Yeah.
Yeah, and not blink. There's nothing really much there. So they have to realize that one of Mary's weakness is slow breaking pallets. She actually has quite a slow breaking pallet animation. So I would say don't be so stingy with dropping pallets.
Yeah, just make sure to make her break those pallets if ever. Make her walk through them.
The long pallets, especially. The long ones, especially.
Yeah, don't even. And maybe not even aim to try to stun her. Right, just drop those pallets down to see how she plays with it. And now we see that priestess over here at Shack, acrobat over at the graveyard area, mercenary outside a church. So let's see, it seems like it's Polars, the psychologist, that gets spotted out first. Excellent placement of that mirror. Tries to go for a sandwich situation. Gets the mirror hit on the psychologist.
Yeah, he got him that time. One mirror, one hit. Distress is going to be activated. Polars is going to be the first choice. I like this decision going after the psychologist in the graveyard. Right now, no choice. Salili has to make that rotation. He was coding initially. What Morning can do is sandwich between these pallets. He knows.
Yeah, look at that beautiful placement once again. Forced being chased, and now turning the corner here, but eats the other hit. Now able to get a little bit of presence in that exchange, but this is what the psychologist brings to the table. She can tank those hits. And now, right away, you see that now. She's going to the church already, probably because there's some support, and this is one of the strongest areas for the survivors to be at. And now we know that the priestess is at Shack area, so I think, she did bring broken windows with how fast she was able to transition from church to top broken.
Yeah, I think PTA is relying heavily on pure kiting. Yeah, he got that mirror hit. Very, very expected, because, there's no support coming out from PTA. Like, for example, Priestess could have just provided some portal keys. Yeah, he's going to bring him to the basement. But it's not such a big deal because of the Priestess presence. I would say if you want to prolong a kite, most hunters are able to get that hit within 3 ciphers. And that's the thing. If there's no support coming in, psychologist is just kiting raw. Priestess, I think it would have been better if I Love You had provided some portals and tried to break that line of sight.
Yes.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Even if the priestess ended up getting chased first.
And now the priestess able to get that rescue before half, Nell. So that's quite important, because if this ends up in a tie, they are buying enough time here.
Yeah.
And priestess, Morning, not really. Okay, priestess is staying in the basement just to make sure that, at least she has full health. And now realizing that Polars, just getting out of the basement, because that is job number 1. Once you get rescued from the basement, you don't want another basement chair. Polar is now at top broken, staying away from the ciphers that are being decoded on the other side of that map, while Morning will have to put his attention over here at the psychologist side.
Yeah, that's actually a really nice strategy employed by CTA right there. The reason why the priestess stayed in the basement was so that he's forcing Mary to make that decision. You want to get a double down? You want to hit me too? If you choose to hit me, psychologist can break that line of sight and go somewhere else. But if you decide to go for him, priestess will just go out. So he's forcing. Yeah. But 3 ciphers done though. 3 ciphers
Now we see that the mirror placement all the way at the graveyard side. Mercenary gonna eat that hit and gets another rescue. This is huge. Drops that pallet, but the mirror is already ready. We are seeing some jukes happen, but the psychologist having that last effort. Long portal is there though. She can escape from this part of that map, and now we see that yes, Morning has to play some cleanup here. Blink has not been utilized, so he can go for that trump card if he did bring it to go for that teleport. One cipher remains, so it's looking quite tough. PTA pulling off a pretty good survivor plays here as they just counter everything that Morning presents to them.
Yeah, very, very nice. They have two survivors coming in to go for that very, very fast healing. So I love this play because right now Machinery is decoding the last cipher, which is already more than half. So right now they are playing tag right now. This is Tarot. Tarot game right now. They're covering
Body
the king.
blocking, yeah, they have to cover the king, man. They cannot allow the king.
Oh, and the red team!
Yeah,
Oh my
and look
God.
at that, no more mirror for them to utilize as well as Blink. Tries to
Oh!
with the pallet stun by the priestess, buying enough time for the mercenary to prime that cipher. Blink is already online. Priestess just trying to catch up with the rest of his team to try and body block. Once that hit will be connected, they will pop that cipher. Watch out, psychologist. It's gonna be a real good hit here. Pop that cipher, and now we're at the end game.
Oh my God, so clutch! This is exactly what Mary is really afraid of. If he uses the blink here, then they're gonna end up with 3 survivors escaping, and so yeah, Pollars is just gonna try and loop around the graveyard, forcing Mary to make that rotation, just looping around, and oh, this is such a bad.
Yeah, this is quite tough on the side
It
of
is
the
tough,
on the hunter, but survivors played this to the T. If the psychologist was chased, they bought enough time. They know that they just needed 3 persons to escape, and they do just that, ladies and gentlemen. PTA. GGs are going to be called. PTA moving on, breaking the tie streak here. Excellent survivor performance and also hunter performance on both sides. And it was a game of inches here, and PTA was able to win this one in this series. I can't wait to see this again if ever they do duke it out again. I think they bring the best out of each other.
They do, they really do, and congratulations also from me to PTA. Definitely very worthy of moving forward. But of course, let's not take credit away from BZY as well. Done phenomenally well, neck and neck, almost every part of the way. But in the end, like what you said, one team has to give. It's just so late into the game, and there's just so many picks and bans going on. And unfortunately, BZY's Hunter, they got the shorter end of the stick, and
I think when it came down to it, yeah, they knew that probably the Waterloo of Morningstar was that Bloody Queen, especially with how they were able to counter it. So I think they played to the picks and bans pretty well, because Morningstar is still a beast when it came to Sculptor, and we still have yet to see the Naiad. They respected that Naiad so well. So yeah, they definitely made Morningstar go out of his comfort zone, and they played that pretty well. And this is also an evolution of the game, because we know that Bloody Queen is really well clutch when it comes to tied games, but you saw how well they were able to play against her, against the mirror placements and also the cooldowns of her mirrors.
yeah, uh, props to both teams, really, really well. Just very unfortunate. That's why Mary, just so many things that could have countered her. Um, and ultimately leading into PTA moving forward. But I have to say, if you want to pick a highlight moment, which one do you think is the highlight moment? Do you have a highlight moment for this matchup
This
particularly?
this one, I think. Well, the thing that surprised me the most were the hunters in Moonlit River Park.
Oh,
Uh, and also actually both. It would be the clutch performance of Edu with the save of, I mean, with the soul siphon when he
I spent yeah.
teleported and he stopped the rescue from happening. And
Mm,
also I would say the wildling of, who's the character, the
Wildling.
wildling of,
Was it
is it
Polar?
33, what, yeah, is it polars if it
I'm
is?
not really sure.
Yeah. Hmm.
Because his machinery was taken away, right? So
Hmm.
yeah.
Yeah, and also the psychologist. I would have to say the psychologist in this in this match was really able to play against the Bloody Queen really well. That was Polars, right? The psychologist.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Polar
So
Yeah, he,
Mm.
he did a lot of work, to be honest. I'm not gonna lie. I
Mm-hmm.
would also say Pollers is definitely very
Mm-hmm.
um
Yeah, very worthy of an MVP award if ever. In
yeah.
either of his characters, even the latest one,
Mm,
if ever an award would be given out. But not to take anything away from the rest of the team because
mm,
they were able to highlight what the meta is now, which is survivors just
mm,
working together. And even though you don't have that the threat of that much harassers, you could still
mm.
work together as a team and support. You saw like it started becoming a game of Tarot where there were just
Yeah, they were
two
covering.
people blocking and covering, and it was just really frustrating if you were the hunter on the hunter side. But you got to give it up for Morningstar, him still playing I would say like just rolling with the punches pretty well and just at least getting one person out. Not hopefully not the last we'll see of Morningstar, as well as Goated and the team BZY.
Um, yeah, for sure. And I would also like to take this moment to uh, just mention that uh, Polars, despite BZY not able to to move on in the tournament, um,
Hmm.
there's something that we can really pick up. Wildling, he made Wildling viable again. He showed in this he showcased Wildling in this game. Correct me if I'm
Hmm.
wrong, please.
No, no,
Um,
no. It was him.
yeah,
Yeah, it
yeah, yeah.
was in this meta or in how NAEU work. Yeah, Wildling can be surprising. We also saw in Southeast Asia that Wildling can work. It's you definitely have to play with the boar very well when it came to just harassing when the hunter picks up the survivors. So yeah, I agree with you 100% that Wildling is definitely some a survivor that you have to be worried about if Polars is going to pick him up.
Yeah, especially to the point where they respect band, respect
Yeah,
band Walling. Yeah,
exactly.
that was if that was him, that has to be an awesome feeling. Like, yeah, you see,
Mhm.
that's a respect band right there, bro.
Exactly. That's especially when we don't see that much wildlings, and that was the one that was respect banned. Sort of like in the previous match when the dancer was respect banned as well. I think of Ducker Chicken. One of them was using dancer, and they just respect banned right off the bat, even though you don't really see second round respect ban of dancer or in
Mm,
this case wildling. So yeah,
yeah.
much deserved shout outs to Polars.
Hmm.
Uh, on the other hand, though, like the survivors also of BZY, you got to give it up to them as well
For
with how
sure.
well they were able to, yeah, just really hang in there. The only loss they experienced was in Moonlit, and that was a surprise Wu Chang, and I think they were kind of caught off guard with how
Mhm.
well Edu was playing Wu Chang, and even Eli was also kind of shocked that Wu Chang would be coming out. But despite that performance, they still like tied, got 3-person escape, and tied towards the round number 4.
Mhm, mhm. Also Polar's Mercenary in the Moonlit River Park, getting that escape, that clutch,
Yeah,
the 3-1.
and that was
Uh,
so good.
Imagine if that wasn't a 4K. Oh no, that would have been
Yeah.
yeah, it was. But of course, we've talked a lot about BZY's Survivor and even naming Polar as one of our highlight moments, highlight
Mhm.
characters. But PTA also had some outstanding moments, don't you think? Like they also have some highlight moments, especially YYDS with the zigzag dash, half ball burst.
Yeah, yeah, we highlighted well PTA being the winners. Yeah, there's a lot to highlight with how YYDS was able to. I think we were also predicting that he might also have a wildling because he's so good with that forward.
Mhm.
So yeah, kudos to PTA breaking the tie here. As we look at the match data, it's 17-15. Containment time 2 minutes on Polar's side. So he was rock hiding ability on the side
Yeah.
of Polar's, and we saw how psychologist, does feed the hunter, but yeah, he makes this psychologist made the hunter work for his presence.
Yeah.
Because by
A
the
lot.
time this first psychologist was down, at first it was already like I think it was already at the 2 minute, 3 minute mark, so 2 ciphers already were about to be popped.
Yeah, and again, I like to point out such a beautiful decoding progress. Nothing extra, nothing less, nothing extra. Just 500%. YYDS 201%. That 1% literally prime
That was
design.
that was the one that popped the cipher. That one.
Yeah, that was really cool. But of
Mhm.
course, I really like. Um, wait, Pollars. Yeah. He, I think almost every game he's the one who did a lot of clutch, right? Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I definitely want to highlight in this game. As we look at the match results, ladies and gentlemen, your eyes do not deceive you. We went all the way until the playoffs, meaning the tiebreaker, and that is the only game that ended in a 5-3, leading to PTA's victory. But the rest, round 1, 2, 3, all ended in 4 points each. So BZY and PTA, one of the, I would say one of the historic Identity 5 moments here in the Call of the Abyss qualifiers for NAEU.
Yeah. I can't wait to see what happens tomorrow. If this is actually a very tense matchup, even just for quarterfinals. So if it's already this intense, well, who knows what's gonna happen tomorrow? It's definitely gonna be so crazy. And
Speaking of crazy, yeah, we talk about crazy performances by Polars, clutch dungeon escape, clutch kiting with the psychologist, but here we have it, 100%, 100 decoding progress as well as 100 containment time. Wow, he's 100 in both those. He's a perfect 10 in both those aspects. So definitely much deserved with the MVP highlight going to PTA's Polars.
Yeah, Polars. Definitely worthy of the MVP, not only just as the mercenary, but also you can see from the psychologist itself. Just so awesome. But you know what? Final brackets up, and we have our semi-finalists ready to rock and roll.
Yeah, we have B4U versus Sus to start things off on day number 3. That's tomorrow. And we also have CH4 versus PTA. CH4, a team that only saw 2 games, while PTA, a team that saw all 4 games. So it's a battle of if CH4 can take if PTA can take CH4 in unfamiliar territory. Same with B4U. Like as Eli mentioned, yeah, B4U having a really strong hunter, Sus having a really strong survivor side. That's an interesting matchup to see tomorrow. So hope you guys can join us as well, because once that happens, we're gonna have the finals. So yeah, we're gonna have 3 matches. So B4U versus Sus, CH4 versus PTA. Then after that, it's gonna be the finals, and that's gonna be a best of 5.
Yeah, and tomorrow's matchup is going to be slightly earlier. It's going to be 2 hours earlier than today. So make sure you put your alarm because the time is going to be 2 hours earlier than the schedule today, because there's going to be grand finals tomorrow as well. So yeah, really looking forward to seeing who will be representing NAEU as the COA Global finalists. The top 6 on the main stage. Ooh.
You can definitely not miss tomorrow, guys, because all roads lead to the qualify. All roads lead to tomorrow, actually, for find out which team is going to be the one to represent your region. So do show your love and support to all. My correction is the finals will be a best of 3. So it won't be a best of 5. That's going to be saved for Call of the Abyss. But yeah, it's going to be a best of 3. So still a lot of matches to look forward to. 3 matches in particular. So wow, imagine if all go tie.
Let's not jinx it and say it's not gonna be a tie. It's not gonna be a tie.
You just jinxed it.
Oh wait.
We'll
but more games.
Yeah, more games to watch, and I would say this is a platform for teams to get better. So the more games, the more chances of them to gain experience with each other, and steel always sharpens steel, and I'm sure that they come out of this with more experience than ever. So don't miss out on tomorrow, guys. B4U versus Sus to start things off. After that, it's gonna be CH4 versus PTA.
Yeah, and wow, can't wait to see. I won't be there tomorrow, but I'll be sharing the chat with everyone else. I'll be in the chat supporting everyone here as well, and supporting the teams and the casters and the production team. Thank you so much. If you guys noticed, the production team has came up with such a beautiful animation. Look at those shiny aura.
Even the chat kind of likes the music in the background too. So big shout outs to the production team. Now we see today's results. First match, CH4 versus LJS. If you guys watch it, it was actually quite closer than you think, so don't let the scores fool you. This was quite an intense battle between LJS and CH4. We also saw a plethora of hunters and a mix of survivors too. So big shout outs to LJS and CH4 for giving us an amazing match, and also to BZY and PTA going all the way to the fourth match, the playoff. It was a quite intense battle. I think people were popping off left and right in the chat, but PTA is the one moving on.
Yeah, very, very. Once again, congratulations for making it to the semi-finals. Definitely, a lot of fans are going to be expecting to see a lot from these teams. And win or lose, it's only going to be upwards from here on. So the teams that did not make it this time, please come back again, because we are definitely looking forward to seeing more of your performances again. So there you have it, the match schedule. You're going to bring us through the time zone.
So set your alarms, ladies and gentlemen. We are fixing it up, but yeah, B4U versus Sus will be the first match. And after that, we did mention it is going to be the teams that participated today. It's going to be CH4 versus PTA. That's going to be the second match. And we're going to just have to wait for the match number 3. You're going to have to tune in tomorrow to find out with the grand final. So here we have it, 4 o'clock EST. Set your alarms. If it goes the full 4, I'm not sure if it's going to end at 6, but yeah, it's starting a little bit earlier. So just take note of that, ladies and gentlemen, especially if you want to support your team, your favorite teams.
All right, I can't wait for it. I'll probably get up at 4 a.m. tomorrow to watch it. But you know what? Yeah, but you know what? Before I signed off, just want to share my feelings. Really happy to be sharing this stage with you as my co-caster. Guys, Posh Pies, my mentor, right there. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Now I'm making you sound old. but you know what? Yeah, but you know what? It's the first time for me in NAEU community as well, casting the tournament for you guys. Any shortcomings, please forgive me for any shortcomings and for any unintended puns or jokes. I definitely mean the best of it, none of it. So hopefully none of you guys are offended or take offense at the very least. So thank you so much. And yeah, thank you for having me.
Of course.
I'm so excited.
The NAEU community is a very passionate community, and I think it's growing, especially with the numbers that we're seeing watching the stream, and also in terms of the competitive environment. So big shout outs to the NAEU community. And tomorrow, please keep supporting your favorite teams, because that's going to be a good one. So from everyone here, Nello Mello, Botch Spice, everyone in the casting booth, thank you guys for joining us for day number 2 of the Call of the Best Qualifiers for NAEU region. We'll see you tomorrow for day number 3. All right, we'll be signing off now. Peace.
Peace.
for a moment, can you see? Nothing is broken, you are here. You found the strength to come back from the end.